Daily routine of business. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, bracket 8A, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 7 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation de
Presenting reports from committees.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills. Mr. McKay, seconded by Mr. Pawlowski, moves that Bill S-211, an act to enact the Fighting Against Forced Labor and Child Labor in Supply Chains Act and to amend the customs tariff, be now read a first time. The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I give this opportunity to rise in support of Bill S-211, bill sponsored by Senator Julie Milleville-Deschênes. The bill has been expeditiously passed by our colleagues in the other place, and I hope this House will do the same. It will require companies of a certain size to disclose that they have examined their supply chains and certified to the Government of Canada that they are free of infection by slavery. This was part of both the Liberal and Conservative Party platforms. I want to thank the Senator for her hard work, in particular Jerome Lucier, my friend from Thunder Bay Rainy River for his support, and my fellow co-chairs of the All-Party Parliamentary Group to End Human Slavery and Trafficking. Mr. Speaker, this may come as a shock that there are many more people in slavery now than there were at the height of the Atlantic slave trade. About 40 million people are enslaved. About 1,200 companies in Canada import goods that are infected by slave labor. Canadians pride themselves as a people and a country that defends human rights. I think they would be upset to know that we are the unwitting consumers of those products. I therefore look forward to working with all colleagues to move this bill forward and turn it from a bill into a law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This motion is deemed adopted.
Of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Motions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you'll find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion: that a take-note debate on murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls be held on Wednesday, May 4, 2022, pursuant to Standing Order 53.1, and that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, A, members rising to speak during the debate may indicate to the Chair that they will be dividing their time with another member. B, the time provided for the debate be extended beyond the hours as needed to include a minimum of 12 periods of 20 minutes each. And C, no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent shall be received by the Chair.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. The motion is carried. Okay, and motions. The Honourable Member for...
No, you just
Oh. Mr. Perkins, seconded by Mr. Jenneth, moves that the third report on the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans presented on Monday, February 28, 2022, be concurred in. Debates. The Honourable Member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. It's always a pleasure to rise in this House to speak on behalf of the hard-working people of South Shore, St. Margaret's, including over 7,000 fishermen. I rise to speak in response to the concurrence motion before us in consideration of the third report of the House on the Standing Committee on Fisheries, Oceans, and the Canadian Coast Guard. Mr. Speaker, this report originally tabled in Parliament in the first session of the 42nd Parliament in June 2019 is entitled Aquatic Invasive Species, a National Priority, and it is very good reading if you haven't had a chance to read it. I hope all members have. This excellent unanimous report has been ignored by the government, and that's why we're debating it today. Like all of its other virtue signaling initiatives, the government claims that protecting the biodiversity and the health of our oceans and freshwater resources, but they talk the talk, but they don't seem to ever deliver. The government has not developed a single response to this study. Mr. Speaker, let's take a look at the report and the government's record on these issues. Aquatic invasive species, for those of you who don't know, are invertebrates or plant species that have been introduced into an aquatic environment outside their natural range. In other words, they've come here to Canada from some other part of the world and are not natural to our oceans or fresh waters. Once introduced, aquatic invasive species populations can grow, and they can grow quite quickly because they don't have any natural environmental predators or things that will prevent them from multiplying. As a result, they can outcompete both our native plant species and our native freshwater species, consuming resources and taking over the biodiversity of those waterways. They can even alter habitats and make them inhospitable for our native species, and that's particularly concerning when we have a number in both fresh and saltwater bodies. We have a number of species at risk, and they are put in further jeopardy by the introduction of aquatic invasive species, plants and invertebrates. The Minister of Fisheries has responsibility under the Fisheries Act to protect fish and fish habitats. Canada has also signed international agreements on aquatic invasive species, including the United Nations Convention on Biodiversity, signed by the Brian Mulroney government in 1992, when I was a senior advisor to then Foreign Minister, the Honourable Barbara McDougall, who was a Member of Parliament for St. Paul's. It was also signed by the then Environment Minister, the Honourable Jean Charest. John Crosbie was Canada's Fisheries Minister at the time. So a very powerful trio of senior ministers that committed to this international convention. In 2019, though, Canada's Commissioner of the Environment on Sustainable Development published an audit on the government's performance of the aquatic invasive species area. The audit concluded that DFO did not determine which aquatic species and pathways pose the greatest risk to Canada in our system, and did not systematically collect or maintain information to track them. What has happened since then? The former Minister of Fisheries was defeated in South Shore St. Margaret's in 2021, and the current suburban Vancouver Minister of Fisheries, with no commercial fisheries in her riding, has done absolutely nothing to respond to the Commissioner of the Environment's recommendations and those of the Standing Committee. And as for this government's claims, and somewhat we're finding in the Fisheries Committee fake claims of listening to the science in DFO, the Commissioner in the Environment said that stated that when DFO developed the 2015 aquatic invasive species regulations, it did not always use science-based information. And I know that would probably be a shock to many members, but those who have studied the area know that less and less DFO is using science in their decision-making. But why would we expect this government to actually live up to its promises when it never has in the past? Another example is the legal partnership with the United States to prevent the spread of aquatic invasive species in the Great Lakes, among other important priorities. Through the bilateral treaty with the United States, both countries are financially obligated to support the Great Lakes Fisheries Commission. Canada provides 31% of the funds for the commission, primarily aimed at dealing with sea lampreys and zebra mussels, and the United States provides 69%. Sea lampreys, in case you don't know what they are, they're an invasive species in the Great Lakes that are essentially little eel-like vampires that latch onto a fish and drain the blood of the fish and kill it. The Liberal government budget in 2017, 4 years ago, allocated $43.8 million over 5 years, supposedly of new money, to support the Great Lakes Fishery Commission against the fight against sea lampreys. While DFO may have received the money, DFO must have diverted it to something else, because I'm sure when finance puts it in the budget, the money goes to DFO, because DFO ended up only paying half the annual costs for invasive species in the Great Lakes. The U.S. has had to pick up the tab for the remainder, but the U.S. is fed up with being DFO's patsy and the deadbeat government in paying its international bills for the program that got so bad, the U.S. Congress this year threatened to withhold not only to pay this year's allocation, but also not pay the Canadian side bills, which means that sea lamprey prevention would disappear this year and they would become a greater threat to our fisheries in the Great Lakes. I raised this 2 months ago with the Minister of Fisheries in committee and trying to get her to commit to paying the bills. When I told the minister the best way to deal with sea lampreys was to pay our bills, she sort of mumbled yes. And now in 2022, we hear it's deja vu all over again, to quote Yogi Berra. The government, under pressure from the official opposition, has committed now $48 million over the next 5 years to support sea lamprey program and the Great Lakes Fishing Commission. But what we know from the past is that...
One moment, please. I'm just not sure if I missed the honourable member saying that he was splitting his time. I'm not sure if he is, but I'm not sure if I heard it or not, so I just wanted to give an opportunity to the member to remind me if he did.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that, Madam Speaker. We are splitting the time. Who's going?
It doesn't matter. As long as the honourable member says that he's splitting his time, that's fine. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Point of order, Madam Speaker. This is the third consecutive full sitting day where the Conservatives have botched up routine proceedings, stopped members of Parliament from presenting petitions, and they don't even have their story straight. They don't even know who is speaking. What kind of chaos are we seeing from the Conservative?
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, that he is not the Speaker and he should wait until I respond. So I do want to remind the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby that it's not the first time that other members have maybe forgotten or have not. I just indicated that I didn't hear him, and I was under the understanding that he was going to split his time, but I wanted to double check if it was me that had misunderstood. Everything is in order. I would allow the honourable member from South Shore St. Margaret's to continue his speech.
The Liberal Deputy House Leader from the NDP should know that you don't have to name the other individual when you're splitting your time. You should read the rules. The lack of commitment by both the NDP Liberal government is seen again in Miramichi, where the government doesn't put their money where their mouth is. The rapid population increase of striped bass has raised concerns over the ecosystem imbalances, further straining the wild Atlantic salmon. The Fishery Committee issued a report on this destructive situation in May 2019, and the government has yet to implement any of those either. And if that's not enough on the Atlantic salmon, there's pressure in the headwaters in the lake of Miramichi, where DFO actually approved a smallmouth bass invasive species program, but last year actually stood by and did not enforce their own permits when a few protesters went on the water. So the commitment of this government is pretty slim when it comes to actually backing up their words with action on invasive species. If they don't deal with the smallmouth bass problem in the head of the Miramichi, we will end up having even more pressure on the diminishing wild Atlantic salmon. So will the minister ensure when the permits, well, the permits have been issued this summer for that same project in the Miramichi Lake on smallmouth bass, and I'm hoping the minister will actually do her job this year and ensure that conservation and promotion and protection officers of DFO actually enforce the permits and allow this invasive species to be managed in Miramichi Lake. But My hope springs eternal, but the record shows that the government will likely do otherwise. So I would urge all members to take a look at the report, read it if you haven't, understand that across Atlantic Canada, through Ontario, through the Great Lakes, the prairies with zebra mussels in British Columbia, we have a massive issue on invasive species, and the Liberal government of today is not doing anything to implement the recommendations of either the Standing Committee reports or the Environment Commissioner. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, when I was in opposition, we often raised the issue of the Experimental Lakes project, which was in that whole Manitoba, Ontario area. And this is an area in which Stephen Harper actually cut, much to the dismay, given the importance of the fresh water. Why does he believe, then Prime Minister, cut support funding that would have dealt with issues that the member is actually talking about? I can remember producing petitions on the issue, and I'm wondering if he could provide his thoughts on that. And while he's doing that, if he could explain why it is the Conservative Party continue to want to play games and prevent debate on C8.
Honourable Member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
I thank the member from Winnipeg North for his question, and I know he cares about the invasive species in Manitoba. Anyone who's a responsible member of Parliament will care about the destruction of our natural biodiversity. Obviously, even though I'm seasoned, I was not actually here during those days. I can only look at the record of this government for the last 7 years of promising to bring in money to implement invasive species, actually allocating it in the budgets as they did in 2017, giving it to DFO, and then DFO only using half of it for invasive species and mysteriously putting it off somewhere else. Now, after we pressured this government to actually pay their bills and not be a deadbeat, they finally put it in again this year's budget, almost the same amount of money. Last time it was $43.8 million. This time it's $48 million. Almost the same wording, saying it's going to invasive species. But again, as I said in my speech, I doubt that this government will live up to that, and that DFO will find some other purpose for it. Perhaps it will go to the 178% in senior executive growth in 6 years in DFO rather than invasive species.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I always appreciate hearing that member. But he hasn't really responded to the question of the dismal decade of the Harper government and massive cuts, including cuts in programs that would have combated invasive species. And my broader concern, of course, is not with his speech, but with the systematic obstruction of the Conservative Party. Now, we've had 3 routine proceedings in a row in full sitting days where the Conservatives have blocked the ability of members of Parliament to present petitions on behalf of our constituents. And in fact, in 2 of those 3 days, they presented the same report twice, even though they know that report is discussed next week. So through you, Madam Speaker, to the colleague that I have a lot of respect for, why are the Conservatives blocking C8 so systematically when teachers and farmers need access to those tax credits?
Member South Shore, St. Margaret's. Thank
you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the question from the Deputy House Leader for the Liberal NDP government. The answer to that question is what's obstructionist is Motion 11, which takes away democracy in this House, which threatens prorogation at any time, which removes quorum from the standard 400 years since the Magna Carta of parliamentary democracy. Those are the things that are undemocratic. And it surprises me, quite shocking actually, that the party of Tommy Douglas and the party of Ed Broadbent and the party of Jack Layton has sidled up to this government to reduce the democracy in this country in a coalition government, ignoring the will of the Canadian public that only voted for a minority government. They did not vote for the socialist agenda to be implemented by the Liberal government.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Cumberland, Leamington. Chatham-Kent Leamington, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. Given that Canada signed a treaty in 1956, given that we've had an awful hard time living up to the terms of that treaty, given that the government budgeted funds to fully live up to the treaty in 2017, would he opine whether transferring the responsibility for that treaty from DFO back to GAC, from whence it came, would that help this government's ability to honor our own treaty?
Very brief answer from the member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you. Absolutely. The fiduciary responsibility for the Great Lakes Fisheries Committee should go, like all other fiduciary responsibility of international agreements, back to Foreign Affairs and allow DFO to manage the policy element of it. And of course, during all the years where the Harper government was in during DFO, we actually paid all our bills for the Great Lakes Fisheries Commission, unlike the NDP Liberal Coalition, who believe that you should take the bill that you get from your neighbor in a treaty, throw it in the garbage, and let them carry the weight.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for North Okanagan Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's an honour to rise today in the House to speak to this concurrence motion on the report from the Standing Committee on Aquatic Invasive Species, a national priority. It gives me great honour to speak to this motion today as being the member that proposed this study be done at the committee a number of years ago now, and this was initially presented in previous parliaments, and government has yet to respond properly to this report from the committee. The testimony that we heard during this study was compelling, and the results and recommendations that came in this report were unanimous from all members of the committee. That's Liberal members that were on the committee, NDP members, Bloc members. Everyone that was on the committee, actually at the time of the report was done, there may have not been a Bloc member on the committee. I'd have to check back. But it was a unanimous report from the committee. And many of the recommendations in the report echoed the report from the Commissioner on Sustainability and Commissioner on the Environment and Sustainable Development. That audit of the government's work on aquatic invasive species was condemning of lack of work within the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, within the government, on their reactions to the risks of aquatic invasive species becoming established in Canada, and especially in my province of British Columbia. In 2004, the Canadian Action Plan to address aquatic invasive species estimated that the combined economic losses directly associated with 16 aquatic invasive species to be $5.5 billion. A U.S. report estimated the annual economic burden of invasive species in America to be $137 billion. Last year, Nature Journal published a report that estimated invasive species have inflicted costs of at least $22.8 billion in Canada over the past 50 years. The same report found that zebra and quagga mussels have a cost of $409 million in the Great Lakes alone since their introduction in the late 1980s. A 2013 study by the Okanagan Basin Water Board estimated the introduction of zebra and quagga mussels would cost the Okanagan region $43 million per year just to manage. That doesn't speak to eradication or any other measures. That's just to manage the species should they become established. Zebra and quagga mussels continue to proliferate across North America. And since I've been elected, I've consistently pushed this government to follow through on implementing and enforcing aquatic invasive species regulations delivered by the previous Conservative government in 2015. Zebra and quagga mussels have not been detected in my home province of British Columbia in the natural environment, but they have been detected in vessels, boats coming into the region by the provincial inspection program that takes part every year. And in their annual report, 244 watercraft were identified as high risk coming into the province last year. 18 were issued quarantine periods, and 153 decontaminations were ordered. Of these watercraft that came in and were confirmed to have invasive mussels on board, 7 were from Ontario, 2 from Manitoba, 1 from Quebec, 1 from Colorado, 1 from Illinois, 1 from Michigan, 1 from Minnesota, 1 from Missouri, 1 from Ohio, and 1 from Wisconsin. Madam Speaker, this shows the incredible risk that is out there if we do not take steps to prevent the establishment of aquatic invasive species where we have pristine lakes and waters. My riding of North Okanagan Shuswap spans the boundaries of 2 different watersheds, 2 massive watersheds, the Shuswap, some of the headwaters of the Fraser River system, known as one of the best salmon habitat areas in the world. The North Okanagan part of the region is part of the Columbia River system, where sockeye salmon have now been reestablished in the Okanagan system by a joint project through the Okanagan Nations Alliance and First Nations establishing a hatchery in the South Okanagan, now bringing salmon back into areas where they haven't been for decades. Going back to the 2 reports, the 2019 reports, the commissioners and the report from the committee, they highlighted the fact that the cost of preventing the spread of AIS, aquatic invasive species, is much less than the cost of trying to manage or eradicate them afterwards. The only proven way to rid a body of water of zebra and quaggle mussels is to drain it. And this is not a viable option for the Okanagan or Shuswap systems. They are simply too massive, and there are too many other consequences. It's simply not physically possible. These lakes make this prevention that much more essential, and at this time, the stakes and threats of zebra and quagga mussels invasion in BC has never been higher, and more visitors from across North America are visiting my area and BC with their watercraft. The province of British Columbia operates watercraft inspection stations on BC borders as part of their invasive mussel defense program. And last year, as I mentioned, 17 mussel-fouled watercraft were found coming into the province, risking the spread of zebra and quagga mussels into BC waters. They issued 100 decontaminations orders, as I mentioned, and that was only from April 1st to October 21st or 24th. And we know that boats do cross the border year-round. A higher percentage during those summer months, but it does happen year-round, and those inspection stations are not open year-round. The provincial program is perhaps the most important program for preventing zebra and quagga mussels from entering BC, but the federal government refuses to provide support required to expand inspection stations to 24 hours a day and for the longer period covering the boating season. A single watercraft, 1 float plane, or a pair of hip waders carrying invasive mussels could cause ecological and economic catastrophes across BC and Western Canada. This government continues to drag their feet when they should have been acting to protect our waters and ecologies. Mr. Speaker, I hope that all members from all parties will recognize the acute threats of aquatic invasive species. This is not something we can continue to kick the can further down the road on. The economic consequences, the ecological consequences of simply turning a blind eye to this risk is far too great for the residents, the visitors of my riding of North Okanagan Shuswap, and the entire Okanagan, Shuswap, British Columbia, all of Canada where this is so important. We've recently noted where the federal government did put some funding into the National Parks program. One small portion of the area that has potential for risk of infestations and the economic and ecological consequences that are going to fall out of that. We've recently seen where invasive clams were found in Shuswap Lake near my home. I don't live on the water, but in the lake that is in my area, they have found those invasive clams there. There has yet, to my knowledge, to be a plan to deal with those invasive clams that are there. This is now 2 years down the road since the first discovery of those clams. Should the same thing happen with zebra or quagga mussels, which are considered to be much more detrimental to the environment, I don't believe this government has done anything to provide a plan to move forward to deal with the threat of aquatic invasive species. So I encourage all members, as we continue this debate on this important issue, to support concurrence on this motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, we were actually supposed to be debating at this time Bill C-8. Members will be familiar with it because that's actually the fall of 2021 economic update in which this legislation, C-8, was to implement a number of measures, such as rapid testings, such as supporting small businesses, such as supporting northern rural residents. Yet, we've passed the federal budget now, and the Conservatives still are filibustering on Bill C-8, the fall economic statement of last year. Is there something that's in that legislation that this member or the Conservative Party can identify that is so fundamentally wrong that they refuse and they want to continue to play the games that they're playing by introducing motions of concurrence on reports in order to not debate Bill C-8?
The Honourable Member for North Okanagan Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Winnipeg for his question. It's interesting that this report went to basically the same government members back in 2019. This is now 2022, and that government still has not responded to this report. Years after it was presented to government, and the government has failed to respond. Years of inaction by a government that fails to recognize the threats being posed to our ecologies, our economies, our salmon species, that this government continues to ignore, and we are using this opportunity to raise the importance of this issue. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Listening to my colleague. And I know that his interest comes from a sincere place. There is no doubt. I'm glad that the Conservatives are coming around because under the Harper government, we saw a gutting of environmental funding, including action to fight invasive species. So we have the Conservatives, I guess, doing a mea culpa today. My greater concern, of course, is that we have proposed, the NDP will be proposing a concurrence debate in the evening in the coming days. We hope that the Conservatives support this on this important issue. But today, we are supposed to be voting on Bill C-8. And Bill C-8 provides supports to teachers and farmers in his riding. And the Conservatives have blocked systematically any debate in any passage on C-8, which just doesn't make sense when all of us are getting our teachers and our farmers saying, why is C-8 being held up? So my question is very simple. The Conservatives have now blocked 3 consecutive routine proceedings. They've blocked petitions from being presented. Will the Conservatives agree to the NDP's proposal around an evening concurrence debate around this issue so that we can have this full discussion without blocking needed legislation?
The Honourable Member for North Okanagan Shuswap.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's interesting that this question comes from the House Leader with the NDP, and I would ask him in return, why has his party decided to go along with this government that has railroaded official opposition voice in this House through Motion 11 that they have pushed forward and the NDP have supported, that basically squashes the ability for the opposition parties to hold the government accountable on the measures that they are taking, and the scandals that continue to develop. They continue to block our investigations, official opposition investigations into the ethics breaches of the finance minister, the SNC-Lavalin issue, the they just continue on, and every time we get close to finding the answers, this government and the NDP supporting them shut us down.
I want to get in one more brief question. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, a brief question.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Most of the fish in my riding actually live in glass tanks, but I appreciate the great work that the member and its colleagues on the committee do. I do think it's important to clarify, and the member can follow up on this, that some members have said that concurrence debates eliminate the existence of opportunities to table petitions, when in fact that's not true. After a concurrence debate, you do proceed with petitions unless the government moves with the very draconian efforts to move to the orders of the day. And it's government motions to proceed to the orders of the day, not opposition concurrence motions, that actually prevent members from tabling petitions. Thank you.
A brief answer from the member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the member from Sherwood Park for bringing that forward. And certainly, we as the opposition are here to hold this government accountable, not to block the process of what is taking place in this House, like the way the government has in cohorts with the NDP to block our voice here. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, I'd like to address two quick points before I have something a little bit more solid to say on it. Madam Speaker, 2 points. One is it takes a great deal of courage as a Conservative to be able to stand up and speak about invasive species in our lakes when it was Stephen Harper. I want you to imagine the experimental lakes area actually cut back. I remember standing in opposition criticizing the then Prime Minister. Why would he take these, this 50-plus lakes, pristine lakes, and the science that was being administered in that area, the research was phenomenal, recognized around the world, Madam Speaker, dealing with substantial issues in order to protect freshwater lakes and so forth. And they have the courage to move a concurrence motion on that issue, at least in part, on a government that is invested in terms of protecting our oceans. Just the other day, I talked about the importance of our fishing industry, in particular with a special focus on Atlantic Canada. We have many members, whether it's from Atlantic Canada or from BC, that are very passionate about conservation and protecting our waters. Freshwater lakes, I made reference to Lake Winnipeg. We understand the issue, and that's the reason why we have put into place percentages of protected areas where we have invested tens of millions of dollars, definitely a lot more than the former Prime Minister or the former administration put forward. And then to try to give the impression, the false impression, that as a government we are not stepping up to the plate. Well, Madam Speaker, I'll leave it at that on that particular point. The second point I want to raise is the one of gamesmanship. In the question that I put forward to the opposition members was in relation to Bill C-8. Because members of this House and those that would be following the debate, the never-ending debate on Bill C-8, what they have witnessed is an official opposition go out of their way to prevent that legislation from passing. They have brought in a number of concurrence reports in order to prevent the debate. But the one that I really like is when they move to adjourn the House. They want to quit, stop the House, go home, in order to prevent debate on Bill C-8. We saw their behavior in the last couple of days in opposition to actually allowing for more debate. If we didn't bring in the motion yesterday, we wouldn't have had the 2 hours of debate that we were able to have late last night. Even though the Conservatives were hollering and screaming and crying that they didn't want to sit late in the evening, Madam Speaker. I think that the Conservatives need to come to the realization that there are members inside this House, whether they're Liberals or New Democrats, that have seen the value in terms of allowing for a legislative agenda. and to allow for not only debate to occur, but ultimate passage of legislation, where the Conservative Party is so determined on continuing to play the game, Madam Speaker. And that is the reason why I find myself in a position, as I have in the past, to try to get the Conservative Party to get refocused on the issue of serving Canadians through passing some of the Liberal government agenda, legislative agenda. C8 needs to be debated. It needs to be passed, Madam Speaker. C8 was brought in many months ago. It is a reflection of the fall economic statement of last year.
Order. I understand that the official opposition is really anxious to ask questions and comments. They'll have 10 minutes, so I would ask them not to yell out their comments or their thoughts or their questions until such time as it's time for questions and comments.
That's me.
I would ask members...
Just so you know.
The honourable member for Edmonton West, I would ask him to maybe write his questions and comments, and I know he has his pen and his paper, probably getting ready for it, but I would ask him to stop thinking aloud. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I was saying that if you take a look, the fall economic statement of last year, as we are approaching summer of 2022, we have...
Member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
You know, we're discussing a serious report right now on from the Fisheries Committee, and unfortunately, the Parliamentary Secretary and the member for Winnipeg North has not been relevant in any of his comments as it pertains to the report from the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans.
Here, here.
I want to remind members that there is latitude during the discussions and the speeches that are before the House. However, the honourable member who is delivering the speech must ensure at all times that they do reference the bill during their speech and the content of the bill if they wish. So the honourable parliamentary secretary.
Madam Speaker, remember, just in case the member wasn't listening to all of it, I said there was only 2 points. The first point that I emphasized was the issue of the experimental lakes area, and this was a parliamentary secretary under the Stephen Harper, so I can understand why he might have selective hearing on that aspect of it. And that is definitely falls in within the jurisdiction of the legislation. And then I'm pointing out on how the motion that we have before us is meant to continue the ongoing playing of the game of avoiding the passage of C8, which is causing me to have to move the motion I'm about to move, Mr. Speaker. So this way people would understand why I'm feeling obligated to move the motion. And it's because ultimately, Madam Speaker, it's no disrespect of the issue that is being raised today. In fact, unlike the Conservative Party, the government genuinely believes in action in dealing with invasive species, Madam Speaker. Unlike the Conservative Party. We have shown that in budgetary measures, and I would even suggest to you legislative measures by some of the protection legislation that we have brought in for our environment. So, having said that, the reason why I'm feeling obligated to move the following motion is because it's time that we actually finish the debate so we can actually have a vote on C8. Remember, we've already passed the budget of 2022-23. All we're saying is it's time that we support our teachers, our farmers, our business people. So many people that are dependent on C8. Let's pass the legislation. Let's allow it to come for a debate. So on that note, Madam Speaker, while I'm on my feet, I move, seconded by the member from Halifax West, that the House do now proceed to orders of the day.
Kevin. doesn't do tactics. No, just us.
J'attends pour qu'il vérifie.
If you did, you would not show up to this place, Kevin. Do what's in the best interest of the Send your daughter instead.
Order. Monsieur Lamoureux, seconded by Ms. Diab, move that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. Si un député d'un parti reconnu présent en Chambre...
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division, I invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, unless the will is to pass it on division, I would ask for a recorded vote.
Call in the members.
The question is the following one. Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Ms. Diab, moves that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland. Mr. Sajan. Mr. Blair. Ms. Bennett. Mr. Champagne. Ms. Anand. Ms. Jasic. Mr. Scarpellegia. Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau. Ms. Haidu. Mr. Miller. Mr. Serré. Mr. Aria. Mr. Sanson. Mr. Fillmore. Mrs. Romanato. Mr. Lamoureux. Mr. Fergus. Mr. Anandasangari. Madame Koutrakis. Mr. Assassi. Mr. Van Couverden. Mr. Kellaway. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. Baptiste. Madame Martinez Ferrara. Mr. Maloney. Madame Lambropoulos. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Aldag. Mr. Blois. Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga. Mr. Pulowski. Mr. Van Bynen. Mr. Weiler. Madame Diab. Ms. Hepner. Ms. Kayabaga. Madame Lapointe. Mr. Julian. Mr. Garrison. Ms. Edlout. Mr. Cannings. Mr. McGregor. Ms. Gazan. Mr. Backrack. Madame Hughes. Ms. Zarillo. Ms. Matheson. Mr. Desjarlais. Ms. McPherson. Mr. Blakey. Mr. Morris.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la...
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Paulus. Mr. Deltel. Mr. Chong. Mr. Moore. Mr. Berthold. Mr. Fast. Mr. Albus. Ms. Finley. Ms. Dancho. Mr. Nader. Mr. Barrett. Mr. Hoback. Mr. Lloyd. Mr. Lawrence. Mr. Lobb. Mrs. Gray. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Perkins. Mr. Melillo. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Caputo. Mr. Godin. Mr. Steinley. Ms. Rude. Mr. Ellis. Madame Vien. Mrs. Goodridge. Mrs. Cramp-Nyman. Ms. Ferrari. Mr. Baldinelli. Ms. Gladue. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. McGuire. Mr. Abultayev. Mr. Arnold. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Motz. Monsieur Lehoux. Mr. Epp. Mr. Couric. Mr. Mazer. Mr. Morantz. Mr. Patzer. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Van Popta. Mr. Brock. Mr. Ruff. Mrs. Roberts. Monsieur Terrien. Madame Normandin. Monsieur Garon. Madame de Bellefeuille. Monsieur Perron. Monsieur Savard-Tremblay. Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés. Monsieur Trudel. Monsieur Désilet.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin de période.
The House will now wait for the voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Leipert.
I vote nay.
Madame Latanzio.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Essayez nouveau.
I vote in favor.
Voilà, quelqu'un d'autre? Anybody else? Voilà. No? Oh, Ms. Yip.
I vote in favor.
Okay. And one last call. Anybody had technical difficulties? It could not vote. Okay, voila. The table will now compile the results of the votes.
Yeas pour 180, 180. Nays contre 145, 145.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons, resuming consideration at third reading of Bill C-8, Economic and Fiscal Update Implementation Act 2021, and on the amendment of Mr. Albus.
And what I'll do, I'll take a little 30-second break here, make sure people take their conversations outside. Faire sûr que les conversations.
Ensure that people take their conversations outside.
And then I will acknowledge the first speaker. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bonavista, Buren, Trinity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time today with the member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to take part in today's debate on Bill C-8, an act to implement certain provisions of the Economic and Fiscal Update tabled in Parliament on December 14, 2021, and other measures. This bill is about making sure that we have the tools we need to protect Canadians. For 2 years, Canadians have been grappling with COVID-19, and 2 years ago, this pandemic triggered the steepest economic contraction in Canada since the Great Depression. At its worst, it cost 3 million Canadians their jobs, as our GDP sank by 17%. And today, and even in spite of ongoing challenges presented by the pandemic, we are on a strong footing. Canadians have put saving lives first. This has meant one of the lowest mortality rates in the G7. As of March 25th, over 85% of Canadians 5 years and older are fully vaccinated. And the Canadian economy has seen the benefits of prioritizing our health. The Canadian labour market rebounded strongly from the Omicron wave in February. We have already more than recovered lost jobs, a healing which took 8 months longer after the much milder 2008 recession. In fact, as of February, we have recovered 112% of the jobs lost during the pandemic period, compared to just 90% in the U.S., and faster than any other recessions. And encouragingly, growth was broad-based, supported by solid underlying fundamentals and ongoing rebound in sectors hit hardest by the pandemic. However, even with these encouraging signs, we know that the businesses, especially small businesses, continue to need support. And that is what Bill C-8 delivers: support where it is needed. Many small businesses continue to feel the impacts of the pandemic. They are playing a critical role by making sure their workers and clients are safe. They understand that proper ventilation makes indoor air healthier and safer, thus helping reduce the risk of COVID-19 transmissions. And many continue to make further improvements to their indoor air quality to protect their workers and the customers. But they are finding that investing in equipment to improve ventilation can be costly. And that's why Bill C-8 is proposing a refundable small business air quality improvement tax credit of 25% on eligible air quality improvement expenses incurred by small businesses. This measure would make it more affordable for them to invest in safer and healthier ventilation and air filtration. Businesses will receive this credit on eligible expenses incurred between September 1st, 2021 and December 31st, 2022, relating to the purchase or upgrade of mechanical heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems, and the purchase of standalone devices designed to filter air using high-efficiency particulate air filters, up to a maximum of 10,000 per location and 50,000 in total. That's not just a good deal for the businesses, it's a good investment in the health and safety of Canadians. Madam Speaker, our government has delivered significant fiscal policy support to Canadians during this pandemic. 8 out of every $10 spent to fight COVID has been spent by the federal government. And this has contributed to a rapid and resilient recovery so far. The vast majority of the government's recovery plan is targeted towards growth-enhancing and job-creating initiatives. Initiatives such as the Canadian Emergency Business Account, which has been one of the key government supports for small businesses through the pandemic. The CEBA program has provided interest-free, partially forgivable loans of up to $60,000 to small businesses to help recover their operating costs during times when their revenue have been reduced. And in total, the CEBA has provided over $49 billion in support to nearly 900,000 small businesses affected by the pandemic. In January, our government announced that the repayment deadline for the CEBA loans to qualify for partial loan forgiveness is being extended from December 31st, 2022 to December 31st, 2023 for all eligible borrowers in good standing. This extension will support short-term economic recovery and offer greater repayment flexibility to small businesses and not-for-profit organizations, many of which are facing continued challenges due to the pandemic. Repayment on or before the new deadline of December 31st, 2023 will result in loan forgiveness of up to a third of the value of the loans, which means up to $20,000 in loan forgiveness. Bill C-8 would set a limitation period of 6 years for debts under the CEBA program to ensure that CEBA loan holders are provided consistent treatment no matter where they live. The new measures in Bill C-8 would also build on the significant support for businesses that became law with the passage of Bill C-2 in December. And Bill C-2 was built on the understanding that with the spread of the Omicron variant, public health restrictions had to remain in effect in certain regions across the country to contain its spread, and that many of these restrictions would have an impact on businesses. So, with Bill C-2, our government made sure that economic support is available to them if and when they need it. And while lockdowns have now eased across the country, the application period for local lockdown program remains open to provide wage and rent subsidy support of up to 75% to employers who will have had to reduce the capacity of their main business by 50% or more. And to expand access to the program, at the height of the recent restrictions, we temporarily lowered the revenue decline threshold for eligibility from 40% to 25%. Expanded eligibility for these wage and rent supports ran from December 19, 2021 through to March 12, 2022. And for businesses facing other pandemic-related losses, support is also available through the Tourism and Hospitality Program, Recovery Program, and the Hardest Hit Business Recovery Program. Many tourism-related businesses in Bonavista, Beer and Trinity were able to take advantage of that support, and I'm told many tourism businesses across the entire country were able to take advantage of that support. And by supporting businesses through these challenges, these programs are protecting people's jobs and allowing people to stay connected to their employers. And as the Finance Minister and Deputy Minister, Prime Minister said, this keeps people strong, it keeps families strong, and it keeps businesses strong. And that is what we need to keep our economy strong. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, like all Canadians, we hope that the lockdowns and capacity restrictions will continue to become a thing of the past. We know that Canadians are tired of COVID-19, but the unfortunate reality is that COVID-19 is not quite tired of us. So we put supports in place so that public health authorities could make the right, albeit difficult, decisions, knowing that the federal government would be there to support workers, small businesses, and other employers in their communities when needed. That is why Bill C-8 is so important. It continues to do what is necessary to sustain the recovery and provide help where it is needed, to create jobs and set the stage for strong growth for years to come. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Shannon-Kent-Leamington.
Hear, hear. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his comments on this legislation. Early on in his speech, he described Bill C-8 as delivering support where it was needed. I'm wondering if he could comment on whether he agrees with the Public Budget Officer that also described this bill as delivering support that was not needed, and would he agree that it is feeding part of our present inflation rate?
Hear, hear. Good question.
Honourable member for Bonavista, Burin, Trinity.
Well, Madam Speaker, when many of the programs that were put in place and agreed to by most members in this House, it was put in place in response to the emergency created by the pandemic and by COVID-19. And as a result, many of the programs that were rolled out rather efficiently and quickly and created some challenges. But nevertheless, I think we need to focus on the fact that these supports, like CEBA, rescued many of these businesses from failure. And so therefore, I think C-8 will continue to offer the great support that businesses expect and individuals expect across this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Commentaire, l'honorable député de Longueuil.
The honourable member for Longueuil. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This weekend, the province of Quebec signed an agreement with General Doctors. in order to improve access to first-line care and to help 500,000 Quebecers who don't currently have a family doctor to get a family doctor. Because currently, about 1 million Quebecers don't have a family doctor. On the other side of the House, they always seem to think that the pandemic was the only health problem in our society. And they boast about sending money for the pandemic. But now that the pandemic is hopefully partially behind us, we need to consider other issues. We need to consider how many Quebecers don't have a family doctor, but it's the government of Quebec that's doing things about this, managing hospitals, signing agreements with doctors, etc. So when will this federal government finally increase the health transfers, as all provincial governments throughout the country are requesting?
The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Burin, Trinity.
Madam Speaker, I share the honourable member's concerns around family doctors, particularly as we hear stories about loss of family doctors in rural Newfoundland and Labrador, rural Canada, and that includes every province in this country. And there are challenges, no question. But the federal government recently transferred $2 billion to help with some of the supports that were needed as a result of backlogs to health care in this country. And I'm understanding that there are further discussions to be had somewhere in the near future, not too distant future, about how we can address healthcare challenges in rural Canada and right across the country, with that, many of which were the backlogs that were created with this emergency that we dealt with, called COVID-19. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the issues as part of Bill C-8, of course, is the fact that teachers are supposed to be receiving tax credit on the items that they use in terms of their profession, and I know that a lot of my constituents have had their taxes held up because of the holding up of this legislation. Maybe the honourable member could talk a little bit more about that and how he shares that frustration, his constituents share that frustration, because I know that mine certainly do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Bonavista, Burin, Trinity has about 50 seconds to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, colleague, for these comments. Teachers and others are being impacted by not passing Bill C-8. There are many items in this legislation that impact on teachers and farmers and others, and today that's what we're here debating C-8, and why I encourage all the members of this House to support this legislation and get it done for the good of all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, l'Honourable Secrétaire Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Diversity and Inclusion. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canadians have been living with COVID-19 for 2 years. The pandemic has led to the greatest economic contraction in Canada since the Great Depression. At the height of the crisis, 3 million Canadians lost their jobs, and our GDP decreased by 17%. The pandemic, of course, had a major impact on the global economy and was also the worst global health crisis in our lifetimes. Today, despite the presence of Omicron and subvariants, we are in a good position. Economically, we have recovered more jobs than those lost due to the COVID recession. However, there is still more to do, and that is the goal of this bill. This bill seeks to continue the fight against COVID-19 and protect Canadians. I'd like to mention a few aspects of the bill. Let me start with school ventilation. For example, in my riding, I've heard from several families who are concerned about ventilations in their schools. So this bill, C-8, proposes measures to protect Canadians and children by improving ventilation systems. Good ventilation makes air in schools safer and healthier and reduces COVID-19 transmission. The pandemic was particularly hard for students and their families, as well as teachers and staff in schools. The spread of the virus led to schools being closed, then reopened, then reclosed. It's been very difficult. So in Bill C-8, there is an additional payment of $100 million to provinces and territories. These investments are in addition to the initial amount of $2 billion in the fund. The money will be mainly used for projects to improve ventilation systems in schools, especially primary and secondary schools. Of course, education is an area of provincial and territorial jurisdiction. They are the ones who are responsible for ensuring that our teachers and students are safe. So the provinces and territories can use this money to carry out the necessary work by improving ventilation systems, for example. However, we need to do several different things to fight COVID-19. We also need to improve ventilation in commercial buildings to reduce the spread of the virus. But we know that this can be very expensive, so Bill C-8 proposes measures to help businesses improve their ventilation systems and air quality. We are proposing a refundable tax credit of 25% for eligible expenses made by SMEs to improve air quality. From the very beginning of the pandemic, we have been working to support provinces and territories, and we will continue to do so. The other thing in Bill C-8 something that I'm particularly interested in is the matter of housing. In Budget 2022, just like in the economic update, we are addressing the housing crisis with an ambitious financial plan. For Hochelaga and Eastern Montreal, this is a very important issue because the increase in housing prices and the lack of supply is placing an increasingly heavy financial burden on families. Families should not have to choose between paying for housing or food. Housing is a human right. C-8 and the budget are proposing concrete solutions to address housing affordability and the right and access to property. The bill proposes the implementation of a 1% tax on underutilized housing to support those who have fallen victim to an increase in rents and to do something about the shortage of supply, because many Quebecers are having trouble finding housing. Over the next 10 years, Budget 2022 will seek to double housing construction and create a new housing accelerator with $4 billion over 5 years. I deeply believe in the model of housing co-ops, and I personally contributed to creating 3 co-ops in Montreal. I lived in them, and I believe that they are a model of solidarity. I'm very pleased then that in this budget we are earmarking $1.5 billion for this type of housing model. In order to do something about the housing crisis, we need a series of measures like those I just mentioned. And we need to legislate to state that housing is a right. And once again, in collaboration with provinces and territories, our government wishes to implement a registry of owners in order to decrease foreign investment. There is a real generational gap at the moment. Buying a first-time property has become practically impossible. In order to do something about this in a sustainable manner, we need to increase the supply. Increasing the supply will make housing more affordable, and this bill aims to do just that. So there are concrete measures to support Canadians' health in C-8. There are concrete measures to improve the situation with regard to housing. This government has been there since the beginning of the pandemic. We will continue to be there to support provinces and territories in fighting the pandemic, as well as offering socio-economic support, specifically through housing. 2 years later, we are still in a health crisis, which has accentuated the precarious situation facing the most vulnerable among us. This is also a real challenge for businesses and community organizations. Our government needs to be there to support people. And I hope everyone in this House will support C-8 in order to help Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Longueuil.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent speech. I know that my colleague cares deeply about the matter of housing, as she mentioned in her speech. I also care about this because this is an issue in my riding as well and throughout Quebec. Now, we know that there are various measures for housing, like the tax credit for a first-time housing purchase, which will actually increase demand, or the TFSA amount. These things will increase demand. Now, we know we need to do more to increase the construction of rental properties, but very often, this actually ends up creating more housing that is not affordable. Wouldn't it be better to focus on programs that already work very well, programs that businesses and consumers appreciate, programs that actually increase accessibility in Quebec and Canada and affordable housing? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And I appreciate what he was saying. I organized a roundtable in his riding. I'd like to thank him for that. But ultimately, doing something about housing involves a suite of measures. We need to consider access to property, buyers' rights, renters' rights. It's a series of measures, and right now in the budget and in C8, that's exactly what we're doing, Madam Speaker.
River Crowfoot. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And so we've heard from the Parliamentary Budget Officer that there's concern that the spending contained in both C8 and other aspects of the government's fiscal agenda are actually contributing to the inflation crisis that is driving up the cost of everything here in this country. So I'm wondering if this member has any comments on the fact that it's not politics, that it's not partisan opinion, but rather very respected voices, fiscal experts that are suggesting that the spending found both in C8 and some of the other fiscal frameworks that the government has set forward are contributing to the cost of living crisis that our country is facing, and whether or not there is restraint that is needed to ensure that we address the continuing issue of inflation.
Honorable Secrétaire parlementaire.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je remercie mon collègue pour sa question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It's a bit paradoxical, considering that my colleague's party in the last elections actually proposed much more in spending than this government did. So my question for him would be, what would he have done had he been in government? Had he ended up investing what his party actually wanted to invest?
Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. Bill C8 and Bill C2 before it were meant to provide help for businesses struggling to get through the pandemic. They were both drawn up before the Omicron variant hit and extended that pandemic by months and months. And we've had calls from the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, the Tourism Industry Association of Canada, to extend the benefits that were there before to help those businesses that have struggled to stay alive until now. Even a few months would help some of those get through this pandemic alive. And yet we're seeing this government abandon those programs. The Conservatives, as you just heard, are not trying to support businesses and workers. So why didn't we help those businesses just get through the summer at least?
A brief answer from l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Oui, merci, Madame la Présidente. Je remercie mon collègue pour sa question. Est-ce que je peux le rassurer en lui disant que ce gouvernement, depuis le début de la pandémie, a toujours été là pour les entreprises et les gens les plus vulnérables. Au cours de la pandémie, nous avons investi 8 $ sur 10 venaient du gouvernement fédéral et nous allons continuer à être là pour supporter les entreprises, les organismes et les gens qui en ont besoin, Madame la Présidente.
And I'm not sure if the honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay had put his earpiece too close to the microphone. There was a bit of a buzz there. So I just want to remind members that if they're taking their earpiece off, to make sure that it's not close to the microphone. To the honourable member.
Just noticed in the response from the member that there didn't seem to be translation, so I just wanted to.
Sure. Now, the honourable member is getting up, and again, every time he gets up, there seems to be a buzz on the phone. Pardon me? There's an issue with the computer? Okay, I'm not sure what's happening, but there seems to be a buzz. So the honourable member is saying that there was no translation, so he did not. Is the honourable member saying that there was no translation? The honourable member South Okanagan West Kootenay, were you indicating that there was no translation and you didn't hear the response? Okay. Okay, I will allow the honourable member to repeat her response.
Présidente, je disais à mon honorable collègue que depuis le début de la pandémie, ce gouvernement.
As I was saying to my honourable colleague,
on va rassayer. Est-ce qu'il y a de la traduction ici?
Is there interpretation? Is it working? It's working. All right, let's start again. Madam Speaker, as I was saying to my honourable colleague, from the beginning of the pandemic, this government was here to support businesses and the most vulnerable among us. Out of $10 invested during this pandemic, 8 were invested by the federal government, and we will be here for businesses.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it has been a while since I was able to finish my debate on Bill C-8. The last time I rose, I had 5 minutes, and then we had to break for routine proceedings. But it's great to get back on my feet and talk about this bill. This bill really looks at some of the budget implementations from the economic fiscal update in 2021, and it contains 7 parts to this bill. And a lot of it has to do with amendments to the Income Tax Act. And we've had lots of questions around the 25% income tax for school supplies and some rebates for the farm fuel industry and farmers and producers across Canada. And I'm going to get into those discussions. But what our opposition Liberals are putting forward is that we're holding up this debate. So I would like to first outline a little bit of the timeline of what we've seen from this incompetence in the legislative agenda by the Liberal government, which they're trying to blame us for. So the Liberals didn't introduce this bill until December 15th, right before the rising of the House for the Christmas break. And my colleagues across the way will know that this is factual. Then they didn't start the second reading debate until February 2nd. And second reading was complete a week on February 10th. That was the week of completion of the second reading debate. The Finance Committee studied the bill for less than a month and reported the bill back on March 1st after only 3 meetings. And the current debate on report stage started March 4th, and since then there have been 4 constituency weeks where the House has not met and only 6 days of debate in this chamber. There were 34 sitting days in this House. They're complaining that this bill was not debated for 11 days. So once again, there were 34 sitting days in this House for this bill to be debated, and they're complaining that this bill has only been debated for 11 days. Once again, this government is seen not completely telling the truth to Canadians on where and how this bill has proceeded through the House of Commons in the committee stage. And I said before to a few of my honourable colleagues yesterday when I was asking questions, it's been a long time since I've heard someone be so adamant that it's the opposition's fault for them not getting their work done. It's the equivalent of being a kid and saying the dog ate my homework, Madam Speaker. Just because this government doesn't have the capacity to get their legislative agenda through, it's not the opposition's fault that we're standing and presenting different ideas and different priorities that Canadians might have. And a lot of this debate is around making sure the refundable tax credits are given out. And Madam Speaker, it's just a different philosophy on this side of the House, where the member from Winnipeg North, he gets so excited about how we can hand out money to Canadians across the country. On this side of the House, I asked the question, and a lot of constituents in Regina Louvain always have this question where the government thinks it's exciting for tax return season. But they don't want to have their taxes given back to them at tax season. What they would like is for the government not to take them in the first place. The government isn't giving out government dollars to the Canadians. They're giving back money they shouldn't have taken in the first place, Madam Speaker. That's the problem that we see with this Liberal government. They think the $500 billion that they're throwing around like a drunken sailor, they think that's their money, Madam Speaker. And it's not. Government doesn't earn a dollar. They don't raise a dollar. The only way government gets money is by taking it from Canadians that go to work each and every day and earn that money. So that's why we feel they should be a little bit more careful with their money. And Madam Speaker, I should be more careful to make sure to say that I'm going to split my time with my good friend from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So talking about how the government believes that the money that they're giving back is their money is something that you never really hear that in Saskatchewan from people in Regina Louvain. They always see that the tax season is a little bit of a difficult time because they see all the money, all of the tax rebates that this government is saying, oh, you should be so thankful that we're giving you these refunds. Why take it in the first place, Madam Speaker? That's the question lots of people come to my office and ask. And the other thing is they expect like they're like Robin Hood. Like they expect Canadians to go and kiss the ring and be so grateful that they're getting this money back at tax time when they should have had it throughout the whole year. They should have had that when their kids needed to have new shoes. They should have had that money that they earned when they had to go buy school supplies. They should have had that money, Madam Speaker, when inflation makes groceries $500, $600 more each month, their grocery bill. They should have had that money throughout the whole year, not just given back to them at tax time. And that's something where I think the people across the way just don't understand that all of this money that they continue to shovel out the door time after time, they get it from somewhere, and they get it from everyday Canadians. They're the ones that are stuck paying the bill, Madam Speaker. And we've heard a lot of questions about schools and whether or not when teachers can get their rebates back. You know what I hear from teachers? You know what they're really concerned about and people that are in school divisions across Saskatchewan? The hundreds of thousands of dollars more it's going to cost them each year because of your carbon tax, Madam Speaker. Not yours, the Liberals. Well, the NDP Liberal carbon tax, Madam Speaker. Because it's going to cost hundreds of thousands of dollars more to keep classrooms warm in the winter, to keep classrooms cool in the summer. And Madam Speaker, when it comes to busing in rural Canada, the price it's going to cost for people to have their kids bus to school, the fuel to go in school buses, continues to increase each and every day, Madam Speaker. And that's something that hits people hard in their pocketbooks. And that's basically a trickle-down effect where, because the municipalities and the provinces have to pay for that because of a Liberal initiative, Madam Speaker, it continues to put pressures on each and every level of government. We have school board trustees in school divisions, and we speak with them across Saskatchewan, and that is one of their major concerns. And that's something they can't control. They can't control what the cost is going to be when they have to keep on filling those buses with expensive fuel because of the Liberals' carbon tax. They can't control. You have to. In Saskatchewan, when it's minus 40, you have to have heat in your classrooms. And that's something this government really continues to do in basically each and every one of their pieces of legislation. They continue, Madam Speaker, to ensure that people treated in rural Canada are treated differently than everyone else across the country, Madam Speaker. And that's something where this government continues to try and divide Canadians and make sure that what they're doing is seen as environmentally friendly, but it's really putting Canadians behind, and actually more and more Canadians are being left behind by this government, Madam Speaker. There's another thing that I find interesting when it comes to the economic fiscal update in 2021 and now NC8 and their budget as a whole in 2021 is the fact that of the $500 billion that was earmarked for COVID, because my colleague talked about COVID a lot in his speech, The PBO says of the $500 billion earmarked for COVID, $200 billion of that wasn't even for COVID measures at all. It wasn't, he said it wasn't accounted for in COVID spending. So $200 billion of the $500 billion that this government spent and said they needed to spend on COVID basically isn't accounted for whatsoever, Madam Speaker. And that's something that there really needs to be more accountability when it comes to this government's legislative agenda. And I think that's what they don't like. As we've seen time and time again, accountability isn't very high up on this government's list of priorities. Whether it be the Emergency Act Committee, whether it be the We Security Channel Committee and the Ethics Committee, when it comes to accountability, this is definitely something where this government used to believe that sunlight was the best disinfectant, but that has been a long past one of the things that they actually believe in, Madam Speaker. I remember in 2015 where the Prime Minister used to do his Care Bear stare and say, "We have your backs, Canadian, hand over heart, we have your backs." Well, Madam Speaker, with friends like this Prime Minister, Canadians truly don't need any more enemies. Because if this is the idea of this Prime Minister having the backs of Canadians, where 50% of them are $200 away from bankruptcy, where inflation's going to 6.7%, where the idea of owning a home in Canada for anyone under 30 is now a nightmare because they'll never be able to do it. They'll live in their parents' basements till they're 40, Madam Speaker. So if this is the idea of this Prime Minister having Canadians' backs, I think they would rather he just take his walk in the snow and say goodbye. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm certainly from the vintage of the Care Bear stare. I always thought this member was quite a bit younger than me and assumed that he wouldn't even understand that reference, but he just looks great for his age, I guess. I just don't understand the end goal here of Conservatives. We've had speaker after speaker after speaker, more than 50 speakers speak to C8 since report stage. The Conservatives have clearly identified some issues that they have with the bill, and I get that. But does that justify absolutely doing everything humanly possible and procedurally possible to prevent this legislation from going forward?
The Honourable Member for Regina Leeuwin.
Well, I thank very much. I do remember the Care Bear stare, and there was one back in the 80s, and then there's one again in 2015. And also I remember them talking about, this Prime Minister talking about, you have to imagine things different than space and time. So maybe that's what this Liberal government is doing, is imagining different space and time. And the fact that they can't get their legislative agenda passed might be the fact that they don't actually understand time anymore. So what my colleague has said is basically it's the Conservatives' fault for the Liberals not getting their job done. When I was sent to the House of Commons by the constituents of Regina and Leuven, which I'm honored to do and speak on their behalf, not one of them said, when they voted for me, please make sure the Liberals get their agenda passed. That was not a priority for my constituents of Regina and Leuven. So when I'm going to ask questions on their behalf, Madam Speaker, I'll do it as often as I can to make sure that if this thing does get passed, it's done in the right way.
Honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, but I have a specific question about the tax on under-occupied housing. Everyone agrees on the basic principle, but I have a question about the 1%. Is that going to be effective? I'd like to hear what he has to say about that, because in other places, in BC and France, the percentage is much higher. But beyond that, it's about the how. This smacks of an intrusion into provincial jurisdiction, and particularly Quebec jurisdiction. And instead of having this imposed by Ottawa Knows Best, wouldn't it be better at a municipal level? The Honourable Member.
Thank you very much for his question, and we worked together on the Agriculture Committee, and I do appreciate his insight. One thing I'd say is that this government hasn't really taken a broad enough approach to housing. They brought forward a budget here in 2022 where they're not going to have one house built in a year and a half or 2 years. So what I think is a provincial approach to housing is a good idea. As a member from the legislature of Saskatchewan, I have some responsibilities, and I know how the province has reacted in Saskatchewan to housing issues, and I think there should be respect for provincial jurisdiction, so provinces should have a good say and a fair say on some of the housing initiatives moving forward. But this government has failed on housing since 2015. Housing has got more affordable, vacancies are less, and really, Madam Speaker, it's just a dog's breakfast when you look at this government's housing initiatives.
The honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Speaker. My question to the honourable member for Regina Louvain is, since he's many times spoken and others in the Conservative caucus have spoken about the impact of rising costs on farmers and their opposition to the carbon tax, I'd like to know why the Conservatives then have been holding up Bill C-8, which means that farmers are being held back from getting their rebates of the carbon tax.
For Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much for this question from the NDP Liberal member. I really appreciate that. And the fact is, I was just at the National HoC Convention. There's 400 dairy farmers in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, and you know what they talked about? Not about getting a rebate on the carbon tax, but how much it's going to be for them to pay it when it gets to $170 a ton. That's their biggest concern. They're tired of begging for scraps from the NDP Liberal government table, and they actually want to be listened to. They want the carbon tax scrapped so that they're able to actually make a living for them and their family. So their biggest concern right now isn't the fact that the rebate isn't ready to be submitted yet. The biggest fact is that the government hasn't listened to them and exempted a lot of farm fuels because it's almost like they don't care what farmers across this country think. So maybe what this member should do, and a lot of members should do, is take the opportunity and go visit some farmers, like the member from Kings Hampton in Saskatoon the other couple months ago. It was nice to finally see a Liberal in Saskatchewan again, but not for that long.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Sorry, just I want to note at the outset, Madam Speaker, that I will be moving a sub-amendment at the end of my speech to Bill C-8. As always, it is a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people of Kamloops Thompson Caribou. Out of respect for the 4 young men who lost their lives recently in Kingston, I will be taking a brief moment of silence to recognize their service, their sacrifice, and to honor their memories. On that note, Madam Speaker, I would like to thank all those who've served, both past and present. We have a number of people in this House who've served, and I thank all of them for their service, and I thank all of our brave soldiers who are currently enrolled in the forces for enhancing our country's safety. As I debated about what I was going to speak about in this bill, Madam Speaker, I was thinking about it last night, and one thought that came across my mind was the idea of trust. Trust in the government, and how much trust the average Canadian should or shouldn't put into government. And I also thought about trust when it came to fiscal affairs, trust when it came to spending. Trust when it comes to this country's finances is important. Do Canadians trust the government, this government, but all of us here, to be good stewards of their money? Where I am left, Madam Speaker, is here. When we think about finances, and I recognize that no government is perfect, but the Prime Minister previously said things like the budget would balance itself, that the budget would be balanced by 2019. I believe that was to be set in stone. And during our most recent federal election, that a reporter, or Canadians generally, ought to forgive him if he didn't think about monetary policy. These things worry me. And they worry me as a parliamentarian, as a Canadian, as a father, as a husband, and as a member of Kamloops Thompson Caribou. I've spoken about my background in this House, but I'll do it again because I think it's appropriate at this time. My dad came from Italy when he was in his early teens. My mom came as a young woman, and they met in Kamloops Thompson Caribou. My dad was a sawmill worker. My mom was a homemaker who went back to work when I was about 10 years old. My parents paid off 2 houses on 1 income. As a young man, we didn't go out for dinner because we couldn't afford it. Family trips to Vancouver were a big deal. Now, as a parliamentarian, got to be candid, it was fairly novel to go on planes. The luster has worn off, I'll admit, but it's still an honor to be here at all times. What I learned is this, Madam Speaker. It is important to have one's own financial house in order. And that house includes this house and what we are spending in this house. It is important to be a good steward of the economy. I remember my parents and my dad driving a 1967 Ford into the 1990s. Why? Because that was a prudent financial move. My dad bought a truck, I believe it was in 1981, and he practically ran it into the ground. We as government cannot act like we are leasing a Rolls-Royce when we can afford a lesser vehicle. The problem I'm arriving at is this. Interest rates are rising. This means that life will become more expensive. I'm focusing on spending here, but there's a lot to say on Bill C-8. We just saw interest rates rise about a half point, Madam Speaker. That's going to make every mortgage more expensive. It's going to make every line of credit more expensive, and there will be an impact on housing. There will be an impact on spending generally. Now, this fall economic statement increases government spending by about $71.2 billion. I'm concerned about the lack of relief when it comes to the cost of living in this bill. It's a fairly lengthy bill, and I know that colleagues across this House will point to aspects of the bill that are meritorious. One thing I'm highlighting, though, is just the gravity of the spending at $71.2 billion. This is against a backdrop wherein inflation hit 6.7% in March. The last time inflation was this bad was in the early 90s when the GST had just been introduced, and I remember a can of soda going from 95 cents to $1.02, and we just weren't used to using our pennies. That is where inflation is right now. My colleagues across the aisle in particular have pointed out that inflation is a global problem. Globally, inflation is occurring, but that doesn't mean that we ignore it locally, Madam Speaker, because inflation, Madam Speaker, is exacerbated by local policies. The printing of money necessarily contributes to inflation because more money is chasing around the same amount of property and services. This high spending agenda also concerns me. When we have high deficits, who pays? One of the reasons that payday loans, for instance, have been heavily scrutinized is because they are compounded and it can result in death by 1,000 financial cuts. People who simply can't afford another payment or another tax or another bit of interest. The same goes for credit cards. And with all due respect, I see this government, if I can draw an analogy, as to having a credit card when it comes to the Canadian economy and when it comes to the spending on behalf of Canadians. Here's the problem, Madam Speaker. It's like that credit card is maxed out. So rather than pay it off, the government keeps on making the minimum payments. That sounds like a good plan, but eventually the minimum payment just won't cut it. So what do? You up your credit limit. That's what I feel is happening when it comes to this country's finances. What happens when this country's credit limit cannot increase any more? In 10 years, the Prime Minister may be going off to another climate conference in Scotland. He may be surfing in Tofino. But my question is this: when that credit card is maxed out, who is going to pay? The Prime Minister likely won't be in this House to recognize that. So who's going to pay? I am. We are. The people of Canada are. Research from my office indicates that federal interest payments alone will reach $26.9 billion in 2022 and 2023. This is estimated to be $49.2 billion by 2026 to 2027. That's $16 billion. My rudimentary research, Madam Speaker, is that our military operates on a budget of $22 billion per year. So 3/4 of our military spending will be taken up just in the differential of interest payments between 2022 and 2026-27. That should be concerning. We still have spent double our military expenditure in just interest in this last year. So how do we deal with this? Is it going to be a home equity tax? The government has said no, but it has to come from somewhere. Is it going to be tax on capital gains? Is the NDP Liberal government going to go there? Will it be taxes on the middle taxes? More taxes for more spending. Those are my concerns about this, Madam Speaker. I have more to say, but I want to make sure that I move this amendment in time. So I move, seconded by the member for Brantford-Brant, as follows: that the amendment to C8 be amended by adding the following: and that the committee report back then no later than 10 sitting days following the adoption of this motion. End quote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Caputo, seconded by Mr. Brock, moved the following sub-amendment. I move, seconded by Mr. Brock, that the amendment be amended by adding the following: and that the committee report back no later than 10 sitting days following the adoption of this motion. The sub-amendment is in order. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I listened quite attentively to the member's discussion about the level of debt that's been taken on by this country, and there's no doubt that it is an extremely large amount that was taken on, in particular to provide and assist Canadians collectively throughout the COVID pandemic. And I'll give this member the benefit of the doubt that perhaps he wasn't in this House when a lot of that funding was passed and spent. But I would like to inform him that the vast majority of that spending was done through unanimous consent motions. Conservatives voted in favor of that. This member, all of his colleagues voted in favor, quite often through unanimous consent, for spending that money. I'm curious how he can justify standing before this House and being overtly critical of the spending when his own colleagues voted in favor of it all.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Madam Speaker, I can be critical of imprudent spending. When my colleagues stood up, we were in the midst of a pandemic, and I admit that at this point we are still in an endemic. However, as the colleagues across the aisle like to point out, we have recovered all of the jobs, and our economy, according to them, is roaring. So we're here debating what's happening today, not the spending that happened yesterday. C8 is about today. So to reference and to allude to the fact that I simply don't know what I'm talking about because I'm talking about today, with respect, misses the mark.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his very sensitive presentation. I appreciate my colleague. I've spent 12 days with him in Italy during a mission not too long ago. I'd like to hear what he has to say on the affordability of housing We are in an overextended market, a very hot market, where unoccupancy rates are at less than 3%. There have been 18.6% increases. Over the past 5 years in Montreal, a $2,000 rent is deemed, if we understand rightly, is deemed as being normal by the government. What does my colleague have to say? Are there any possible solutions to this?
Thompson Caribou.
Merci for la question. I hope I said that correctly. I am working on my French, and I want to thank my honourable colleague. It was a pleasure thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll start again. It was a pleasure to spend time with my honourable colleague. He's somebody who really does care about what happens in this chamber, and I appreciate his question. I had hoped to talk about housing, but I just didn't get there. What we need is shovels in the ground. This is a supply and demand issue. So I frequently heard the housing minister in this chamber talk about the fact that we've spent this money, we've spent this, we've done this, we've done this. What we need is to increase the supply. Having programs that encourage people to save up over the years, that may well be helpful for some people, but those programs likely don't go far enough when housing has doubled from 430,000 to over 850,000 in this mandate. So to answer the question, to be as direct as possible, we need shovels in the grounds, and to encourage that. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Albany.
Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his speech. And Madam Speaker, we're hearing from teachers, the same teachers that throughout COVID, they've had to endure so much challenges. They've had to pivot to deliver online classes. Many of them have pulled out of pocket to help make sure that their students have the supplies and the necessary tools to be able to continue learning. So these educators are relying on a tax break that's provided in this bill, Madam Speaker, that's going to give them an increase from 15 to 25% on the school supplies that they purchase, many of them subsidizing the school systems. So my question through you, Madam Speaker, to my colleague is, why are they holding up this very important piece of legislation which is going to support those educators that we absolutely need to support, Madam Speaker?
Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
First off, Madam Speaker, I reject the premise that Conservatives are holding this up. This place, the House of Commons, is predicated on rigorous debate, and we debate things as part of the democratic process. I have heard from teachers about this, and I was actually speaking with one of my colleagues today and learned this. If the government had chosen otherwise, as in the choices between a refundable versus a non-refundable tax credit, royal assent would not have been needed. So this was actually an issue when it came to drafting the legislation, as I understand it, and that's the issue. My sisters are both teachers. I would love to see this matter get dealt with as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint Laurent.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member from King's Hands. It's a pleasure to rise to speak to Bill C-8 today. The government knows that elevated inflation and the rise of gas prices are leading Canadians to worry about the cost of living as the pandemic continues to affect our everyday lives. Let me remind honourable members in this House that this is a global phenomenon driven by the unprecedented challenge of reopening the world's economy. For 2 years, Canadians have been grappling with COVID-19. And 2 years ago, this pandemic triggered the steepest economic contraction in Canada since the Great Depression. At its worst, it cost 3 million Canadians their jobs as our GDP shrank by 17%. Today, and even in spite of ongoing challenges presented by the pandemic, we are on a strong footing. Canadians have put saving lives first. That has meant one of the lowest mortality rates in the G7. As of March 13, 85% of Canadians 5 and older are fully vaccinated. And the Canadian economy has seen the benefits of prioritizing our health. The Canadian labour market rebounded strongly from Omicron back in February. We have already more than recovered the jobs lost, a healing which took 8 months longer after the much milder 2008 recession. In fact, we have recovered 115% of the jobs lost during the pandemic, compared to just 93% in the United States and faster than any other recessions. The unemployment rate fell to 5.7, the lowest since we started collecting data in this way. Canada continued to see a strong economic recovery in the fourth quarter, with economic activity increasing 6.7%. And encouragingly, growth was broad-based, supported by solid underlying fundamentals and an ongoing rebound in sectors hit hardest by the pandemic. However, this growth could not have happened and had not been achieved without government support. Our government delivered significant fiscal policy in order to support Canadians during the pandemic, and this has contributed to a rapid and resilient recovery so far. Last December, we introduced Bill C-8, which seeks to address housing affordability through the implementation of a national annual 1% tax on the value of non-resident, non-Canadian owned residential real estate in Canada that is considered to be vacant or underused, something our government announced as part of Budget 2021 to crack down on underused housing. The bill would introduce a new act, the Underused Housing Tax Act, to ensure that non-resident, non-Canadian owners, particularly those who use Canada as a place to passively store their wealth in housing, pay their fair share of Canadian tax, beginning in the 2022 calendar year. We're also working to address the issue of supply chain disruptions from around the world and shipping bottlenecks that have made it harder for Canadians and businesses to get products and supplies they need, and in many cases are contributing to rising prices. Ms. Speaker, let's review the facts. Bill C-8 was tabled in the wake of the Omicron variant. The bill contains critical support for Canadians, including a tax credit for businesses who improved their ventilation in the wake of COVID, an expansion of the school supplies tax credit for teachers who bought additional supplies as a result of virtual school, a return of the price on pollution for farmers in backstop jurisdictions, $1.72 billion for rapid tests, $300 million to support proof of vaccination systems developed by provinces and territories. Bill C-8 also proposes to establish a statutory authority for the Minister of Health to make payments in a total amount of up to $300 million to provinces and territories for costs associated with implementing COVID-19 proof of vaccination credential programs in the jurisdiction. And another important tool in our toolbox to navigate through this pandemic is the use of rapid tests, with studies suggesting that people without symptoms may cause up to 50% of COVID-19 transmission. It's obvious that rapid tests can significantly help reduce the risk of outbreaks. The Conservatives have seen fit to filibuster this bill for months on end, using procedural tricks to stop this support from getting to Canadians, who quite rightly expect and deserve better. With their report stage amendments, the Conservatives tried to delete from the bill an expansion for the school supplies tax credit for teachers who bought additional supplies as a result of virtual school, a return of the price of pollution for farmers in backstop jurisdictions, a tax credit for businesses who improved their ventilation in the wake of COVID, the expanded Northern Resident Economic Deduction, $100 million for provinces and territories to support ventilation projects in schools, and $300 million to fund provinces and territories in order to support existing proof of vaccination initiatives. Madam Speaker, over the last 2 years, our government has put in place comprehensive, broad-based support programs, which have since evolved to more targeted measures. We did this because it was the right thing to do at this time. As we look to the years ahead, our government is determined to continue to do what is necessary to support and sustain the recovery and provide help where it is needed to create jobs and set the stage for strong growth in the years to come. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Thompson, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people of Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. I'd like to ask my colleague this. At the conclusion of her speech, she talked about Conservatives and procedural delays. It seems to me that when the Liberals were in opposition, the same would occur. Be that as it may, let's talk about the fact that there was a pandemic election, as British Columbia literally burned, and as Kabul did as well. On top of that, we also weren't recalled back to Parliament until well into November. How can this member say that the Conservatives are the ones to blame for the late fall economic update when we weren't even sitting in Parliament because of the Prime Minister's decision?
Honourable member for Saint Laurent.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to, through you, thank the member for his question. This was introduced back in the fall. It's the fall economic statement, and today we are May the 3rd. Still debating this in order to get help back to Canadians who need it. So yes, definitely there's been a delay. We've been trying to get this legislation debated for months, and we're still here today because of the Conservatives. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last spring, the Bloc Québécois tabled a motion asking this House to recognise the fact that Quebec is a nation with French as its only official language. Most members of this House voted yes, but my colleague, who just gave a speech, abstained from the vote. She probably had more interesting things to do that day, probably had gardening to do or something boiling over on the hob. So I would like to ask everyone, before everyone, yes or no, is Quebec a nation? The Honourable Member for Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the Honourable Member for that question. As we stated today, we are here to debate Bill C8, a bill that is very important to bring help to my constituents, a tax credit, for example, for changes to teachers and professors, changes incurred over the past 2 years because they had to buy various things for their students. And that's the reason for which I stood here to speak about this very important bill. Thank you.
Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My honourable colleague touched upon housing, and I think there's not a member in this House that doesn't have constituents with serious concerns about the lack of affordable housing. There are some measures in this bill that do deal with housing, I think mainly about underutilization of property, but there is nothing in the bill about an anti-flipping tax, nothing on blind auctions, no real additional funding to increase affordable supply, or a housing strategy by and for Indigenous communities. I'm wondering what my honourable colleague thinks about that and what measures she thinks the government should take in order to provide affordable housing options for Canadians in this country.
The Honourable Member for Saint Laurent.
I'd like to thank the member for his question through you, Madam Speaker, and say that I agree that housing needs to become more affordable. This is only a start to how we can get it to that point, and I know that our government has spoken about commitments to further helping housing become affordable in Canada, and so I look forward to working with the member on this point. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One item that was not in C8 was a guaranteed income for folks with disabilities. I want to start by thanking the member for Saint Laurent for her support alongside over 100 parliamentarians in this place who've called out, in light of that, for the government to reintroduce substantial legislation for the Canada Disability Benefit. I wonder if she would mind sharing the importance of reintroducing the Canada Disability Benefit. Thank you.
Member for Saint Laurent.
I'd like to thank the member through you, Madam Chair, and basically I obviously completely agree that Canadians living with disabilities need extra supports, and I would personally support any initiative that was to help Canadians with disabilities get the support that they need. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for King's Heads.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a privilege to be able to have the opportunity to rise and to be able to speak to important legislation, including today on C8. And I had the opportunity a couple of weeks ago, Madam Speaker, and I want to start on the offset to say that I was sick of hearing from C8. And I still am. I gladly stand here and will speak to it, but I want to go on the record of saying how disappointing it has been to see that this bill has not moved through the House at the speed in which it would. And for those Canadians that are watching home today, C8 is actually legislative introduction of measures that were introduced before Christmas in the fall economic statement. And the reality is, I think we're on day 11 or 12 right now, and it's concerning that these measures have not been brought forward. And I've chided some of my colleagues opposite in terms of their
seemingly desire to want to keep this in this place for quite some time. So I'll start with that. But I also want to go on the record, Madam Speaker. We're hearing news from the United States, although there's not yet a decision, but we're seeing reports of the fact that Roe versus Wade, the really important fundamental decision that has reinforced a woman's right to choose, could be overturned by the Supreme Court of the United States. And I just want to go on record, Madam Speaker, in saying how concerning that is. I know that we as Canadian parliamentarians don't get to control judicial decisions in the U.S., but the policy implications and the impact on women across the United States is concerning. And I think it's important for all members of Parliament in this House to reaffirm the belief and the protection of a woman's right to choose on her own body. And we'll see where that conversation goes in the days ahead in Canada, but it is a sharp reminder of that importance. One key element of C8 is the returning of fuel surcharges on the price on pollution. And Madam Speaker, we've heard a lot of conversation about the price on pollution in this House. I am proudly the chair of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food, and we had discussions about this in terms of practices on farm like grain drying, like the heating of barns and certain elements, and making sure that that is something that where farmers aren't able to make a transition, where they're not able to take on different techniques to get around the price, that we don't want to be punitive. And there's $100 million in C8 that is extremely important to be able to get out for farmers in backstop jurisdictions. So backstop jurisdictions are Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta. And I had the opportunity, as the member from Regina Leuven commented earlier in the House, to be in Saskatchewan about 2 weeks ago, just as we had a break. Certainly heard a lot from farmers around the price on pollution, and I reminded them the importance of getting this legislation through. Now, I know some of my Conservative colleagues will take a different view about the policy altogether, but I reminded them that this government is recognizing that we want to make sure that the price signal stays, but that we have a way to recompensate farmers. And I reminded the good folks in Saskatchewan that they should turn to their Conservative members of Parliament and make sure that we get this legislation through so that support can be going to farmers. So I'll keep that message for my kind colleagues across the way. Madam Speaker, that element of C8 gives me an opportunity, I think, to talk about the importance of agriculture. I've had the opportunity in this House to speak to it before, but on February 24th, the world has fundamentally changed in terms of its outlook. First and foremost, because of what we're seeing in Ukraine and the tragedy and the impact and the human suffering. Of course, we're proud of the way that Ukrainians have stepped up to defend their sovereignty and indeed to defend rules-based international orders, and we've been there. And, you know, today's not a conversation on that, but the implications of that are such that we are staring down a global food shortage. Madam Speaker, let that sink in, that not just in the next couple months, but for the next 3 to 5 years, the implications and the destruction of some of the agriculture infrastructure in Eastern Europe is going to have complications across the world. Indeed, it'll be felt here in Canada. We have propensity to step up and fill that gap, and I think that it's a really important time for all parliamentarians, regardless of their what area of the country they represent, to understand that we have a chance to do and to support the world in food production. And I wanted to just highlight for colleagues the importance of our agriculture and agri-food industry. It's 1 in 8 Canadian jobs, Madam Speaker. You know, that's 12, almost 13% of the Canadian workforce is tied to this particular industry. Represents $140 billion to our gross domestic product every year. And I really do believe, again, because of world events that we've seen, there will be a heightened focus on food policy and the way in which we as parliamentarians can be constructive in that conversation to make sure that Canada can play its part in the global context. As I mentioned, I did spend 4 or 5 days in Saskatchewan, and let me go on record, Madam Speaker, for saying how impressive it was to see the innovation, the ingenuity, and really the tremendous work of farmers and those that are involved in the industry, not only in Saskatchewan. I know this is happening across the country, but Saskatchewan is certainly the heartland for where this is happening. 40% of our arable lands are in that province. And I want to take the opportunity to talk about a few things that I think will be particularly important. And I'll move quickly because I only have so much time. Commodities are through the roof, Madam Speaker. We know that the prices for energy, the price for fertilizer, indeed the prices for our cash crops are high. And that is going to create tremendous pressure on our transportation sector. And I think now is the opportunity, Madam Speaker, to be identifying ways in which the government can work with rail companies in particular to try to address what we know is going to be a demand surge at the time that energy, critical minerals, and harvest is all going to be coming to pass at the same time. And I had a conversation with, I believe, Dr. Richard Gray at the University of Saskatchewan. I want to mention him. Two suggestions that he had was to have agronomists that are already on the ground across the country to be taking inventory of what we expect for a harvest come harvest time, so that we can have actual estimates of the type of tonnage that is going to be needed and the number of rail cars that are going to be needed to be able to get this to port. The other suggestion, of course, is to work, again, with the transportation industry to say, how can we meet this demand? Because it will not be a matter of the farmers planting. We know that the market signals are high, that they will indeed be doing that. It's going to be whether or not we have the opportunity to get it to market. Plant breeding. It's not necessarily a sexy topic, Madam Speaker, but it is going to be extremely important. It has been extremely important in the past. We talk about canola, for example. Back in the 1990s, canola didn't exist in the way that we know it today. That was driven by innovation through plant breeding cycles. And I think it's particularly important for the government to be looking at its guidance documents for gene editing. This comes under Health Canada. It allows us to have a regulatory market that can drive innovation in this space. I think it's going to be particularly important. My understanding is before Christmas this was set to become forward. I think that the sooner we as a government and all as parliamentarians can be calling for this, I think would be very beneficial. I see I have 2 minutes. Plant protein. I had the opportunity to be in Vanscoy, just outside of Saskatoon, at the ingredient facility, $300 million facility that is driving at the really at the tip of the iceberg of what the plant-based protein industry represents. And indeed, this is something of a global movement, but our prairie provinces are well placed to take this opportunity. I was very pleased to see in the budget the increase, or I should say the continuation of funding for the supercluster. Hats off to Protein Industries Canada for their work in driving some of these private partnerships and capital that we've seen. Madame la Présidente, je veux aussi prendre un moment.
Madam Speaker, I'd also like to take a moment to recognize the importance of supply management, especially during the pandemic, which has demonstrated the resilience of the system to support our farmers throughout the country. Now, some say that Canada might do better without supply management, but the system allows us to conserve national capacity throughout the country, guarantees fair and equitable prices, always including a competitive factor in the modeling. And unlike what is done in the United States and Europe, no government intervention is necessary. I am proud to represent a riding with the highest concentration of supply-managed farms in Atlantic Canada. However, the member for Parry Sound Muskoka is openly saying that we should dismantle the system. And Conservatives have not been constant in their support. Budget 2022 made significant commitments to the sector, and I know that farmers from all of the country will be taking that into account. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Regina Luvan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I do appreciate my friend from King's Hand's speech. And I always like when people talk about Saskatchewan, not Saskatchewan. So I'll help him out with some pronunciation for when he goes back next time. And it's great to see a Liberal in Saskatchewan because it's been a long time provincially since 1999 since he won a seat. And then after Mr. Goodale departed because the voters got sick of him, it's been since 2019. So I'm wondering, if, with all this experience in Saskatchewan, I'm wondering if he'd like us to put the Liberals on the species at risk list for Saskatchewan because there's lots of rare sightings in Saskatchewan. Liberals, Blue Bombers fans, so we want to make sure once they get there, they feel safe when they are in our province.
Honourable member for Kings Heads.
Madam Speaker, look, let me say to my member opposite in Regina Leuven, I have great respect for him. I've worked with him on the Agriculture Committee. His question is not a serious one, of course. I would ask him back across the way whether or not we'd like to put the Conservatives on species at risk in Prince Edward Island or Newfoundland and Labrador, indeed, in many cases, Nova Scotia, all of Atlantic Canada. So I don't think the question is really constructive. Let me just go on record as saying, really enjoyed my time. Saskatchewan could really use someone like Ralph Goodale at the table to make sure there's strong representation here at the federal level.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Chatham, Kent Limington.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech, and I appreciated his raising of the request for the guidance documents. I met with representatives of CropLife Canada this morning. They too have been looking for them since December 8th, so I hope he has the opportunity to encourage the minister to release those very, very soon. I want to ask him more specifically about the price on pollution on fuels, particularly for grain drying, as to why he would consider the approach that the government is taking in Bill C-8 superior to one that is being proposed under Bill C-234. He mentions they want to keep a price signal. However, when there aren't viable alternatives, what is that price signal doing? Is he hearing from his constituents, as I am from mine, that his is the more preferable approach?
Honourable member for Kings Heads.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Leamington for the question and for our collaboration on the Agriculture Committee. A couple things I'll address first. On price on pollution, to be fair, I don't hear a whole lot from my farmers in Nova Scotia. The provincial government there has taken an approach in terms of carbon pricing that really hasn't had perhaps maybe the same impact or a differential impact than perhaps his constituents in Leamington. So I don't hear a lot from my farmers in Kings Heads on that. As it relates to the price, again, we're going to continue to drive innovation. Government wants to see the industry be able to take on different methods that exist. Now, some of those are coming to bear. Some of them are not here yet in the market. I worry about getting rid of the price signal altogether stymies some of that innovation. And I know it becomes a bit of an ideological argument. This bill that we're talking about today tries to recognize, and it's the government's approach, is saying we want to make sure money is returned for farmers where there's not an alternative to move right now. But we think that alternative is going to be coming in the days ahead.
L'honorable député de Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. We know that the government has put off its idea of doing something about tax havens. I'd like to hear from my colleague on that. We've been talking about money and budgets, and that would be a good way to address our significant deficits. What does my colleague think about tax havens in the context of this budget? Thank you. The honourable member for Kings Heads. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I will answer in English because there are some terms about tax havens that are different in English.
My understanding is the government has taken on a number of initiatives to be able to reclaim individuals that are trying to move forward with tax havens. My view as a parliamentarian would be it's fine to say that we're going to try to go after and have different types of tax changes in the country, but I think that this has to be a global effort, very similar to where we've put a minimum corporate income tax and partnered globally. I think those same types of principles need to apply in working in partnership such that individuals that have the means to be able to perhaps try to move their money to other jurisdictions to avoid taxes aren't able to move it to other jurisdictions at the behest of Canada, but we work in a multilateral form in order to make sure that individuals that have very high incomes are paying their fair and equitable share towards public programs.
Debate, the honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and today I'll be speaking again on C8 for those out in Canada who are watching today. And I'm going to be speaking how C8 fails our farmers. I've learned recently, we were back in British Columbia, and I spoke to our grain growers in my neck of the woods, which is northeastern BC, about how dramatic the costs have risen over even the last 12 months. And C8 doesn't help, but it just makes it worse. So I'm going to just speak to that. And ultimately, when we put our farmers at risk, we really put our food security all at risk. So I'm going to mention the BC Grain Growers. That's the group that I met with in Dawson Creek a couple of weeks ago. Good folks, President Malcolm Odermatt of Fort St. John, Vice President Jennifer Critcher of Tower Lake, Robert Vanderlinden of Clayhurst, Ernest Weep from Rose Prairie, and researcher Kristen Brody of Fort St. John. And you know, we heard what was obvious. We talked about Ukraine and you know, the effects of Putin's invasion of Ukraine and its effects globally on fertilizer and things like that. But that even accentuates what I'm going to speak about, Madam Speaker, because at a time when our farmers are getting hit with all these increased costs of input costs, the government should be looking at any way possible how to support our farmers. So this is what I heard. This is from Farmers Direct. So from Ernest Weeb, Rose Prairie. Fuel has doubled over 12 months from 73 cents a litre to $1.55 a litre this year. One farmer alone, so this is Ernest's farm, this is speculating what the cost will be. Last year it was $110,000 in 2021 for fuel, and in 2022 it'll be $230,000, Madam Speaker. Inputs have doubled, seed has doubled, fertilizer has doubled, like I've already said. So it highlights, again, what the government could do with C8. Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you for reminding me. I am supposed to share my time with the member for Battle River Crowfoot. Thank you for the reminder. That's a clever prop there, ma'am. But anyway, I digress. So C8, and what C8 really could do, and the member from the Liberal Party across the way had already spoken about it, what C8 doesn't do, what's been asked of the government to do is to extend the carbon tax exemption to propane and natural gas. You know, instead of just diesel, it really needs to be applied across the board. For some, maybe if you're in Toronto or Ottawa or Vancouver, heating your shop might be an option, but where we live, in northern BC, it gets down to -40 for long periods of time. It really isn't an option. And when you talk about natural gas and propane, it's also used in grain drying. So it's very much a needed commodity up there. And we're asking the government to add propane and natural gas to be exempted from fuel. So, you know, we're talking about carbon tax credits to our farmers, and I haven't even brought up the fact of what they really do in terms of putting carbon in the ground and carbon sequestration and all the other measures that farmers really contribute to our environment but don't get credit for. But I guess maybe what I'll talk about is C8, what the government is offering. So what it says it's offering $1.73 per $100, I think, is the promise that it's made in form of a rebate. But what the Parliamentary Budget Officer has already come back with is a figure much lower than that. And I'll just digress one little bit. A rebate, Madam Speaker, is something that a farmer has to apply for and then get refunded in the future. So it could be a year, it could be 18 months before the farmer ever sees a dime of that particular rebate, or maybe never at all. Maybe a form is filled out incorrectly and the farmer doesn't see any rebate. But let's get down into the brass tacks of what the government's offering. It's a lofty promise, but this is what really happens. And this is from the Member of Parliament for Foothills in a previous speech. From the very beginning, when the Liberals have talked about their carbon tax, they have always said it is going to be revenue neutral, and that whatever anyone pays into the carbon tax, they are going to get back in a rebate. We know from the Parliamentary Budget Officer that came out last week that this is completely untrue. In fact, Canadian farmers only get about $1.70 for every $1,000 of eligible expenses that they pay on the farm. That is definitely not revenue neutral. In fact, that is only a fraction of what a farmer or farm family producer or agri-food business would spend in a carbon tax. So, Madam Speaker, huge cost to farmers right now. We see at an all-time high is the risk that farmers are really under too, with huge costs. The same margins are the way they've pretty much always been, but again, the risk is much higher. And I would like to, talk about a positive way. That the Liberals could actually change this in C8. But we have put forward a motion on this side of the House. The member for Huron-Bruce previously was 204 by a member in the House, previous Parliament. This Parliament, it's C234. And it does exactly what I'm asking to do today. And I'll read it out, Madam Speaker. According to Bill C8, the fall update on page 83, the rebate is $1.73. When I read that, I thought it was $100. This is the member for Huron-Bruce. I thought it was per $100 of eligible expenses, but it is actually per $1,000 of eligible expenses. Therefore, if farmers have $1 million in eligible expenses on their farms, they would not even receive an $1,800 rebate. Madam Speaker, it's cents on the dollar. And this again when farmers at an all-time high of just pure risk and pure money that they're spending, and all dependent on the weather to get our food on our tables. And once again, the Liberals across the way who say that the carbon tax is neutral, and this is from the PBO. This isn't just from the member from Calgary or Foothills. This is from the PBO. The PBO recently updated the fiscal cost of C234, and this is what exactly the cost, the carbon tax that's on propane and heating, and the benefit that the farmers would receive. And this is what the PBO has said that the net gain would be. The PBO recently updated its fiscal cost of 234, what farmers would save. Previously, reports were done for its predecessor, C206. As you can see, the numbers are relatively similar, with cumulative costs being $1.107 billion, Madam Speaker, versus $1.104 billion for C206. So clearly, Madam Speaker, we have a plan. The government could be putting this in C8, as I heard the member across the way even refer to it. This would be a really easy fix for farmers, really supportive for farmers, and especially a very trying time that we're stepping into in 2022. But I'm going to speak a little bit more about 234, another quote from the member from Foothills. In contrast to what is being offered by the Liberals in Bill C8, the Conservatives have put forward a private member's bill, C234, that would exempt farm fuel from the carbon tax, specifically natural gas and propane used for heating and cooling barns and buildings, as well as for drying grain. That would allow those farmers to hold that money in their accounts and reinvest those dollars into their operations, again, to make them more efficient and more sustainable. Unlike the Liberals' carbon tax in Bill C8, Bill C234 has almost unanimous support amongst agriculture stakeholders, including the Agriculture Carbon Alliance, which is a coalition of 14 different national farm organizations that represent 190,000 farm businesses and more than $70 billion in cash receipts. I think that is pretty critical. When all those groups are supporting our approach to reducing emissions compared to the Liberals' obviously failing option. So, Madam Speaker, the Liberals are wondering why, they say we're holding up debate and holding up the House and the rest of it. But when there's simple things like this that they could be doing for farmers across the country, especially farmers in my riding that I just spoke to 2 weeks ago, it's unfortunate that they won't make those simple changes that might get some support across Canada on that. And most of all, I'll finish with this, Madam Speaker. Whenever we put our farmers at risk and their businesses fail, what concerns me is one failed farm business, the implications to our food security and food on our tables across the country and well into the future. We all know that once farms fail, they rarely come back. So, Madam Speaker, I'll finish up with this. The Liberals know the right thing to do on C8. They have the opportunity to fix it and make it better. I would ask them to do that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Towards the conclusion of his speech, Madam Speaker, he justified why Conservatives have intentionally slowed this down. He basically just said that it's because there's something in here that he would like to see different. But that's not how the democratic process works. This bill was introduced, it was debated here, it went to committee, suggestions were made there, it comes back from committee. You win some, you lose some. He might not get exactly what he's looking for right now, but at the end of the day, he has to respect the fact that the democratic process worked. So what he's basically saying is, because he didn't get his way, he's going to kick and scream and not let this this bill pass. Is that essentially what he's trying to tell this House?
Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I really look forward to opportunities to speak to the House. And this is the first time I've been speaking to C8 in respect to farmers and the effects of C8 in a negative way to their operations and really their farm families. So this is part of the debate. This is part of what the House of Commons is for. And the member, I wish he would recognize that across the way. This is part of democracy. And we've seen this government across the way do a bunch of things that are frankly undemocratic that Canadians are becoming more and more aware of. The strong-handed, strong-armed Prime Minister, and followed up by support like members that have just asked the question. So my hope would that we could get some better measures in C8, and that's why we debate today. Thank you.
Honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I appreciate the fact that he talked a lot about agriculture. It's true that we're on the committee together. I'd like to ask what more can be done for the farming world. Of course, there are credits that apply across the board, but what would be a more cutting-edge way of dealing with these issues and helping our farmers? For example, there's compensation for supply management. There's environmental issues. I'd like to hear more from him. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's a great opportunity for me to talk once again about C234. This is the measure that we referred to that could potentially give carbon tax exemption to farmers for propane and natural gas, for drying, for heating their shops, etc. So there's a perfect opportunity. It's not been finished yet, the votes. We still have an opportunity to support it. I would hope that the members across in the Liberal Party would support a measure like this because they missed the opportunity before if they really want to do great things for our farmers in this country. So that opportunity is still forthcoming, and again, I hope to see support for that across the way.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies for his speech. He obviously cares a lot about the farmers in his riding. He also, I know, has a lot of small businesses in his riding, a lot of tourism operators, and yet this government has abandoned small businesses and tour operators in the last year because they haven't extended the supports they need to get through this last Omicron variant. The tourism industry has pleaded to extend those benefits to the end of the summer. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business wants CEBA loans extended for 2 years, and this government has abandoned them. I'm just wondering why the Conservatives are siding with the government in abandoning small businesses and tourism operators.
The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
I really respect the member, but to say that we're siding with the other side is really rich. When we just have seen the terms of the NDP Liberal marriage, it's clear for all to see. But I'll just bring up one example of the way the government promised one thing. They said carbon tax was going to be neutral. But here again, we see from the PBO themselves, it said that the net benefits, that just this one carbon tax offering alone, this exemption, would save farmers across Canada $1.107 billion. That would be huge for our farm families and our farmers across the way, across this land. So my hope, again, is that Bill C234 passes. Again, the government makes a good change to C8, but I digress. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the time today.
Reprise du débat. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as always, it is an honour to enter into debate into this place and on such important issues. So before I get into the substance of Bill C8, and I have a lot to say about that, and I know a lot that my constituents certainly expect me to say. Let me I trust, Madam Speaker, that you'll give me just a little bit of latitude. I wanted to share specifically how much I appreciated being able to join with members from, I think, all parties to be able to join this morning at the Sam Sharp breakfast. where joining with other parliamentarians, veterans' rights groups and organizations, and folks from across the country, including some of both current and retired serving military personnel, to hear from an esteemed guest speaker and to talk about the need to ensure that mental wellness and operational stress injuries, PTSD, is a part of the central conversation related to the realities that our men and women in uniform face on a daily basis. So, Madam Speaker, I just wanted to start my remarks by simply thanking the member from Durham and retired General and Senator Romeo Dallaire for their work in helping make sure that we could have what I think was very, very important. Yes, a big hand for them. And how fitting, Madam Speaker, for the first public event in 2 years, being able to bring together members of our military to talk about something as important as mental health, so very important. So thank you very much to all those who made that happen. And I look forward to more of these sorts of events happening in the heart of Canada's, what is supposed to be Canada's democratic infrastructure. Madam Speaker, now the second part of the context for this debate I think is very, very important. We are debating Bill C-8, a bill to implement various measures related to the fall economic update. But, Madam Speaker, the context here is incredibly important. The Liberals have claimed a lot of things, as they often do, about how it's somehow Conservatives' fault for the fact that we're now in May. Hard to believe that it's May, but we're in May still debating the fall, the implementation of various measures of the fall economic update. Madam Speaker, what they fail to mention is the fact, and this is the fact, that it was only, I believe, the day before or 2 days before Parliament rose for the Christmas break, for the winter break, that this bill was introduced. Well, Madam Speaker, if they were serious about their legislative agenda, they could have prioritized this to see that it was passed and to allow for what is the fundamental function of this place, to ensure that members of Parliament are able to speak to such important pieces of legislation. You know, I find it really ironic that members opposite will talk about how it's all the opposition's fault. Well, Madam Speaker, it's a little bit like the coach of a losing team blaming the fans for how their performance on the ice or on the field. So, Madam Speaker, certainly I hope that the government, and although I'm deeply troubled by the passing of bill, or of motion 11, which I think could have serious consequences to democratic discourse within our country, I hope the Liberals and their partners in the NDP will think long and hard about how we all have the responsibility to take our jobs very, very seriously. And on that, Madam Speaker, to jump into the substance of what Bill C-8 is about, and I would just note, I heard comments from my colleague from Prince George, and earlier my colleague from Regina Louvain, and there's important context for some of the measures that are included. Now, Part 1 of Bill C-8 talks about various amendments that will be made to the Income Tax Act. And when it comes to providing a refundable tax credit for eligible businesses on, for example, qualifying ventilation expenses. You know, in the midst of a pandemic, I think that most Canadians would think that that's very, very reasonable. However, we see that is this another example of where the government, you know, as we are, according to many health professionals, moving into an endemic stage of COVID-19, yet this is what the Liberals are moving forward. Expanding the travel component of the Northern Residents Deduction to $1,200, expanding the school supplies tax credit that it would include electronic devices. But, Madam Speaker, there's one aspect, one part of the amendment to the Income Tax Act that I do want to focus on specifically, and that's for farmers. Now, I've heard members opposite talk a lot about how somehow Conservatives debating C-8 is somehow not serving farmers well. Well, Madam Speaker, let me be absolutely clear. Let me be crystal clear. farmers that I represent, and to the members opposite, I happen to be from a farming family, the 5th generation to work the land in what's called Alberta's special areas, the north part of the Palliser Triangle. I hear often from farmers in my constituency and across Canada who are tired of this Liberal government's approach to try and control everything they do. And this, Madam Speaker, this amendment is another example of that. So instead of following a Conservative idea, now Conservatives are opposed to the carbon tax, let me make that very clear. But when it comes to the reality that farmers face, they are paying significant costs when it comes to paying the carbon tax on the fuel they burn. Now, this is not an option for farmers. The fact that a large tractor can burn hundreds and hundreds of liters of fuel per day. Madam Speaker, now there are many green eco-activists, I'm sure, within the Liberal and NDP benches that would like to suggest that somehow that should change. Well, Madam Speaker, the fact that we're feeding the world is the reality that these farmers face. And the fact that in many cases, there are many examples where the taxes and expenses that are imposed on farmers by government are inhibiting their ability to do what they do best. So, Madam Speaker, the fundamental policy difference between Conservatives and the left in this country seems to be Conservatives believe that farmers can and should be able to do what they do best, while the Liberals simply want to control and have a say in everything that they do. And, Madam Speaker, let me be again crystal clear. Farmers tell me that it's not bureaucrats in Ottawa, it's not politicians in Ottawa that know how to farm. It's the farmers themselves, and this simply is another example of how the Liberals seem to not be able to catch on to that. And I would simply suggest, as my colleagues alluded to earlier, the fact that when it comes to expenses related to farming, the Conservative bill to bring forward an exemption to the carbon tax when it comes to agricultural activities, common sense. It's something that, quite frankly, should have had universal support within this place. There were, I believe, 18 Liberals in the last Parliament that voted in favour of this bill, and I'm sure that they heard from their constituents in that regard. But, Madam Speaker, again, that fundamental difference. Common sense, keeping dollars in the hands of farmers so that they can do what they do best to feed the world, versus heavy government bureaucracy controlling farmers, not to mention, of course, the massive costs and the fact that the government is talking about a fertilizer mandate that could have devastating implications on global food security, and the fact that fertilizer, which is directly related to the oil and gas industry, there's many other dynamics. Now, Madam Speaker, there is so much more to say on this. But let me simply highlight, there's 7 main parts to this bill, and I see I have 1 minute. I only got through part 1 of 7, Madam Speaker, so I could truly go on for probably another 60 minutes or so as I address all 7 aspects. And Madam Speaker, certainly if there was unanimous consent, I would be happy to continue indefinitely. But Madam Speaker, I believe I could sum up. Is there unanimous consent? No. So, Madam Speaker, I would simply sum up the next 6 parts by saying this. The Liberals have significant questions that need to be answered when it comes to even the most simple aspects of how they would approach this bill. As I'm reading through the costs for things like their vaccine passport system. Well, Madam Speaker, as provinces end the mandates, and that's...
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. When the member was speaking earlier, he was talking about the desire of Conservatives to continue to discuss this particular bill. And he expressed his displeasure with the fact that there was a new motion that was introduced last night and passed last night that gave the ability to give even further discussion and debate in this House over the next few months. And if I heard him correctly, he referred to that as being undemocratic, or that it was somehow an abuse of the power, or abuse of the powers or the opportunity to debate in this place. I'm wondering if he can explain that to me. The motion that we passed last night was just to extend the ability to speak in this House so that it gives more members the opportunity to speak. So when another motion or bill comes forward and over 50 Conservatives want to speak to it, like the report stage of C8, Conservatives would have an opportunity to speak to that. So how can he phrase that motion in such a way?
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me simply conclude the sentence that I had started before I get into the substance of this member's question. Why the government wants to spend $300 million on something provinces and public health experts so rightfully have suggested we need to move away from. That's why Conservatives have said clearly it's time to end the mandates. Madam Speaker, I would simply suggest that the member opposite, who at length spends time in this House equivocating on Prime Minister's office talking points and defending the indefensible. Madam Speaker, if he was so interested...
Member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary on a point of order.
Madam Speaker, am I not entitled to the right to speak in this place when I'm recognized by the chair? The member suggests and indicates through his comment there that somehow I'm not entitled to do that. If I am acting out of line, Madam Speaker, I would expect...
I think that's an issue for debate. The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
I could, Madam Speaker, on the point of order, if I could.
Not recognize a point of order, so the Honourable Member will pursue his answer. Briefly?
Well, ironic, since I'll just leave it at that. So, Madam Speaker.
And comments, questions et commentaires à l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In C8, there is something about housing. Canada is the worst G7 country when it comes to the number of houses per 1,000 people, which is scandalous. It's a significant problem. In the budget, the government states that there's a shortcoming of 3.5 million housing units plus buttons. But in the budget, there are no measures. My Conservative colleagues have heavily criticised the government when it comes to housing. They ask questions. They keep asking questions to the Housing Minister, and rightly so. But I don't hear solutions. I don't hear what the Conservatives have to offer. What is a Conservative solution to fix this acute issue in Quebec and Canada?
Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member is certainly right. There has been a litany of failures when it comes to the housing, and I didn't have a chance to get into the fact that the Liberals' approach to try and address the overinflated housing market certainly hasn't worked in other jurisdictions in Canada that have tried, and I'm doubtful that it will work in this case. But, Madam Speaker, here's the reality. Canada needs to become a country that says yes again. Canada needs to become a country that allows home builders to build houses again. Canada needs to become a country that ensures that there can be investment in things like property so that people can have affordable housing. Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Northern Ireland, Powder River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his interesting speech. You know, one of the things that concerns me, of course, is that so many people across Canada go without dental care. I was just recently contacted by a senior in my riding who told me that with her very small fixed income, she has been told by her dentist she will have to pay $6,000 to have several teeth pulled and appropriate dentures so that she can eat. And she told me without that, of course, she will simply not be able to eat and is looking at maybe a blender being a cheaper alternative. I'm just wondering if the member could talk about how important it is for all people to have dental care, just like all the MPs in this House do. Thank you.
Here. Member for Battle River Crowfoot in 15 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question. I actually had an extensive conversation with my brother-in-law, who is a dentist and serves some communities that have great need for these sorts of of services. But, Madam Speaker, what I find very, very interesting is that there's been lots of talk about how the NDP have somehow solved the challenges related to ensuring that all those Canadians who need it have access to dental care. They've basically claimed victory when nothing has yet been accomplished. That's typical.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my estimated colleagues for that warm welcome. I will be sharing my time with my colleague for Kingston and the Islands, which is a pleasant surprise for me to be sharing something with my colleague for Kingston and the Islands. Who knows, perhaps this is the beginning of a lovely story. Usually we don't agree on things, so it's nice for once. So listen. I will be speaking about C8 and the main issue that we have with C8, which is, once again, interference in provincial matters with the underused housing tax at the very beginning. I would like to say that everyone agrees on the basic principle, on the fact that we have to act on housing and we have to act against foreign speculation. We agree on that notion. Now, the issue is the implementation of measures. The committee heard Patrick Taillon, a constitutional expert, who said that taxation is legal, but the issue is in the fact that taxes are being used to regulate the sector. It has to be done with municipalities. It has to be done with provinces, therefore with Quebec. There is an important issue that will be a problem for us when it's time to vote, Madam Speaker. And as usual, as a constructive member of the opposition, the Bloc Québécois put forward a proposal to add that it would be with the agreement of affected towns and cities, but this was refused. So we are now in a position of opposition. There's other things that are lacking in C8, Madam Speaker. Measures for labour shortages. You know me, Madam Speaker. I recognise when things are done in the budget, and so I recognise that the budget does help immigration somewhat, but it was high time to do so, and I also don't think it's enough. In the field, we receive a huge number of calls on delays. Sums have been announced, intentions have been announced, but we have to act as soon as possible. Processing times are terrible. Sexy announcements have been made to the media saying we'll do this, this or that, but then months later, nothing has actually been done. For example, the increase of temporary foreign workers that was announced last August, and that was only finally implemented at the end of January. That is far too long. We have to be much more efficient. When it comes to labour, we have other ideas, Madam Speaker. Tax credits for 65 and overs. I look forward to seeing what this will look like. It's a simple measure that would help a lot of people, but it is simply not there. We could be even more creative. Why not a tax credit once one has worked a greater number of hours in a week than normal? There's also the element of supply chains. C8 is a bit, well, I'm going to agree with the Liberals that this has been a long time coming, this bill, C8. But things could still be improved. And we could improve things in the next Parliament to act to help our producers. We're talking a lot about agriculture today because there are supplementary tax credits for the carbon tax, for example, but there are other issues. Fertilizers from Russia, for example. Eastern Canada receives fertilizer from Russia. There's a 35% tax levy now. We met the parliamentary secretary, we met ministers, we highlighted the situation. We keep being told, well, we're looking into it, we're going to act. But we have to actually act. Our constituents keep pulling the alarm bells. And it's in the shopping basket, apparently. It's in the shopping basket that people will feel the price increases. There's nothing against tax havens either. Every time we speak about budgetary measures, every time we talk about available funds to serve our people, you'll forgive me, but I would be remiss not to mention tax havens. It is estimated, and these are vague amounts because we're not quite sure what's going on, but at least $7 billion a year that fly to tax havens. In parallel to this, bills like C208 are dragging along. If we want there to be a next generation of farmers and producers, then we have to act on that bill as quickly as possible, and I hope that the government will hear my message. I haven't talked about compensation packages for supply management. Irrespective of where it will be, we'll be happy, but it has to be placed somewhere for us to be happy. Healthcare transfers, Madam Speaker. How can we not mention this when we are being told that there will be dental care? Well, once again, it's the same principle as for the unoccupied housing tax. We agree on the principle of the matter, but there are certain jurisdictions in our federation, and this one is provincial. So why not just increase health transfers to provinces and to Quebec, as they have been requesting? When we're talking about transfers, increasing the federal portion to 35% of expenditures, $28 billion a year, that's $6 billion just for Quebec, but on a recurrent basis, not just another sexy $2 billion announcement to show how the lovely Canadian federal government is. That's just a smokescreen, Madam Speaker. The pandemic was, I hope, temporary, but our healthcare issues are permanent and have existed for a very long time. I would be remiss not to mention seniors either, 65s and over, those who have suffered the most from the pandemic. The government still has its hands over its eyes. In questions and comments earlier, and I see some people are looking at me very attentively, no doubt they've said that they were here to fight for seniors because they've increased pensions starting at 75. There was a $500 check. That's a temporary measure. What we want is permanent increases for 65s and over, so we don't create a two-tier retirement system. Other measures. In C8, Madam Speaker, the housing tax. On principle, we do have certain reserves on who will implement this tax, but fundamentally, will 1% truly be effective when we think about it and we consider that countries like France have taxes that go from 12% in the first year to 25% in the second year? Perhaps that would be more serious. So why not go further? But once again, the problem is in the implementation. Helping companies. We would like to help companies. We do agree with that on principle. The emergency account for small companies so that they can push back reimbursement. That's good, but that's just not enough. Other measures have been proposed. The CFIB pulled the alarm bells as well, saying that their companies find it hard. They are very indebted. Many of these companies haven't survived, for example. Why don't we help companies that have a storefront, those who are facing disloyal online competition? That could be a solution. A high percentage of a loan could be not reimbursable, for example. Why don't we support companies so that they can pivot to a more online marketplace to help them to compete with the online marketplace? Shipping fees and shipping rates. I don't understand how a Chinese company can send a package to Canada for $2.50 when I send a package to Lac Saint-Jean and it costs me $25. So could we help companies when it comes to shipping? Those are Bloc Québécois proposals. $2 per pound, per book rather, to help bookstores. All of this, Madam Speaker, are suggestions that we have made. And we will be here to collaborate and to hold a handout if the government wishes to take it. But when we talk about agriculture, Madam Speaker, and when we give a speech on agriculture and teaching, a tax credit for electronic products. That's all very well, all very good, but these are small, tiny measures. Let us be more serious. Let us aptly support our farmers and producers and our educators. Thank you.
Question.
Questions and comments.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The member makes reference to the property tax issue, as he made reference to healthcare transfers. And I think it's important that we recognize that members of the Bloc Party very much so would like the breakup of Canada. And at the end of the day, what they would ultimately argue is that Canada should be nothing more than an ATM machine, where cash would just flow to provinces. What the Bloc do not recognize is that within Canada, which is a great federation of provinces and territories, which has incredible leadership from Indigenous communities. It's a diverse nation, a nation that provides, I believe, and makes for the best country in the world to live in. And it means that national government does have some leadership roles to play, whether it's in housing, Madam Speaker, or healthcare, according to Health Canada Health Act. And I'm wondering if the member feels that maybe for the rest of Canada, looking at C8, it is a good thing.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased that at least one person's understood what we want. Of course, what we do want is the independence of Quebec. Until then, why are we here? We're not here just to stir the pot. We're here to save as much as possible and to collaborate in a positive way. That is what we are trying to do every single day, and that element, I would like the Parliamentary Secretary to understand that. It's all well and good to say all day that the Bloc Québécois is just trying to pick a fight, but the way that we're working here, they have to recognise that we always have concrete proposals. What we would like to see is that the contract is respected. Any contract between the federal government and our province.
Leamington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his comments. Appreciate his comments around agriculture, and I would like for his opinion on the different approach that we're taking to the carbon tax on farm fuels. The government is proposing that the farmers act as the bank account for the government. In that, this is even setting aside the fact that $1.73 per thousand of expenses doesn't come close to covering the cost of the carbon tax. So what would his opinion be on the utility of having the farmers be the bank account for the government of Canada versus granting an exemption up front?
Député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Je remercie mon collègue avec qui j'apprécie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I greatly appreciate my colleague and his work on the Committee of Agriculture. Well, he wants to speak about C-234. All right, fine. Here in the Bloc Québécois, we're very rational. We want the environment to be protected, but we want to do that in a sensible way. And the thing is that with the current system, there are no alternatives, but we need to go further. And that is why we are proposing a partnership with our farmers, something serious. Something that's not being controlled by Papa Canada, so to speak. We want to decentralize the measures and the money among farmers who know what's going on the ground so that they can take on technological progress and environmental progress and to ensure that this innovation is recognized and remunerated and to ensure that funds are at their disposal so they can then carry out the next innovation. If we trust these people, we won't be disappointed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech, and I'm sure that Quebec is no different than any other province in the sense that the citizens of these provinces are having a terrible time finding affordable housing. And I think this is one of the areas where we're all in agreement that it takes all levels of government working together in order to provide supply. And in my riding, we still have many constituents who have benefited from the very successful co-op housing program of the federal government of the 1970s and 80s. And I'm just wondering if my honourable colleague can comment on whether cooperative housing and federal support for building co-op housing in Quebec would be a significant way to help people of Quebec develop at least one model of affordable housing.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Of course, the federal government can help. But the way to do it, and the Parliamentary Secretary will like this, the way to do it is to transfer sums. because ultimately this is an area of Quebec jurisdiction, and this is fundamental. I'd like to give my colleague an example. He says that Quebec is no different than the other provinces, but it is. And it's not that I want to create trouble, it's just that the Quebec reality is different. For example, the housing access program in Quebec hasn't been taken into account. And in fact, in one case, recently with transfers to Quebec, the other provinces got the money and it took 3 years for Quebec to get it, and that's not okay.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, Senate.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I rise today to speak to Bill C-8, but like some of my colleagues who have spoken before me, I too want to bring up the fact that I'm gravely concerned of what we're hearing coming out of the United States Supreme Court, the leaked document that suggests that the Supreme Court will be rolling back its ruling on Roe versus Wade. I think it's incredibly concerning. I think that as a global community, we should be concerned about such a regressive form and tack that the United States are taking as it relates to such an important issue. But equally as alarming, Madam Speaker, I'm very concerned that the leader of the Conservative Party sent out an email to all of her MPs today telling them that they are instructed not to speak to the leaked document that has come out. I believe that all members of this Parliament should have the opportunity. I see some people shaking their heads, so I better quote this for them. It says, quote, "Conservatives will not be commenting on the draft rulings leaked by the Supreme Court of the United States," end quote. That was sent to Conservative members by the Leader of the Opposition this morning around 9 a.m. And I think that the Conservative opposition leader should allow her MPs to stand up and say exactly what they think about this, because I think it is extremely problematic, and that Conservatives should stand united with the vast majority of Canadians in their feelings towards this. But nonetheless, we are here to talk again once again about Bill C-8. You know, Bill C-8, is the bill that keeps coming up in this House. It's for some reason the hill that the Conservatives have chosen to die on, and I don't understand why. This is a Budget Implementation Act, a fall economic statement, I should say, from the fall of not this year, but last year. It's very likely that the budget of 2022 might be passed before we actually see the fall economic statement of 2021 passed. But in any event, it's there to provide very important supports for Canadians during the conclusion of and coming through the end of the pandemic and into the endemic state that we're going to see COVID enter into. And so for this to be the hill that Conservatives had chosen to die on is absolutely outstanding to me. I cannot, for the life of me, try to understand their strategy. And I'll tell you why, Madam Speaker, because most times when a political party chooses an issue to be the issue that will define itself by filibustering and doing everything possible to influence the way that this House treats the issue, there's a common theme behind their approach. Normally, if it's something like, for example, if we were suddenly going to do something dramatic to the healthcare transfers, I imagine that the Bloc Québécois would put up an endless fight on that, and I think everybody on this side could appreciate and understand where they're coming from, given the fact that they raise it on a daily basis. But the Conservatives aren't doing that. They seem to be all over the place in their approach when it comes to Bill C-8. They're picking and talking about this little bit. They're talking about another thing over here. They're talking about farmers here. There's no common theme. So I'm left to conclude that the only common theme is absolute stalling of this Parliament, doing whatever necessary for whatever reason for any reason at all to make sure that legislation can't get through this House. So it's entirely politically motivated, Madam Speaker. The rationale for their approach to Bill C-8, I don't know if they've just dug their heels in so far now that they just literally are saying, well, we've come this far, we may as well not stop now. But they need to explain to this House what it is that is so offensive within this piece of legislation. I know, and I've heard Conservatives talk about the fact that they have some concerns about stuff that's missing from this legislation. That's fair. I think that's a good way to be critical about it. It's part of the democratic process. But it went to committee. It came before this House. It was debated. It went to committee. It was discussed. Ideas were put forward. I imagine some ideas were adopted. I imagine some ideas were shot down. And then it comes to here and is debated again. And that's the democratic process. Like I said earlier to the member from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, you win some, you lose some. You get some, and you don't get other things. But at the end of the day, we eventually should be voting on a piece of legislation that we do know is going to impact and help a lot of Canadians. You know, and I bring this up because this bill in report stage alone, as of my count yesterday, which doesn't include today, was already at 51 Conservative members who had spoken to it during report stage alone. Now, just for comparison, Madam Speaker, 4 members of the bloc spoke to it. 2, this is before today, 2 members from the NDP, 1 Green or 2 Green members, and 4 Liberals. So that's just to put it into context for you. The Conservatives have monopolized the time of debate on this particular issue, and you know they're going to say, well, they're going to stand up and say, well, that's part of the democratic process, rigorous debate. Well, of course it is. It's important to discuss and bring forward your ideas, but it's very clear to people after a while when you've past the threshold of vigorous debate and just being an obstructionist for the point or for the sake of just being an obstructionist. There's no desire to actually see this go through. They just want to ensure that they can inflict as much damage as possible in terms of allowing this government to move forward its political agenda. And nothing was made clearer than that when we debated the motion yesterday about extending sitting hours. You would have think we had, done something dramatically unparliamentary and undemocratic, and those 2 terms, by the way, were brought up by the Conservatives. You would have thought we had done that, but all we did was say, let's just debate more. Let's have more time to talk. Why don't we have more time to talk into the evenings and all the way till midnight? Why, and then they had a problem with that, so they wanted to ensure that we couldn't even do that. So forgive me if I come off as being very, how shall I put it? What was that? Forgive me if I come off being very, cynical about it and, assuming that there is some ulterior motive here, but I cannot seem to wrap my head around why it is they would take this approach. Again, on a bill that just provides supports to Canadians, not on a hill that, in my opinion, any political party is willing to die on. But the Conservatives have chosen to do that. So in the last few minutes that I have speaking, Madam Speaker, I do want to talk about some of those incredible supports that were introduced in the fall economic statement that we're talking about on May the 3rd. Specifically with respect to the one that really is important, I think, and it should be to all members of this House, are the safe schools and the supports for safe schools and teachers. This is about increasing the ability to provide quality air ventilation in schools. This is about allowing teachers to claim certain expenses on their income tax. This is stuff that neither out of the over 50 plus Conservatives that have spoken, none of them have brought up those issues. They haven't commented on them at all. I'm not just talking about being against them. They haven't commented in favor of them either. But those are some of the supports we're talking about here. Teachers are literally beyond the deadline to do their taxes for 2021. And they can't because Conservatives have still held this issue up. Some of the other things like employment insurance and for, details and supports for businesses. Underused housing tax, the Underused Housing Tax Act. These are all things that are in here that, in my opinion, should be passed. If we've missed stuff and members of the Conservatives are still very upset about the fact that they've been missed, Well, they have representation on the Finance Committee. They should bring forward a motion, go garner the support from a majority of the members of Parliament on the committee, have a study on it, and then make a recommendation to Parliament. That's how this body works. That's how the democratic process works in our chamber. And that's certainly how I would encourage the Conservatives to approach it, despite the fact that they've completely chosen not to do that. Madam Speaker, I see that you're trying to interject because I'm running up against my 10 minutes, but I'm very glad that we finally have some time allocation on this so we can get moving on with this so that we can pass the fall economic statement from the fall of 2021.
Hear, hear. Comments, the honourable member for Regina Lewin.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And once again, it's a pleasure to join and ask some questions of my colleagues from across the aisle. And just for context, for the people watching at home who love watching CPAC, the member that just spoke from Kingston Island and his colleague from Winnipeg North do have the responsibility to help get the legislative agenda through for the Liberal government. So that's why they're a little testy right now. So it's their job to make sure the legislation gets passed that the government wants, and that's a priority for them. So they're upset because they basically got their hands slapped because they're not getting their job done, Madam Speaker. So that's why the members are so upset, because unfortunately, this is probably the fourth time the member from Kingston Island has spoken on this bill. But the biggest problem he has is when he goes to the PMO, they're like, why can't you get your job done? So that's why he's a little more animated in his speech today, because quite frankly, I don't think he's really delivering on the promises that he made to the Prime Minister.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, for the record, I'm way less animated today than I was yesterday, and I'm sorry that that member missed that speech. But I would tell him, Madam Speaker, that the reality is that you heard in his question what he said. He said that this is a priority for the PMO. This bill, look at the details of this bill, should be a priority for every member of this House. The supports in here are for teachers and small businesses. The Conservative member from Regina just basically said in his question that this is not a priority for them. This is a priority of the PMO, and that's the only reason why this side of the House wants to get it passed. Not everything comes down to a political agenda, Madam Speaker. From time to time, even though the member might not realize this, we are here to serve Canadians.
The honourable member for Rimouski, or rather Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, my apologies. Well, Madam Speaker, I found this speech rather unusual because it discussed mainly the behaviour of the official opposition rather than the government's bill. So that's a bit unusual. But given that this member asked the opposition to support this bill and try to get a majority of members at committee, well, how can we get a majority of opposition members given that there's an opposition party that systematically supports the government?
Well, the only way that this got back here is if a majority of the members at committee voted in favor of it. That's the only way that the report would have got back to this House. So clearly that happened at committee, Madam Speaker. But you know, the member said that he found my speech to be unusual. Has he been listening? Did he listen to the 55 Conservatives who spoke to Bill C-8 just since report stage? It was literally, you know, the same speech over and over and over again with no central theme to it. There was no central theme to attacking a particular portion. This is not the hill to die on. Yet Conservatives continually are putting them in a position as though Bill C-8 is the be-all, end-all.
Courtney Alberni.
Madam Speaker, in addition to the toxic drug supply crisis, Canada is experiencing, as you know...
We have some silence to actually hear the questions and the answers. Thank you. The honourable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really appreciate that. Madam Speaker, in addition to the toxic drug supply crisis, Canada is experiencing a broader mental health crisis as we deal with the impacts of 2 years of the pandemic. COVID-19, as we know, it highlighted what many of us already knew, that our mental health care system is woefully underfunded. And this Liberal government, Madam Speaker, committed in its election campaign to establishing a mental health transfer with an initial commitment of $4.5 billion over 5 years. But we've yet to see any concrete action or fulfilling of that promise and making it a reality. So we know, Madam Speaker, that mental health is health, and Canadians deserve to be able to access the mental health supports they need without worrying about barriers like cost or availability. And this week is Mental Health Week in Canada. Through you, Madam Speaker, I asked my colleague, is it one thing that we can all unite behind as parties and have empathy for those that need support for mental health? When will they move forward with the transfer?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I would agree with the member 100%. Madam Speaker, he brought this issue up yesterday and talked about, I asked him a question about his private member's bill, and he provided some feedback on what he was hearing throughout the country when he's been touring around to talk to people about it. Listen, we've come a long way in our understanding and our appreciation of mental health in terms of the genuine health challenges that we have around mental health. I would totally be willing to work with this member, as I know many members on this side of the House would be, to do and to provide more in terms of mental health supports.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington will have about 2 minutes before statements by members. The honourable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be splitting my time today with my honourable colleague from Sherwood Park. I am pleased to rise today and give my second speech on C8. I have always indicated my support and preference for proper scrutiny of the bills that come through this place.
Could we have some quiet, please, so we can actually listen to the speech? Thank you. The honourable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier this week, I spoke to this House about the importance of allowing Parliament to scrutinize legislation. You can imagine my dismay when I glanced over the notice paper later that day to see what the government House Leader had placed on notice. It was a motion that would mark a severe departure from the normal practices of this place and set a precedent that could easily be abused by this and future governments. Parliament is supposed to be a legislature based on collaboration, not coercion. While I am absolutely in favor of increased scrutiny of legislation, this motion would give the Liberals and the NDP enablers the power to adjourn the House at any whim of any minister. And I would note, they chose their executive designation, a minister, as the enabling mechanism, not a member.
Unreal.
We should all be weary when the executive tries to worm its way into the proceedings of this place.
Hear, hear.
It's 2022, not 1640.
Hear, hear.
In my earlier speech, I also highlighted just how important the role of a parliamentarian is. We're here to scrutinize the spending of public funds. I will remind my colleagues that the two maxims that govern this institution, number one, the executive should have no income which is not granted to it or otherwise sanctioned by Parliament. And number two, the executive should make no expenditures except those approved by Parliament in ways approved by Parliament.
The honourable member will have almost 8 minutes to conclude her speech after question period. Statements by members. The honourable member for Burnaby North Seymour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to thank our firefighters in Burnaby and in the District of North Vancouver. Not only do they work hard to keep our community safe, but they regularly go beyond the call of duty. On April 23rd, Burnaby firefighters hosted their Gala Ball, which raises money for charitable organizations and programs like the Society's Nutritional Snack Program, which helps feed hungry kids in Burnaby schools. This year, they generously donated 50% of the Gala's proceeds, more than $50,000, to support the people of Ukraine. I also want to thank firefighters for their advocacy for the people of Burnaby Mountain. Their hard work over the last 3 years helped us announce $30 million to build a brand new fire hall at Simon Fraser University. This gives our community something extra to celebrate during Hats Off Day in June. The firefighters will be out in full force at Station 5, and if they have a dunk tank again this year, I'll be going back in it. So come out, bring the family, enjoy the festivities, and take time to say thank you to our local firefighters.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Samir Nicol.
Madam Speaker, Princeton, British Columbia is a rural community in my riding with a population under 3,000. 6 months ago, the community was absolutely devastated by severe flooding. The damage is in the tens of millions of dollars, and whenever the promised federal disaster relief funding arrives, it will not be near enough. But there is hope. The community has rallied together like never before. Currently, Princeton, British Columbia is one of just 4 communities remaining in the Kraft Hockeyville contest. I cannot state enough how incredible it would be for the town of Princeton to win this award. Not only would the $250,000 provided much needed support to literally keep a roof over the local arena, the support will give Princeton the boost it so desperately needs right now to keep moving forward in the rebuilding effort. If there was ever a community deserving of the honor of Kraft Hockeyville, it is Princeton, British Columbia. I ask all honorable members of this place to help the good people of Princeton. And this Friday, May the 6th, when Hockeyville opens, please give them your support. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you. April 29th was a good day for housing in St. John's East as it marked the announcement of 132 new affordable housing units. Affordable housing options are transformational investments for our communities. And we know that if we want to improve housing affordability and combat homelessness, we need to continue investing across the whole housing continuum. And that includes building more affordable housing near necessary supports and amenities, having repairs done for existing homes to preserve and revitalize communities. This is why the National Housing Strategy is so important. It ensures that women have the housing they need to stay safe and thrive. It provides workers with a home that they can return to at the end of the day so they don't have to make the decision between rent and food. And last week, it was about ensuring that the most vulnerable residents of St. John's have somewhere to go, a place to call home.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're in the middle of Mental Health Week, which this year highlights the great strength that lies in empathy, because in order to support each other, we must first listen to each other. That's what Get Real is all about, as the Mental Health Association invites us to do this week. On this occasion, I'd like to draw your attention particularly to veterans. Veterans are more likely to suffer from mental health problems not only than serving members of the military, but than the general population. They're more likely to experience homelessness or consider suicide. At the root of these ailments is mental health that has been compromised by military service. Even Quebec's greatest war hero, Leo Major, suffered from severe PTSD after his discharge in 1955. In this Mental Health Week, I invite all Quebecers to get real with a veteran. Empathy and listening can go a long way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Vimy. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to talk about something of great interest to the vast majority of Canadians, and especially Montrealers. Everyone knows Montreal's bagels are the best, but for generations, finding the world's best bagel has preoccupied communities across Canada, particularly in the Greater Montreal area. Well, today, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to inform you that we can add another name to the leaderboard: Bagel Mania. Located in my riding of Vimy, Bagel Mania is helping spread the joy and love of hot, delicious bagels throughout Laval and Montreal. Sophie Trivlidis and her brother Costa have been in the business for 26 years, and their hard work and dedication have not gone unnoticed. Bagel Mania was recently included in Le Devoir's list of the top 10 bagels in Quebec. Congratulations to Sophie and Costa, and may the best bagel win.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Kamira Hive. May is Gaelic Nova Scotia Month, a time to celebrate the history, culture, language, and contributions, not just in Nova Scotia, but across Canada. Gaelic speakers were amongst the first explorers and settlers to our country. It was the mother tongue of Canada's first Prime Minister, Sir John A. Macdonald. When the Scots first immigrated to Canada, Gaelic was the third most common language in our country. But through time, that language almost disappeared. But now, more young people are more excited to learn about the language and the culture of their ancestors. Fiddle and bagpipe music, Gaelic song provide a rich history and culture. dance, storytelling, local history, and customs are filled with the hearts and soul of a Gaelic renewal here in Canada. Many Canadians, including my two talented daughters, kept these storied traditions alive through things like Highland dancing, the Highland Games, and Gaelic music. And we want to see that revival all across Canada and communities across the country. I encourage all Canadians to take a moment to listen to a Gaelic song, read a poem by Robbie Burns, and be inspired by the beauty of Gaelic culture.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a mental health advocate, I'm pleased to rise today to acknowledge Canadian Mental Health Week from May 2nd to May 8th. We are all aware of the immeasurable impact of COVID-19 on Canadians' mental health, but we need to couple awareness with actions on various ways. First, we need to understand the problem by investing in research and evidence-based policies that inform us on the social determinants of health and mental health outcomes. We then need immediate collaboration between federal, provincial, and territorial government to achieve mental health parity by bringing services and resources up to par with those allocated for physical health. These efforts will be informed by the National Standard Framework for Mental Health, which once developed can formalize what we can expect regarding timelines, access, and quality of mental health services across Canada. To conclude, I echo my support for a 3-digit mental health suicide prevention hotline to make emergency support more accessible for those who need it the most. We keep saying that mental health is health, but we need to bring this statement to life. We need to commit to the above-mentioned actions. Let's get real. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener South, Hespeler.
Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to share with this House that Apply Board is one of the recipients of the Governor-General's Innovation Award. This local business with global impact was founded only 6 years ago by 3 brothers, Martin, Massey, and Mehdi Basiri, 2 of whom are residents of Kitchener South Hespeler. In this short time, they have grown their company to the largest online international student recruitment platform in the world. They have helped more than 300,000 students to date and are on a mission to improve access to education for everyone, no matter where they are from. Their work has strengthened the diversity of our student populations, supported the flow of academic talent, and fostered internationalization. It is for these reasons that Apply Board has received this award, and it is very well deserved. I ask the members of this House to join me in applauding Apply Board for receiving this prestigious award in their pursuit of educating the world.
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, this is the 71st Annual Mental Health Week, and all across the country we're trying to raise awareness to mental health issues that Canadians are suffering. We also know the pandemic has been incredibly difficult on Canadians' mental health. In an incredible show of unity, this House passed a motion by the member from Caribou Prince George to enact a national suicide hotline number, 988. Mr. Speaker, it's been over 500 days since this was passed by this House. Nothing has happened. 500 days where more Canadians have taken their lives. Over 500 days of continued mental health challenges. And yet, nothing has been done. Mr. Speaker, Canadians cannot afford any more delays by this government. I'm calling on this House to reaffirm and push this government to get the 988 suicide line done.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the government is building a national monument to memorialize discrimination against LGBTQ2+ people in Canada. The LGBT Purge Fund and Heritage Canada held a competition for the design of the monument, and I am happy to share with the House that a design submitted by constituents of Winnipeg South Centre was selected. My constituents, architect Peter Sampson and landscape architect Liz Reefer of Public City Architecture in Winnipeg, along with Albert McLeod, an Indigenous and Two-Spirited People subject matter expert, and visual artists Shonda Dempsey and Laurie Milan, won the competition with their design, which they call Thunderbird. The design draws on the symbolism of a thunderhead cloud, which embodies the strength, activism, and hope of LGBTQ2+ communities. In the words of Liz Riefert, this monument will be a symbol of celebration and a space for reflection, healing, activism, and performance for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Today I joined with dignitaries, Poland Canada Congress representatives, and Polish Canadians to raise the flag of the Republic of Poland here in Ottawa on Polish Constitution Day, an acknowledgement of the 231st anniversary of the introduction of the Polish Constitution. Poland continues its legacy of fighting for freedom in the midst of insurmountable odds. From its history, standing for democracy around the world, NATO involvement, and most recently the support for the people of Ukraine during the present Russian invasion. Poland commands respect during uncertain times. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to stand in this House as the great-grandson of Polish immigrants, and I'm proud to be a member of the Canada-Polish Parliamentary Friendship Group to build the relationship between our two countries. I join with Polish Canadians from across our great nation in commemorating this important day for Poland, the Polish diaspora, and all those who value freedom and democracy around the world.
Thank you for that intervention. I do need to remind the honourable member on the usage of props, even though it was a big part of his presentation. But the usage of props is not allowed in this House of Commons. The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Speaker, this is Mental Health Week, and I want to highlight the work of two amazing organizations in my riding. A big shout out to Marg Cox, a tireless champion at the Haliburton County Youth Wellness Club, one of only 10 such centres in Ontario. Despite restrictions imposed by COVID, the hub served 656 youth aged 12 to 25 last year, helping with mental health, substance abuse, primary care, vocational housing, and other support services. In addition, our local chapter of the Canadian Mental Health Association is launching a mobile mental health and addictions clinic that will include an office in a modified bus to deliver services to remote and other underserved areas. This initiative will save lives by providing accessible services for those who are dealing with complex mental health issues such as anxiety, depression, suicide, addictions, abuse, trauma, psychosis, as well as poverty and isolation. It's perhaps fitting that the theme of Mental Health Week this year is empathy. It's been said that the shortest distance between two people is empathy, which can help bridge divides and heal our communities.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here in Canada, access to abortion is important. Women's rights are strong and I hope unshakable. We have a responsibility to speak out when women's rights are threatened. Our Prime Minister repeated today that the right to choose is a woman's right, an individual right, period. It's my right, it's my daughter's right, it's every Canadian woman's right all across the country to have access to a safe and legal abortion. But still today, there are members of the opposition who are shuffling their feet on this issue. And I hope, Mr. Speaker, that according to CBC, I hope it's not true that the interim leader of the Conservative Party is asking her MPs to keep quiet and not speak about abortion. Women across Canada need to know that all MPs in this House will always protect a woman's fundamental right to choose. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Esquimalt to Saanich-Sooke.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with renewed hope to address the crisis of coercive and controlling behaviour in Canada. I began this work at the start of the pandemic when I heard from police and frontline service providers who were all seeing a spike in domestic violence. I still hear every week from those suffering from coercive and controlling behaviour and living in fear of the physical violence that nearly always follows it. It remains a tragic fact that in this country, one woman dies at the hands of her partner every 6 days. Many fear not just for themselves, but also for the safety and well-being of their children and other family members. The Justice Committee tabled its report, The Shadow Pandemic, Stopping Coercive and Controlling Behavior in Intimate Relationships, for a second time. I eagerly await the response from the government to this unanimous report. Taking action to make coercive and controlling behavior a criminal offence will send a clear message that this behavior is in itself violence. Taking this action will give hope to survivors, allow earlier intervention, and help create a path to safety for survivors.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, these are bad times for the press. In Ukraine, journalists are dying under the hail of bombs. In Russia, journalists have to go into exile or jail or be silenced for telling the truth about the war. Everywhere, journalists, columnists, bloggers are being locked up, threatened, and murdered. With the earth heating up, a global pandemic, war raging in Europe, now more than ever, we need a free press. We need to be informed. In Quebec and in Canada on social networks, journalists are more and more often insulted, intimidated, and threatened. I appeal to our fellow citizens, to all who love democracy. Let's work together for a free press. Let's not let bullying win over information. And I appeal to the government. There can be no free press without newspapers. We have to support our local and regional newspapers more. It's urgent. And on this day, I would like to say thank you to the journalists for your essential work.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Witnessed an abhorrent new low from Russia's foreign minister, whose ignorant comments about Adolf Hitler perpetuate a hateful and bigoted narrative to distract from his war crimes. Russia has frequently invoked Nazism and World War II to justify its brazen aggression in Ukraine while attacking Holocaust memorials and survivors of Russia's deliberate murder of civilians. This is the lowest form of racism against Jews, to accuse Jews themselves of anti-Semitism. Lavrov's remarks are simply false and continue to contribute to the perpetuating discrimination and disinformation worldwide. It takes courage and more than just words when it comes to standing up for Jewish communities and their homeland. That position is non-negotiable, and I invite members of this House to do so. I will add my voice and forceful condemnation and a complete repudiation of these vile comments from Mr. Lavrov. They should always be called out in this House.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday Muslims across Canada and around the world observed the end of the holy month of Ramadan, a time of fasting and charity, and marked the beginning of Eid al-Fitr, a time to pray, to feast, to give back, help the less fortunate in our communities, and celebrate with our loved ones. This Eid, I'd like to draw attention to those Muslims across the world who are struggling. The Uyghurs, the Rohingya, the Indians in India, the Muslims in India, the Kashmiris and Palestine, and more. Human rights matter, Mr. Speaker, and here in Canada we are combating Islamophobia through appointing a special representative for combating Islamophobia. We're working on online hate and so much more. We all need to work together to ensure that Canadians in Mississauga, Erin Mills, and across Canada have those protections that we all need to ensure that we prosper. Today, Mr. Speaker, I wish each and every Muslim Canadian in Canada and across the world a very happy Eid. Eid Mubarak.
Oral questions, question orale, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, for days during the illegal demonstration on Wellington Street, the Prime Minister remained in hiding, refusing to intervene and deliberately sowing both discord and division, condemning Canadians who did not think like him. Then, on the 14th of February, realising that his inaction was likely to backfire, he pulled out the heavy weapon, the Emergency Measures Act, claiming that the police needed it to defeat the protests. The protesters returned over the weekend and left without the Emergencies Act. Can the Prime Minister tell us why? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I would like to thank all policing bodies and the RCMP for their excellent work over the weekend. Their measures were well implemented with an operative plan that was well prepared. This is very difficult. This is very different to what happened in January and February, where we invoked the Emergencies Act, the Emergency Measures Act. This was a necessary decision that we made. It was a responsible decision that we made, and we will collaborate with the Commissioner for Transparency. Thank you. The Honourable Member from Mégantic-L'Érable. In proclaiming the Emergency Measures Act, the Liberal government cited security threats. I quote, "Threats of violence and the presence of firearms during demonstrations constitute a state of emergency." Mr. Speaker, these are serious allegations which have caused a great deal of public fear. Knowing this, why did the Prime Minister allow members, senators and the House staff to continue to circulate among the protesters during the protests in January and February? The Honourable Minister for Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, since the beginning of the illegal blockade last winter, we offered a lot of support for all parliamentarians who work on the Hill, but there is a distinction between the experience of MPs who are working here and all the inhabitants of Ottawa who experience a lot of disturbances in their community. The police had to make necessary decisions, and we had to make necessary decisions to implement the Emergency Measures Act. We will collaborate with any exercise in transparency. The Honourable Member from Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, I would like to quote another part of the proclamation. The situation caused by threats to the security of Canada is of such gravity that it constitutes a national emergency. End of quote. What information did the Prime Minister detain at that time that confirmed the existence of a risk of such magnitude to the country? Mr. Speaker, how many Canadians have been arrested for organising sedition against the Government of Canada? The Honourable Minister for Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, there was a lot of proof of disturbances on the economy, at our borders. Many Canadians lost their jobs temporarily during the protests, and that is one of the reasons for which we had to invoke the Emergency Measures Act. And now it is time to start our transparency exercise, and the government will cooperate with the Commissioner.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
A main pillar of our justice system is that all Canadians must be treated equally under the law. When new evidence of fraud comes to light, law enforcement has a duty to investigate, regardless of how powerful or privileged any individual who committed the fraud may be. The Attorney General has an obligation to make sure this applies to everyone, including a sitting Prime Minister. Does the Attorney General believe that individuals who commit criminal offences, regardless of how powerful or privileged they are or what positions they hold, should be charged?
The Honourable House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, what we see again and again is the Conservatives, rather than posing questions on the issues that are affecting Canadians, where they're looking for answers, issues where we put forward tangible solutions on everything from housing to the environment, they want to play partisan games. They want to throw mud. They want to talk about things that happened 6 years ago. They want to obfuscate and block Parliament from doing its work, taking days and days and days to repeat the same things. We can do that. They can play their partisan games, or they could do the business of the nation and ask things that Canadians actually care about.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, Canadians do care that they're treated equally under the same laws that apply to the powerful and privileged in this country. The released RCMP criminal brief made it clear that if this was a civil servant or any other Canadian, that they'd be facing serious criminal charges in this case. There are new known facts that warrant a full investigation. Does the Attorney General believe that the law should be applied equally to all Canadians, including a sitting Prime Minister, if they commit a criminal offence?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
And I realize that the Conservatives want to spend time talking about things that happened 6 years ago, but I would ask them instead, right now we have a Bill C-8 that is at 12 days in this House. That was introduced in December. That's 5 months of obstruction. So I would say, Mr. Speaker, well, they don't want to talk about the economy. Well, they don't want to talk about the environment. Well, they don't want to talk about the issues that are important to Canadians. Will they at least let the other parties in this place do their work and get the business of this nation done?
So indignant.
Order. Just keep it down to a minimum roar. The Honourable
Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, the Federal Immigration Department, RCC, is possibly the worst department in Canada. It should just realise 31 months of waiting for permanent residency for Quebec immigrants, 29,000 backlogged applications, cases that have been dragging on since 2009, Mr. Speaker. Ottawa is where cases go to die. That's why it's arrogant to mock Quebec when it proposes to take care of all its immigration itself. But it is especially arrogant towards the people who are waiting. In the face of its obvious incompetence, why doesn't the government leave it to Quebec to take care of its own immigration? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Immigration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Immigration is essential for our economy. What will make things move along is an increase in Quebec's immigration levels. Quebec, Mr. Speaker, is allowed up to 28% of immigrants welcomed in Canada, but they only choose to only welcome 13%. So if Quebec really wants to improve the situation for thousands of people who are waiting for their permanent residency in Quebec, then they might want to follow our example by increasing their immigration levels. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, let us never take for granted the rights of women. Let us never assume that what we have won will never be taken away. Let us never assume that it's settled, that everyone accepts that a woman's body belongs to her and that the decision to terminate her pregnancy belongs to her alone. We have to keep fighting because one moment of inattention can set us back for decades. Can the Deputy Prime Minister assure us that her government will ensure that women's rights to abortion will be protected? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Yes. And first of all, I would like to say that as many Canadians, I was both shocked and deeply troubled by the news emanating from the United States yesterday evening with regards to the right to abortion. That having been said, and expressing myself here today as a woman, as a mother, and as the Deputy Prime Minister of Canada, it is important for me to highlight the clear and determined commitment that our government has in protecting women's rights to choose, a fundamental right. South.
It was very encouraging to...
Order. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South has the floor.
Speaker, the federal government leapt into action to go after Canadians who applied for CERB because the government told them to. But when it comes to a wealthy, powerful corporation, they cut a sweetheart backroom deal for a company that has avoided paying their fair share over the objections of CRA staff. Why does this government continue to prioritize going after everyday families instead of going after wealthy corporations that are purposely avoiding paying their fair share? When will the government understand they need to prioritize the wealthy corporations that are cheating the system and not going after working class Canadians?
Mr. Speaker, the trust in our system is at the heart of the CRA. allegations when it comes to transfer prices has been examined by a third party and no poor behaviour has been noted. Let us be clear, Mr. Speaker, the independent inquiry showed that the arrangement was in fact favourable to the agency and was not preferential treatment to any taxpayer. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. People are paying the price of the increase of gas and the climate crisis. Large oil and gas companies are getting record profits. Records. Cenovus has its biggest profits, $1.6 billion. Why does the government continue to subsidize these companies instead of stopping oil and gas subsidies altogether? The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government has worked with every sector of the economy to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but to also grow the economy. And we are working with the steel sector and the oil and gas sector and all sectors to make sure that our economy will be robust in the future.
The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, I'll ask the Minister of Public Safety the same question I asked yesterday, a question that he suspiciously avoided answering. Did any minister or members of their political staff speak with Justice Rouleau before his appointment as Commissioner on the inquiry into the Emergencies Act? Did they discuss what kind of evidence the inquiry would or would not seek, including documents covered under cabinet confidence or solicitor-client privilege?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure my honourable colleague that the government is fully committed to being transparent around the events and circumstances that led to the invocation of the Emergencies Act. Last week, we launched the public inquiry, affording Justice Rouleau broad powers to compel witnesses, to compel documents and information, including some classified information, should he so choose to ask for it. Our intention is to shine a light on those events, and it would be certainly, I think, a point of departure to hear the Conservatives recognize that there was an emergency. We fulfilled our responsibility to protect Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, he's avoiding the question again, but I'll move on. This past weekend, Ottawa saw the so-called Rolling Thunder protests come and go without major incident. Now, during the Freedom Convoy protests, the government claimed that they needed the Emergencies Act because they needed to compel tow truck drivers to remove the protesters. Now, over this last weekend, we saw many vehicles towed without needing the Emergencies Act. Yet another blow to this government's fabricated claims. If the government didn't need extraordinary powers to get the tow trucks, what did they need them for?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, I'd like to begin by expressing my gratitude to all frontline police officers, including members of the RCMP, who ensured that we were able to maintain public safety over the course of the past weekend. Of course, there are big distinctions between what occurred last weekend and what occurred last winter, which was a national emergency, Mr. Speaker. We invoked the Emergencies Act after we received advice from law enforcement. Once it was invoked, we were able to restore our public safety, and now we'll ensure that there's transparency in the accountability of that decision. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister claimed the Liberals invoked the Emergencies Act because they needed it, and yet, again, there was a large protest related to the winter one that he just referred to this past weekend, but as far as I'm aware, no one remains camped out on the roadways around Parliament, which is in direct contradiction to what the Minister is claiming, because as this past weekend showed, with leadership and coordination between government and police, peace and order can be maintained. Mr. Speaker, there was clearly a failure by these Liberals to show leadership during the winter protest, as the Minister refers to it, and they used the Emergencies Act to bail themselves out. Isn't that right, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I would point out that notwithstanding the fact that public safety was maintained, that there were enforcement actions taken last week as a result of some individuals who, again, crossed the line and broke the law. And it would be, again, an opportunity for the Conservatives to recognize finally, after now months of denying that there was an emergency, because collectively we have a responsibility and a burden as parliamentarians to uphold the law. That's exactly what we did when we invoked the Emergencies Act, and now we'll ensure there's transparency so that all Canadians can be reaffirmed in that decision. Thank you.
The Honourable Member Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. MPs continued to work from right here in Parliament throughout the winter protest. In fact, I would walk across Wellington Street at least once a day with my infant son in a stroller to come to work. If the threat was as serious as this government is now making it out to be, did the Minister of Public Safety knowingly put the lives of myself, my infant son, and every single person that works here in danger?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, I'm very relieved that my colleague was able to access the Hill with the additional protection and safety that was offered by the RCMP, by the Parliamentary Protection Service, by the Sergeant-at-Arms. But there's a big difference between what some of us were able to experience on this Hill and what was going on off of this Hill, Mr. Speaker. And there can be no doubt that people who lived in Ottawa were completely had their lives upended by the illegal occupation here, that people who lived in border communities had their lives upended, and that was because individuals broke the law to a point of a national emergency. That's why we invoked the Emergencies Act. We did it to protect Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, last week there were protests in downtown Ottawa. The police, the municipality and various stakeholders managed to manage the situation effectively and quickly. It was just a question of leadership, Mr. Speaker. Yet, last January, the government was completely overwhelmed by the events on the Hill and decided to hide behind emergency legislation. Will the Prime Minister finally admit that he lacked leadership, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, there are huge differences between last weekend, where there was a protest, a smaller protest than last winter. Last winter there was a blockade and an occupation, illegal in nature, and we respectfully listened to what police bodies had to say, and then we made the decision with a lot of attention to invoke the Emergency Measures Act. This was a decision that was necessary, and now we will collaborate with any exercise in transparency. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Well, Mr. Speaker, once again, last week's demonstration was orderly. It was simply a matter of leadership. Here is what the Minister of Public Safety said yesterday, and I quote, "First of all, we are relieved by the good work of the police forces on the ground, including the RCMP, who added resources to assure everyone that public safety would be maintained, Mr. Speaker. How can he still claim today that the emergency measures legislation for the events of January was actually necessary?" The Honourable Minister for Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, the short answer is because it was necessary. There was a lot of disturbances at the border, against our economy, a lot of disturbances to our public safety against many Canadians, and that is the reason for which we invoked the Emergency Measures Act. It wasn't a light decision to make, it was a difficult decision to make, but it was the necessary one. And now, on this side of the House, we will participate in every exercise of transparency. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, in March we were sorry that the federal government was taking 28 months to process Quebec immigrants applying for permanent residency. A few weeks later, it has become 31 months. 31 months of waiting, 29,000 backlogs, some of which have been going on since 2009. Mr. Speaker, there is an immigration crisis. Today, the minister can simply no longer say that everything is fine. They can't just simply look for scapegoats. These are statistics from IRCC. Can they at least name the problem today and say that, yes, there is an immigration crisis? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, perhaps I would like to talk about the Canada-Quebec agreement. Quebec is allowed 28% of new permanent residents that arrive every single year, but they only choose to welcome 13. They pick and choose 74% of immigrants that arrive in Quebec, including with regards to their language skills. The federal government transfers close to $700 million a year, without condition, by the way, for the settlement and the francization of immigrants. On this side of the House, we will continue to work with Quebec instead of simply trying to pick a fight like the Bloc Québécois always seems to do. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the Liberals are saying that today they're saying that we're looking for a fight, but now the Parliamentary Secretary is pointing their finger at us. Right now, the federal government is being sued for issues that have been dragging on since 2009. It's not the fault of François Legault, because his party didn't even exist in 2009. It's not Philippe Couillard's fault either. He wasn't even back in politics. It's not even the fault of Pauline Marois' targets. It goes back even further than that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the machine is broken in Ottawa. It has been broken for a hell of a long time. Instead of pointing the finger at Quebec, when will the federal government finally own up to its mistakes? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Immigration. Mr. Speaker, I love it when my colleague gets so excited. It's very honourable. But on this side of the House, we have already said it and we will repeat it. Immigration is essential for our economy. Like the member knows, Quebec establishes its own immigration target. Last year, we welcomed close to 50,000 new permanent residents in that province. This year, Quebec increased its targets, which will reduce waiting times. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, there are three certain things in life: death, taxes, and delays at the federal level each and every single year for the arrival of temporary foreign workers. Yet there is nothing more predictable than that. It's every year. Spring arrives, more or less, I think you'll agree, every time, every year, as do the harvest. And every time the federal government seems surprised that it's springtime. Every time the producers face the same delays, and every year they wonder if the workers will arrive on time. Mr. Speaker, the machine has broken down in Ottawa. If they don't want to fix it, why not transfer the management of the machine to Quebec? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Immigration. Mr. Speaker, listen. We know that immigration is essential for fighting labour shortages. Work permits are prioritised for healthcare, for agriculture, and for food and the production of seafood. In Q1 2022, I'd like to remind this House, Mr. Speaker, that we processed more than 100,000 work permits, double the amount of Q1 2021, Mr. Speaker. And we will continue to make sure that Canadian employers have access to the workers that they need.
Calgary Midnapore.
If you want to visit Big Ben or the Queen, no problem. Passengers through Heathrow no longer require tests or proof of vaccine. Want to visit the Hans Christian Andersen Museum or the Little Mermaid by the Sea? Feel free. There are now no travel restrictions in place for tourists visiting Denmark. Always dreamed of visiting the Leaning Tower of Pisa or the Trevi Fountain? No health pass needed. Yet Canada is left behind in a myriad of mandates as tourist season looms. So when the Prime Minister said that Canada was back, did he mean the back of the line for ending the mandates?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, the last 2 years have been very difficult on Canadians. Once in a 100-year pandemic has compelled governments around the world and in Canada to put together a range of measures to protect the health and safety of Canadians. Over the last few weeks, our federal government has been adjusting these measures. We have removed tests, pre-departure tests, Mr. Speaker. We have removed testing at airports, Mr. Speaker. We are now continuing to adjust our measures based on the advice that we receive from our public health experts, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
A couple of headlines from the past few weeks. Italy and Greece relaxed COVID restrictions ahead of tourist season. UK drops all travel restrictions. Denmark lifts all COVID-19 travel restrictions. Hungary, Iceland, Norway, Ireland, Romania, Slovenia, all open for travel ahead of summer, and the list goes on. Mr. Speaker, When will Canadians have the same freedoms that so many others around the world currently enjoy? Very simply put, does this NDP Liberal government actually trust Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate very much the key word, which is freedom. The reason we have the freedom to relax those measures in Canada is that many Canadians, in fact the vast majority of Canadians, have received their first, their second, and in many cases their third dose. Mr. Speaker, when we hear the opposition speak about public health measures but badly about vaccination, we have to make a choice, Mr. Speaker. We can't have relaxation of public health measures, more freedom, without vaccination and going through COVID-19.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We know that our duty is for Canadians into ensuring that their safety, but these mandates have gone on too long. Canadians are unable to travel to see their ill relatives or attend funerals. Constituents continue to not being able to see their mothers or fathers or siblings or grandparents who are suffering from illnesses. Canadians are looking for hope, Mr. Speaker. What is this government going to do to end these mandates and to reunite Canadians with their families?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to continue. 135,000, that's the number of lives lost in the United States because they have had a lower vaccination rate than we had in Canada. Mr. Speaker, 135,000 people, that's about the size of any one of us riding in our country. 135,000 lives lost because in the other country they had a lower vaccination rate. That, Mr. Speaker, is not only a personal but also a social tragedy.
The Honourable Member, Peace River, Wexlock.
Mr. Speaker, Argentina, Costa Rica, Denmark, Hungary, Jamaica, Thailand, Mexico, Norway, and Poland. These are a few of the many countries that have ended all their vaccine mandates. Even citizens of Cuba, a country with an interesting connection to the Prime Minister, have more freedom to travel than Canadians. However, the Liberal government maintains one of the most restrictive vaccine regimes around the world. On what day will 7 million Canadians get to fly again?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Speaker, my honourable colleague never agreed with any of the public health measures we put in place. He never supported vaccine mandates.
Order. Order. I think we just let the minister answer, and we can ask another question if time. So you can get on the list. It's easy. Talk to your whip, and you can get on the list. The Honourable Minister of Transport.
So, Mr. Speaker, let me just say, these measures are temporary and we'll always consult our public health experts on how to proceed forward. But let me just say to my honourable Conservative colleagues, they can't, on the one hand, agree that vaccines save lives, and on the other hand, call them vindictive measures. That doesn't add up, Mr. Speaker. They have to tell Canadians that they believe that vaccines save lives. Do they agree with that or not, Mr. Speaker?
Order. We made it to question 22 here. Are we ready to proceed? Are we ready to proceed? The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, today 112 organizations wrote a letter saying fossil fuels subsidies are undermining our climate goals. This government is fueling the crisis, handing out billions of dollars to big oil and gas. Today, the minister defended his newest subsidy, citing the IPCC, but the Liberals lobbied them to highlight this flawed approach. Despite that, the report says carbon capture is the least effective and most expensive option. Why is this government listening to big oil instead of the science?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government remains
remains committed to phasing out of inefficient fossil fuel subsidies. But fossil fuel subsidies do not include those measures that are intended to reduce carbon emissions. And if my honourable colleague will actually read the IPCC report, it talks about carbon capture and sequestration as being an enabling technology to reduce emissions around the world.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Well, as Canadians get hosed at the pumps, Imperial Oil tripled their profits, and RBC says 4 Canadian oil giants are on track to get $47 billion in revenue. Now, do you think they'd spend any of that mitigating the damage they're doing to the planet? Not a chance when they can mooch off this Liberal government who give them billions in subsidies. In the face of a burning planet, this government has turned themselves into an open bar for the oil lobby. So my question is to the carbon captured environment minister. When is he going to do the right thing and stop giving Canadian taxpayers' money to big oil?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government has an ambitious climate plan, and perhaps the most detailed climate plan that exists in the world, focused on reducing emissions, but doing so in a manner that's going to create a good economy, a strong economy, and good jobs for Canadians across the country. We are working with industry in all sectors of the economy to ensure we do just that. That is something that the NDP has never understood, a strong economy. It's important that we do reduce emissions and maintain a strong economy at the same time. That's exactly what we're doing.
The Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, Punjabi Canadians in my riding of Brampton North and across Canada have been advocating for a direct flight from Canada to the Indian city of Amritsar. My colleagues and I have also been raising their concerns with officials. Would the Minister of Transport please update this House as to what our government's position on the issue is?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for Brampton North for her question and her advocacy on this issue. I've been hearing from members of the Punjabi Canadian communities and colleagues here in the House of Commons about their desire to see more direct flights to India, including flights to Amritsar. This afternoon, I met with the Indian Civil Aviation Minister and I raised the issue of more direct flights, including flights to Amritsar. I want to thank Minister Sindhia for his willingness to work together on strengthening our air transportation agreement. Mr. Speaker, our government will continue to support airlines to implement more direct flights to India. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, housing prices in my community have doubled since 2015. Former Conservative governments kept the housing market stable. House Sigma, using house sales data for Weston, the housing minister's own neighbourhood, shows the price of a home in May of 2007 was $233,500. April 2015 was $296,250, and in April of 2022, it was nearly $800,000. Why is the minister failing even his own constituents who are having to pay over $500,000 more for a home since he got elected?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
2022, we are investing more than ever before in the building of more affordable housing. We're doubling the number of new homes built in Canada in the next 10 years. We're introducing the first-time home buyer tax-free savings account and making sure that we double the first-time home buyer tax credit, as well as extending the first-time home buyer incentive. In addition to that, we're cracking down on speculation and unfair business practices in the real estate sector, while also helping first-time home buyers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Excellent.
L'honorable député de Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, my question today is on behalf of two young people from Charlebourg, François and José. They hope to be able to buy a house one day. But mortgage rates keep climbing, which is making it harder to negotiate a first mortgage. The Prime Minister keeps telling us that inflation is an international phenomenon and that no government can control it, but that's not true. François and José are telling me that no matter how much they save, they just can't keep up with the increase in house prices. When will the Prime Minister take their problems seriously? The Honourable Minister of Housing.
And Jose. Helped first by the first-time homebuyer tax-free savings account, the first-time homebuyer incentive, and the doubling of the first-time homebuyer tax credit. They'll also be helped by the ban on foreign ownership, something that the party opposite has opposed. This will help free up more housing stock for first-time home buyers like the honourable member mentions. In addition to that, we're building more housing supply as well as tackling speculation, ending blind bidding and introducing a new home buyer bill of rights. All of these things together, taken together, will do a lot to help first-time home buyers, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
After 7 years of this Liberal government, the price of the average home has doubled from $400,000 to $800,000, and more Canadians are unable to afford a home, and others can't even afford rent. In Canmore and Banff, people are forced to live in vans or share apartments with a dozen other people because they can't even afford rent, let alone buy a home. In Airdrie and Cochrane, young couples are living in their parents' basements with their children. And no matter how hard people work, adequate housing just isn't attainable. How is this acceptable, and why hasn't the government done anything to fix it?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
The party opposite has absolutely no credibility on this issue. They downloaded housing to provinces and municipalities. They had no help for renters. We are the party that introduced federal leadership and significant resources back into affordable housing. And the honourable member talks about renters. We introduced the Canada Housing Benefit, which has helped tens of thousands of families in his home province, but they voted against it. And in addition to that, we're not stopping there, Mr. Speaker. In Budget 2022, we're adding an additional $500 to the Canada Housing Benefit.
The honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
They are the party that's the problem. The problem is inflation, and they're the ones causing it. At 6.7%, inflation will cost Canadians an extra $2,000 this year. At the grocery store, Canadians are feeling the sting of higher prices, totaling an extra $1,000 this year. At the gas pump, Canadians are paying 40% more than they were last year. And the natural gas that Canadians use to heat their homes is up 19%. These hard-earned dollars are being taken away from people just trying to get by. Why won't this government stop causing the problem?
Hear, hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives continue to talk down the Canadian economy with an absolutely false economic narrative. The truth is that Canada is well placed to weather the economic storms caused by COVID and Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine. According to the IMF, we will have the fastest growing economy in the G7 this year and next year. Just last week, S&P reaffirmed Canada's AAA credit rating with a stable outlook. We have the lowest debt to GDP ratio in the G7, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-Lille. Mr. Speaker, at the Official Languages Committee, Robert Laplante explained that there are not two majorities in Canada. There's just one majority, which is the Anglophone majority, part of which lives in Quebec. The government said the same thing in its throne speech in 2020. It said that the situation of French is unique. There are nearly 8 million Francophones in Canada, in an ocean of more than 360 million mainly Anglophone inhabitants. Is that still what the Minister of Official Languages thinks? The Minister of Official Languages. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. As someone from an official language minority community, a French community, I recognize the importance of protecting French. That's part of my daily life, and that's why I'm so proud to introduce a modernization of the Official Languages Act, and I hope that our colleague will support it and help us pass it as soon as possible. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, the situation of French is unique, but not according to federal language legislation. Again, Robert Laplante at committee said that it is indefensible to compare the situation of French in Quebec and the situation of English in Canada, and in parallel, the situation of Anglophone and Francophone minorities. Even the Prime Minister said in 2020 that in order for Canada to be bilingual, Quebec needs to be primarily French-speaking. Is that still what the Minister thinks? The Honourable Minister of Official Languages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've said many times, protecting and promoting French is an absolute priority for this government and for myself as Minister of Official Languages. We are the first government to recognize that French is declining throughout the country, including in Quebec. And that is why we are bringing forward a new version of the Official Languages Act. And again, I hope that opposition members will help us to pass that bill as soon as possible.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, an avalanche of information came out today regarding the Liberal government's corrupt tax dealings with a huge multinational corporation. Documents reveal the Minister of National Revenue gave a sweetheart tax deal to a corporation using Ireland as a tax haven, which is a breach of CRA's own rules. Whistleblowers in the Minister's Department raised alarm bells saying the deal undermines the integrity of the CRA. Will the Minister of National Revenue tell Canadians why there's one tax code for normal Canadians and a secret tax code for friends of this Liberal government?
Mr. Speaker, Canadians' confidence in our tax system is at the very heart of the agency's activities. And when it comes to these arrangements, a review was conducted by a third party. No misconduct was found, Mr. Speaker. So let me be clear. The review was carried out by an independent expert and showed that the conditions were favorable to the CRA and did not involve any kind of preferential treatment.
Member, Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Well, with respect, Mr. Speaker, that's not what the media is saying, and that's not what is coming out from insiders of the CRA. According to the media, according to the report, CRA violated its own policy and procedures to give a sweetheart deal to big business. This, in addition to not prosecuting one person from the Panama Papers. Why is the CRA aggressively pursuing hardworking Canadians while letting big business off the hook?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue.
Mr. Speaker, during this mental health week, this is very twisted rhetoric to hear from the other side of the House. Perhaps the minister could rephrase.
Guys, for maybe that last statement, I think it was a little inflammatory. La ministre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize. Let's be clear, Mr. Speaker. The review was carried out by a tax expert, an independent expert, who showed that the conditions were, in fact, favorable to the CRA and Canadians, and do not offer preferential treatment.
Bravo.
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are horrified to hear media reports that high-ranking Canada Revenue Agency officials are making sweetheart deals with multinational corporations so they don't pay their fair share of tax revenue.
Unbelievable.
Worse yet, internal Canada Revenue Agency emails raise concerns around corruption. Has the Minister of National Revenue met with the CRA Commissioner on this issue? And does she support the Conservatives' calls to have the Commissioner appear before the Finance Committee?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, I can't believe that the Conservatives still don't know that committees are independent and arm's length. But I would like to reassure my colleague that they can invite their own witnesses without my approval. The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, on our side of the House, we know that vaccines save lives. Last week, Moderna announced that it will be building a factory in Montreal that will have capacity to produce up to 100 million vaccines per year. That is a remarkable announcement for our national biomanufacturing sector. Can the Minister of Innovation tell us about the importance of this partnership for health and our economy? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his excellent question. Last week, I joined the Prime Minister in Montreal for a truly historic announcement in the life sciences. We announced that Moderna would be building its factory in Quebec. For 2 years, we have been rebuilding the Canadian biomanufacturing sector with strategic investments. Thanks to our vision, Canada will be better prepared to face any other health crisis that may occur in future. We are creating the future of vaccines in Canada.
The honourable member for Prince George Central, Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP Liberal budget proves once again that this government is all talk and no action. Instead of a plan to protect our Arctic sovereignty and security, all we got was a re-announcement of NORAD's existing infrastructure and that the government is considering its options. Millions promised while billions are needed. Our Arctic sovereignty and security cannot be protected by more Liberal empty promises. Will the minister, who continues to fail to defend our North, stand up and explain?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's sovereignty in the Arctic is secure and well established. We're taking action and making landmark investments to increase our Arctic sovereignty, including conducting joint exercises in the Arctic, purchasing 6 Arctic offshore patrol ships, Mr. Speaker, enhancing surveillance and intelligence capability in the Arctic with the procurement of 88 fighter jets. We will remain firm and unwavering in the defence of the Arctic and our continental security more generally. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now the Honourable Member for Coast Bay Central, Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, the Beaver Peninsula, Fogo Island, Buchan, St. Albans and Herbert Breton once had 25 doctors. These 5 communities in my ridings are either without a doctor or about to lose their last one. Some desperate communities are even asking me if it's possible to get relief from Army doctors and medics. The 7,500 healthcare professionals promised for rural Canada in the Liberals' election platform can't be found in the 2022 budget. Why did the Liberal government break their promise to rural Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very glad to receive a question from a person, from an MP from Newfoundland, with which we have a great relationship. We are very grateful for their hard work through the last 2 years. We are also very grateful for the important work that they do every day to provide people in Newfoundland with a primary care provider, a family physician, to reduce backlogs of the $2 billion investment that we announced just a few weeks ago, to make sure that every person in that province and in all provinces and territories benefit from the wonderful collaboration we're having across Canada.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, the provincial governments, which are responsible for delivery of health care, are fine with removing vaccine and mask mandates in their jurisdictions because they know they can now manage COVID. The federal government, however, which is not responsible for healthcare delivery, is still implementing punitive mandates for employees, travelers, and those crossing borders. They are virtually the only government in the world that's doing this. Why are these NDP Liberals such outliers?
Let's I would say maybe the member could find a new word on the end. Maybe apologize for that little quip, and maybe rephrase that.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, wearing a mask has made me cough. I meant to say outliers.
I know we're trying to get in directly here, which we can't say directly. So maybe the member can try one more time. The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, I'm just asking, Mr. Speaker, I withdraw the comment. I'm wondering why the Government of Canada is an outlier on this issue.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Everyone in this House obviously agrees on the importance of being responsible and prudent. We have done what Canadians expected of us in the last 2 years. Canadians have done what we expected of them in the last 2 years, which was supposed to follow public health measures to get vaccinated. Now, because of that, we have achieved in Canada one of the lowest death rates in the world. If that is called an outlier, we're very proud of that.
The honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, as a former small business owner who knows firsthand the struggles that small businesses and entrepreneurs faced throughout the pandemic, expanding trade ties with the Philippines is crucial in our trade diversification strategy, as it is a fast-growing market and will create new economic opportunities for Canadian businesses of all sizes. Can the Minister of International Trade, Export Promotion, Small Business and Economic Development update us on what our government is doing to strengthen our economic and commercial relationships with the Philippines and Filipino-Canadian businesses?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for Mississauga-Streetsville for the question. This weekend, Canada and the Philippines signed an agreement to establish a joint economic commission. The Philippines is a growing and a dynamic market in the Indo-Pacific region. This is going to help Canadian businesses of all sizes export more into this market and become more competitive globally. We will continue to build also on the people-to-people ties. With over 1 million Filipino Canadians who call Canada home, I want to say to those entrepreneurs, what a great way to kick off Asian Heritage Month.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, this week is Mental Health Week, and after 2 years of COVID-19, Canada has seen what we already knew, that our mental health system is woefully underfunded. Many Canadians are struggling with their mental health but can't access the care they need. This government promised to establish a new federal transfer to help provinces and territories expand mental health services. While the government pledged an initial $4.5 billion over 5 years, this funding was nowhere to be found in the budget. When will this government fulfill its promise and deliver a permanent federal transfer for mental health services?
The Honourable Minister of Mental Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question and his ongoing advocacy. As he knows, mental health is health, and our government has made mental health a priority. In 2017, we made $5 billion available to provinces and territories in bilateral agreements that is for 10 years up to 2027. We've established $45 million for the National Mental Health Care Standards, and through that we will get a mental health strategy, and through that we will have a plan to be able to negotiate with provinces and territories for the very, very important mental health transfer.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
The impacts of colonialism are deep among Inuit. In Nunavut, suicide rates are 10 times higher than the rest of Canada. I must amplify the need for sustainable, culturally appropriate mental wellness services. Organizations like the Ilisak Civic Society work tirelessly to support mental well-being and train Inuit to be counselors. To survive, Ilisak Civic must compete for funding. Will this government take action by providing sustainable funding for organizations that provide culturally appropriate wellness services?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, it gives me pleasure to rise in this House during Mental Health Week to talk about the overlay of extreme mental health needs in Indigenous communities as a result of a history of colonization and oppression in this country. And that's why this government takes this so seriously. In fact, we've designated $425 million towards Indigenous mental health specific programs, more money in budget 2022, so that we will have mental health services that are culturally appropriate and that will serve communities to the best of those communities' needs as designed by Indigenous people. Thank you.
And that's all the time for question period today. I'd like to draw the attention of members of the presence in the gallery of the Honourable John Stryker, Government House Leader, Minister of Energy, Mines and Resources, Minister responsible for Yukon Development Corporation, Minister responsible for Yukon Energy Corporation, Minister of Public Service Commission, and Minister responsible for French Language Service Directorate. Now we have a number of
of requests today, and I'll recognize the honourable member for Victoria. The honourable member for Victoria had a motion. Okay, sorry. Yep. Just going by the list.
Sorry. I don't have it.
I'll take a break here. I know that normally we do it in the order they've been received by the table. Okay. The honourable member for Victoria, and I apologize for jumping on out on that one.
Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations among the parties, and I am seeking unanimous consent for the following motion. It's not there. I'm so sorry, Mr. Speaker. It appears I have the wrong piece of paper.
Okay, I'm just gonna, we'll restart this. We're going back into to motions, the points of orders and motions. The honourable member for Victoria.
Apologies, Mr. Speaker. There has been consultations among the parties, and if you seek it, I hope you will get unanimous consent for the following motion. That given that we are in a climate emergency and Canada spends 14 times more on financial supports to the fossil fuel sector than it does for renewable energy, that the House call on the government to A, eliminate all subsidies, public financing, and other fiscal supports to the oil and gas sector before the end of 2020.
I'm hearing a lot of no's, so we're going to go on to the next one. No. The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington. Okay, Mr. Badaway is... Sorry about this. The list we're being provided was different than the one that's happening. So, well, please bear with me. There you go. There you go. The honourable member for no. All right, we're going to go to the leader of the deputy.
The honourable member for Montarville.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations amongst the parties, and I believe you will see that there is unanimous consent for the following motion. That this House emphasizes that Quebec and Canada are welcoming nations, open to the world, invested in the fight against anti-Semitism and all forms of discrimination, and condemns the false, defamatory, and offensive remarks made by the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. All those who oppose that the honourable member moves motion, please say no. All right, the House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say no. No, I've heard some no's.
For the honourable Order. The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman has requests.
Mr. Speaker, there's been conversations among colleagues, and I think it could be safe you'll find that for the following motion. That this House, A, affirm that the rule of law is one of the principles upon which Canada was founded and applies equally to everyone. No one is above the law. And B, that the criminal code provides no statute of limitations for crimes such as fraud against the government. And anyone, even the Prime Minister.
I'm hearing no's before we even get started.
It's a long list. The honourable member for Saint Jean. Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations amongst the parties, and I believe you will see that there is unanimous consent for the following motion, that the House reiterate that a woman's body belongs to her and her alone, and recognize her freedom of choice on abortion for any reason. I've heard a number of no's.
A few no's. The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Consultation amongst the parties, and I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following: that the government allow public servants to return to work regardless of vaccination status.
again, I'm hearing a number of no's before we even get going. I'm guessing there's not a lot of consultation amongst parties. Let me go to our virtual version here. L'honorable député de
The honourable member for Mont-Royal.
Speaker, and I hope I'll do better than my honourable colleagues in terms of getting consent. Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I hope you will find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion. That this House emphasizes that Canada is a welcoming country, open to the world, invested in the fight against anti-Semitism and all forms of discrimination, and condemns the false, defamatory, and offensive remarks made by the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion, please say nay. Agreed? The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. The motion is carried. Since I'm now going on this a little off the list,
point of order.
I have a point of order from the honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, I wonder if you could just report to the House on the question of bringing a unanimous consent motion when a unanimous consent motion that was identical or very similar was put forward. I supported the last motion, of course, but I am concerned about protecting the rights of members insofar as seeing the same motion repeatedly proposed. I wonder if you could report to the House on the expectations around that. Thank you.
I will follow up with this right after we finish this list of motions. So, the honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And there have been discussions amongst the parties, and in the spirit of Mental Health Week and the incredible work of organizations like Do More Agriculture and my colleague from Caribou Prince George, I think if you will seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That in the opinion of the House, the government update the mandate of Farm Credit Canada to further enhance services and products that support mental health, members of agriculture and agri-food.
I'm getting a number of no's again. I will have a comment after this about these. This isn't debate. This isn't debate. Let's get these complete. The honourable member, the honourable opposition House Leader. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm listening to the vigorous conversation that's going on here. There have been discussions among the parties, Mr. Speaker, and I think if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent for this. Following motion that in regard to the government motion number 11 and out of respect for the hard-working and dedicated employees of the House of Commons.
We're getting a lot of no's on that one. The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I hope I'll be able to finish my motion before we get all these no's from across the way.
It's a good one.
There have been discussions among the parties, and I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That given that the government tabled the largest spending budget in Canadian history.
There we go. I guess there's no consent on that one. And finally on my list, l'honorable député de Mégantic.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, I think if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent of the House, Mr. Speaker, for the following motion that the House take note of the provincial premier's demand for an increase in healthcare transfers. I'm hearing a lot of nays. There is not consent.
All right. Oh, we have another. My goodness, we have another one. The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there has been consultations amongst the parties, and I hope, well,
to hear the first sentence, and then we'll decide from there. The honourable member.
And I hope that you will see that there is unanimous consent for the following motion, that in the opinion of the House, the government will update the Farm Credit.
All right, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I'd like it if members of this place acquainted themselves with the standing rules, particularly Standing Rule 16 and Standing Rule 18, which mean that when a member rises and has been recognized by the Speaker, he or she or they are not to be interrupted by yelling. Thank you.
Take the opportunity to maybe, or do you have a response to the point of order? Okay, the Honourable Member of South Surrey White Rock.
Frankly, Mr. Speaker, we are all quite aware with the rules of procedure in this House. We do not need to be lectured by another member on how to conduct ourselves. We know what we're doing here in this House. Thank you very much.
All right. I have this comment to make, whether it's not a point of order or response to it, but I know there was an unusually high number of requests for unanimous consent motions after question period for today, and all but one were denied. I would like to bring the attention of a few quotes from chair occupants with regards to this process. From May 17, 2019, quote, "It is known to be common practice of the House to use unanimous consent motions when there is known agreement amongst parties for the acceptance of these motions," unquote. And one from May 27, 2019, quote, "As Speaker, I am confident that members still expect the process of unanimous consent to be used for its rightful purpose and in the manner in which it was intended, including ensuring that the necessary consultations take place prior to these requests being raised in the House," unquote. And finally, one from June 3rd, 2019, "We expect, in fact, to be consent because the members consulted all parties and has received that consent," unquote. I encourage members to bear this in mind before seeking unanimous consent for a motion. C'est peut-être aussi.
Perhaps this matter could be discussed by the parliamentary leaders during their meeting later this afternoon.
All right, what are we off to now? I have another point of order from the member from Saanich Gulf Islands.
Hey, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend from South Surrey White Rock is indeed a friend. But I only rose because it is impossible for either of these parties to hear themselves speak. When I have been here 11 years, Mr. Speaker, I've never heckled once. It is possible to respect our rules and respect each other, and that's all I plead for.
And I thank the member for her intervention as well. There you go. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, comments.
At third reading of Bill C8, the Economic and Fiscal Update, and on the sub-amendment of Mr. Caputo.
When we went off, the member for Hastings, Lennox, Addington had the floor. She has 8 minutes left and 5 minutes of questions and answers. The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox, and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise to resume intervention on C8. Earlier, I noted that Parliament is supposed to be a legislature based on collaboration, not coercion. I also highlighted how important the role of Parliament is in scrutinizing the spending of public funds. Now, I want to bring this around to something the leader of the NDP, the member for Burnaby South, said just last week in his speech on the budget. In the past couple of years, Canadians have had to deal with the pandemic and the growing costs of living, which is at a crisis level now. The cost of everything has gone up. To fill up your car, to buy groceries, to find a home you can afford, to pay your rent. And on top of that, there's a war that makes everyone across the world feel less safe. In this context, Canadians sent us to Parliament in a minority government to get them help, to find ways to help them solve the problems they are dealing with. Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague then went on to claim victory, touting potential dental care as a surefire sign of victory. All it took was surrendering the most basic function of a parliamentarian to this Liberal government, their ability to scrutinize public expenditures. This is what their confidence and supply agreement necessitates: the automatic support of money bills. In my opinion, that is not a win for Canadians. That is an abject shirking of the most basic duties of a parliamentarian. I find it incredibly difficult to believe that my colleagues in all parties are satisfied with the content of this legislation. On a 124-page bill, there is a singular area for improvement and nothing else that they would like to see added to the legislation. Well, on this side of the House, Madam Speaker, this is not the case. For example, at committee, my colleague from Northumberland, Peterborough, raised concerns about the inequitable nature of the distribution of the carbon tax rebate for farmers. he rightfully pointed out that a dairy farmer in Sterling will have different expenses than a wheat farmer out in Saskatchewan. There are both regional differences and industrial differences, differences that the legislation does not differentiate. This was confirmed by Ms. Lindsay Guire, Director General Legislation, Tax Legislation Division, Tax Policy Branch, Department of Finance. Subsequent witnesses confirmed that the government's approach was not ideal. When asked whether his members supported the approach to carbon tax rebate as laid out in the private members bill of my colleague from Huron-Bruce as opposed to the patchwork job in C8, Mark Agnew of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce replied, quote, "We'll take what we can get in the meantime, but certainly working towards Bill C-234 is what we hope can happen." My colleague from Calgary Centre rightfully questioned the value and efficacy of 1% increase in housing tax. He said, "I cite in the House of Commons the example of British Columbia, where there is a municipal tax already on foreign transactions in the housing market of up to 2%, depending on the buyer, plus a provincial tax up to 3%, for a total up to 5%. In addition, there is a 20% transfer tax on foreign buyers, and yet 7.7% of activity in the Vancouver real estate market is still being consumed by foreign buyers of real estate in Vancouver and the Lower Mainland. These small taxes aren't having much of an effect on buying unless we're looking at ex post facto at this. How do you suppose an extra 1% jurisdictional overreach is going to solve the housing problem in Canada? Madam Speaker, the response from the government official was, "I will just point out, very simply, that this is a tax, the purpose of which is to raise revenues. It is estimated that the tax will raise $735 million in revenues over the next 5 years." Another witness styled the tax as perfunctory, stating, quote, "I would say at a very basic level that you are looking at what the cost of doing business is. In this case, it is the business of crime. When you are talking about laundering millions of dollars, a 1% hit on that could be considered the cost of doing business. This is why we talk about it. As well, the need for penalties for money laundering to be highly substantive and not just seen as the cost of doing business to properly dissuade money launderers from exploiting Canadian housing." Madam Speaker, in a time when young Canadian families are living in their parents' basement because of the obscene increase in housing prices, this government comes in and increases it further, not to combat foreign ownership, not to restrict purchasing, but exclusively to raise money to pay for its record spending. It is interesting to be able to approach this particular type of legislation with a different mindset than I had previously. Armed with new information, we are able to contextualize how C8 is truly going to affect Canadians. Paired with the budget, C8 clearly signals what this government views as a priority. And unfortunately, for many people across Canada, including struggling families in Hastings, Lennox, and Addington, they are not included. Madam Speaker, I had previously highlighted some areas that I believe the government needed to focus on in order to best serve struggling Canadian families. This included investment in rural infrastructure, taxation relief, cutting red tape, and support for our agricultural sector. It is my firm belief that these are the most effective measures to get our economy going and stifling crippling inflation. The record increase in inflation we experienced months ago, it hasn't subsided. The cost of fuel has continued to increase. And with that, the cost of living. Madam Speaker, Canadians need a government that will help them through this extremely difficult time. Through my eyes, C8 does not do that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank the member from the neighbouring riding to me from the West for her speech today. But I listened to the part that she talked about collaboration and suggesting that this place requires collaboration. That is absolutely true, but collaboration does not equal consensus. And the way our entire system works is about bringing forward ideas, a bill in this case, bringing it to committee, having robust discussion at committee, formulating a response, a majority of the committee members voting in favor of it clearly to send it back here, and then this place ultimately debating it one more time and voting on it. So can she explain to me why she feels as though the collaborative process hasn't occurred? It clearly has if a majority of the members on the committee have sent their report back to the House for final debate and vote.
The Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox-Addington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What my honourable member fails to mention is not consistent with the views and the concerns that I'm getting from people at the dinner tables across my riding. People are fed up, they're disappointed, they're concerned, and what we need is a government that has the support and the will and the hope of Canadians.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. According to C8, healthcare transfers will be indexed to 3% till 2026. That's one of the reasons the Bloc is opposed to this bill. When everyone is asking for the cost to be covered and indexed to 6%, all experts have told us that the system has been weakened as never before, and we need to really build the strength of this healthcare system. Could my colleague tell me whether she agrees with this measure put forward by the Liberals to maintain what the Harper government decided to do, that is to cut healthcare transfers and index it at 3%?
The Honourable for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Merci, Madam Speaker. What we have to recognize is that the budget projections are fiction and they don't necessarily account for the promises in their future costs. Earlier today, I read a comment from a colleague of mine back home, and I'm going to share it with them because it really gives the sense and the pulse of where Canadians are at. And she recently shared, Shelby, I'm not the only one who is bustling their backside. Moving forward in this world is difficult. Our patience is being tested daily with an economy that is crumbling and creating barriers for all ages. So many people are struggling. Is it normal to have to create an income as a side job to be able to get gas to drive to your full-time job? This is not okay, and these are the types of messages and concerns that I'm getting from people in my riding.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith, a brief question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member. I would like to share, in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith, I've been receiving emails from constituents. This one in particular saying that 50,000 teachers are waiting for their tax refund. As a single parent, this constituent is counting on this money and has been waiting for this bill to finally be passed to implement the refundable tax credit for teachers. Does the member agree that the time to move forward is today so that the teachers can finally get the funding that they've been waiting for in the work that they do that is just so important?
The Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have two girls in grade school, high school, and the work that their teachers do is admirable, and I respect them for that. I reject the member's comments that we're not necessarily supporting it, because what happens is, at this point, I would encourage the honourable member to get involved in her local provincial campaign and address those particular types of issues.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleagues. I am pleased to be speaking on Bill C-8 today, and my comments will focus on Part 5 of Bill C-8. This is the government's effort to double down on their failed strategy of mandates, and in fact try to push provinces that are all moving away from mandates to try to bring them back. Specifically, Part 5 of this bill says the Minister of Health it talks about payments related to, quote, proof of vaccination. The Minister of Health may make payments to the provinces and territories not exceeding $300 million in total for the purpose of supporting their coronavirus disease proof of vaccination initiatives, with the amount of each payment to be determined by the Minister of Health. Now, Madam Speaker, this is the context in which we're living. It's where provinces are recognizing and moving away from these mandate policies, and the federal government is doubling down on their failures. Now, members who travel back and forth to Ottawa will see the realities of how the federal mandates conflict with the provincial mandates and really how absurd it is. Madam Speaker, this weekend I was at a trade show in my riding, and in keeping with the provincial rules in Alberta, anybody can come to the trade show without needing to present proof of vaccination. I think that's a good thing. And people are not required to wear masks, which I think is positive and reasonable as well. So I'm at this trade show meeting with constituents that are coming through, shaking hands, kissing babies, talking to people about the issues on their mind. None of these requirements are in place at the provincial level. Then I get on an airplane, and when I go to the airport and I get on an airplane, all of a sudden I'm in federal jurisdiction. So that means that all of a sudden the pandemic is back once I arrive at the airport. I need to wear a mask. I need to provide proof of vaccination to get on the plane. And there's all these new requirements in place. Then I leave the airport when I get to Ontario. And in Ontario, you don't have to present proof of vaccination to get into restaurants. You don't have to wear masks when you get into restaurants. I get off the plane, I come downtown, and I go to receptions. There's all these receptions being hosted on the hill, off the hill, in restaurants, and I see Liberal, NDP, Conservative Bloc staff and members at these receptions not wearing masks. No proof of vaccination is required. They're in a restaurant. It's all fine, apparently. But then when they get on the hill, then they're back in federal jurisdiction, and the government insists proof of vaccination is required and you have to wear a mask. And I'm trying to make sense of the science, Madam Speaker, behind the apparent conclusion that COVID-19 can only be transmitted when you are in places that are regulated by the federal government. How does it make sense scientifically for them to say we need these mandates in these small, limited areas of federal jurisdiction, even when provinces are lifting these mandates? It's perfectly okay for Liberal members and staff to go to parties at restaurants that are happening in Ottawa outside of the parliamentary precinct, and there's no risk from COVID apparently in those places. But then when they come to the Hill, apparently we need to ban any person, staff member, or member of parliament who's not vaccinated and require people to wear masks. It doesn't make any sense, Madam Speaker. It doesn't make any sense at all, these rampant inconsistencies. And this is what has frustrated so many people throughout COVID-19, is they're being told we have to follow the science, and then they're being faced with these obviously radically inconsistent rules that are applied in different ways. Insofar as there are things that make sense scientifically, they should be in place across jurisdictions. And if the same people are going to events in their riding, to restaurants, they're out and about, where they're not wearing masks, where they're not insisting that there be proof of vaccination in those places, and then they insist on the continuation of discriminatory mandates in areas of federal jurisdiction, we should note and call out how absurd that is. Now, we should also note that these federal mandates that are being promoted in Bill C-8 are applied regardless of the risk of transmission or exposure. Madam Speaker, you would think that the government would be happy to have included exceptions for those that take a rapid test. If somebody has just completed a negative rapid test, they're obviously at much lower risk of having and transmitting COVID-19 than if they were vaccinated a significant period of months ago. I think that's fairly clear in terms of the scientific data that we have right now. And yet a person can get on an airplane who has not been tested recently if they were vaccinated, but if they have just produced a negative test and they're not vaccinated, they can't get on the plane. Madam Speaker, this clearly is not about risk to other people on the airplane. It's clearly not about risk to other people in that space. It's about the government trying to be as punitive as possible towards those who have made a personal choice with respect to their health. We have federal mandates that say to public servants who work from home that they have to be on leave, Madam Speaker. That doesn't make any sense. And those mandates don't just affect the unvaccinated, they affect vaccinated people who rely on federal government services. We're seeing in immigration and so many other departments delays in the provision of government services, major gaps in terms of provision of key government services, people needing to wait years for their citizenship application to be processed. People who are trying to sponsor refugees in vulnerable situations needing to wait 3 years before they can privately sponsor someone to come to Canada. And it may be that a contributing factor to that is that the government has told people that work in immigration processing and other areas, even if they're working from home, that they cannot continue to work if they're making a choice not to get vaccinated, Madam Speaker. And I ask, how does that make any sense? How does it make sense that for all members of the government know, the servers, the people they're interacting with on public transit, servers at restaurants close to the Hill at the various receptions that they're going to may or may not be vaccinated, and yet they insist that a public servant who is working from home providing vital service to Canadians in immigration processing, working on providing support to people that are filing their taxes in other areas, that person has to be vaccinated or they'll be put on leave, again, even if they're working from home. These mandates clearly don't make any sense. They've never made sense because they're not applied with a view to risk. They were applied solely with the objective of being as punitive as possible towards those who have chosen not to be vaccinated. Why else, Madam Speaker, why else would these have happened? And let me just say as well, at this point in time, where we are today in May of 2022, let's acknowledge that any meaningful impact on vaccination rates of these coercive mechanisms has now run its course. I don't think these mandates made sense at any point in time. But certainly at this point, anybody who is going to be impacted in their vaccination choices by these coercive tools has already had that opportunity to consider the impacts, and if they're not vaccinated, they have definitively, despite the coercive pressure from the government, chosen not to. So it's time now for the government to recognize that people have been presented with information, they've made the choices that they want to make, and now proposing the spending of another up to $300 million to promote mandates at the provincial level just doesn't make any sense. Let's recognize that at this stage, 2 years after the start of the pandemic, many Canadians have been vaccinated. We've worked hard to address the issues we need to address in terms of healthcare capacity and other things, but it is time now to try to move forward. And people I talk to, I think across the country, including in my riding, don't want to see the permanent realization of vaccine mandates. We saw at times the government proposing funding for 3 years of vaccine mandates, Madam Speaker. It is simply grossly unfair that people would be prevented from and possibly in the future, prevented from getting on airplanes, prevented from seeing family members, prevented from coming into Parliament in the event that they are not vaccinated, especially given that people from federal jurisdictions are going out and participating in things where they're interacting with people without masks, people who are not vaccinated as well. Now, Madam Speaker, I do, in just the time I have left, want to comment on the principle behind vaccine mandates. It was interesting in question period hearing the transport minister saying you can't at the same time think that vaccines are useful from a health perspective and also say that I think the member for Kingston.
Point of order. The member for Kingston and the Islands has a point of order.
Madam Speaker, I believe that the button that the member is wearing is in reference to what is definitely known to be a political statement in here, talking about ending mandates. We all know, and in particular this member does, that we're not supposed to be wearing any kind of buttons that promote any kind of political agenda or any kind of statement in that matter. And this member is clearly disregarding that rule. I'm wondering if you could politely ask him to remove it.
I'm not sure. Maybe the honourable member can tell me what his button says, so that in that way I'll be more clear about my decision. But I do want to remind members that I have asked members not to wear buttons in the House unless it's something that has been approved throughout the House. But if the honourable member can tell me what his button says, and I'll be able to better say whether he should remove it right now.
Madam Chair, I do want to acknowledge that the member might have a point, and I didn't intend to be. I didn't intend to leave this button on for this speech, but I will tell, since members are curious. It says end federal mandates, but I can also table the button.
I'll ask the honourable member to remove the button, and I will remind members not to wear buttons in the House unless it is something that is being supported throughout the House itself, such as the Moose Hide campaigns or the White Ribbon campaign. And we are now at the time for closure, unfortunately. I've got a point of order. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and certainly in light of the conversation that was just had, I would hope that if you were to find it, you would find unanimous consent to support the message of end the mandates here in this place. So I would ask for unanimous consent in that regard.
The honourable member has asked for unanimous consent. I will see if there's unanimous consent. No. And I just want to remind member that the House rules are, these are props and they're not to be used in the House. And it's not the first time that we've had to raise that with different members of the House as well. So I would again ask members not to wear buttons. And I think that it is certainly a conversation that we will have at the House Speaker's breakfast whenever we have it next. No buttons at all. And I would say that if the respect isn't going to be there to the Speaker's ruling, then I would ask those members not to come to the House if they prefer to wear the button. It being 3:51, pursuant to order made on Thursday, April 28, 2022, it is a point of order. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the other honourable members for their assistance with the riding name. My impression, I know you had mentioned that the time for debate on C8 was over. My impression was that it was going till 4 o'clock, and that was counting 5 hours from a particular point. I just wonder if the table might be able to inform us when that clock on the 5 hours began, and therefore when it finishes. Thank you.
After question period, there was 23 minutes left, which led us to 3:51. Okay, perfect.
What about the points of order, though? I mean,
the points of order have all been dealt with.
But do those count in the time, or? Yes.
There was 26 seconds left.
Well, I have 26 seconds worth of things to say.
Excuse. No, the time is finished. It being 3:51, pursuant to order made on Thursday, April 28, 2022, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forth with every question necessary to dispose of the third reading stage of the bill now before the House. Order. La question est la suivante, Madame.
The question is as follows. Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mr. Macaulay. Cardigan, move that Bill C8, an act to implement certain provisions of the
Loi portant exécution.
Certain provisions of the Economic and Fiscal Update tabled in Parliament on December 14, 2021, and other measures be now read a third time and do pass.
Recommittal of the bill. Mr. Albus, seconded by Mr. Richards, move the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the word the following. Shall I dispense?
No.
No. Bill C-8, an act to implement certain provisions of the economic and fiscal update tabled in Parliament on December 14, 2021, and other measures be not now read a third time, but be referred back to the Standing Committee on Finance for the purpose of reconsidering clauses 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, with a view to remove the income tax provisions of the bill. Le sous-amendement, Monsieur Caputo.
Sub-amendment, Mr. Caputo, seconded by Mr. Brock, moves the following sub-amendment, that it be modified by adding as follows, and that the committee present its report no later than 10 sitting days after the adoption of the present motion.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the sub-amendment be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Pressure's on.
Pressure's on.
Madam Speaker, I request a recorded division.
He did it.
Good job. Best thing you've said all day.
Conformément à l'ordre adopté le jeudi.
In accordance with order adopted, the deferred recorded division will occur on May 4th, 2022, after oral questions. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour. Government orders. Government bills. Commons. Consideration at second reading of Bill C-19, Budget Implementation Act 2022, Number 1.
Mrs. Freeland, seconded by Mr. Blair, moves that Bill C-19, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 7, 2022, and other measures be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to first say that, like so many Canadian women, I was both shocked and deeply worried by the news from the United States last night about abortion rights. The U.S. Supreme Court confirmed this morning that the leaked document is authentic, but that it does not represent a decision by the court or the final position of any member on the issues in the case. I also want to recognize that this decision is a decision for American judges, American politicians, and the American people. But having said that, and speaking here today as a woman, as a mother, and as Canada's Deputy Prime Minister, it's important for me to begin by underlining our government's clear and determined commitment to protect a woman's right to choose. I want every single woman and girl in Canada to hear me say that here today. Abortion is a fundamental right. Feminists fought for decades to secure it, and here in Canada, we will not let it be undermined in any way. As part of Canada's feminist foreign policy, it has been a priority for our government to support the reproductive rights of women and girls around the world. We will continue to do so with greater determination than ever. We cannot take any of our rights, including this fundamental one, for granted. In a democracy like our own, our rights are ultimately secured by the will of the people, as expressed by the decisions of their elected representatives, by all of us here in this House. That is why it's so important for me to make this statement today, and why all Canadians, especially all Canadian women who care about a woman's right to choose, need to be active, vigilant, and speak out.
Madam Speaker, I am very happy
to launch debate today on Bill C-19, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 7th, 2022, and other measures. First of all, I would like to explain the context surrounding this current debate. When COVID-19 hit for the first time, Canada suffered a very strong economic shock. 3 million Canadians lost their jobs, and our economy contracted by 17%. This caused the worst recession since the Great Depression. Our overriding goal was to keep all Canadians at work and also to make sure that their employers were able to survive the shock. And that's why we provided unprecedented emergency aid to families and to Canadian businesses. It was an audacious plan, and it worked.
Covered 115% of the jobs lost in those awful first months, compared to just 93% in the United States. That means that more than 3 million jobs have been created or recovered. Our unemployment rate has declined to just 5.3%. That is the lowest level since Canada first began collecting comparable statistics in 1976. Our real GDP is 1.5% above where it was before the pandemic, with annual GDP growth of 6.7% in the fourth quarter of 2021 and a remarkable 13.9% on an annualized basis in February of this year. The IMF projects that Canada will have the strongest economic growth in the G7 both this year and next. And last Thursday, S&P again affirmed Canada's AAA credit rating and gave us a stable outlook. This is, in part, thanks to the emergency support our government provided to rescue Canadians and the Canadian economy. And it is thanks to the remarkable grit and determination that Canadians have shown over these past 2 years. But there are still challenges ahead. Inflation, a global phenomenon, is making things more expensive in Canada too. Snarled supply chains have driven prices higher at the checkout counter. Buying a house is out of reach for far too many Canadians. Russia's illegal and barbaric invasion of Ukraine is directly contributing to higher food and energy prices, both here at home and around the world. We need to do better as a country at innovating and encouraging small businesses to grow. We need to continue to address the existential threat of climate change, which is why, with the investments outlined in the budget and through Bill C-19, our government is focusing on growing our economy and making life more affordable for Canadians.
One of the pillars of our plan is investing in the cornerstone of a strong and growing country, and that's people. People need housing to live, Madam Speaker. The problem, Madam Speaker, is that there is not enough housing in Canada. Our budget includes the most ambitious plan that any federal government has ever put in place. And we are going to implement that program to fix this fundamental problem. It will allow us to double the number of new housing units that we're building in the country over the next 10 years. To build the housing that Canadians need, considerable effort will have to be deployed from coast to coast to coast. And every level of government is going to have to work together to make sure that we can achieve this. That is why Bill C-19 includes measures which will invest in the construction of a much higher number of new housing units. And it will also eliminate many of the obstacles which today prevent housing from being constructed. For example, the bill will provide up to $750 million to help municipalities fill the gaps when it comes to public transit, which were caused by the pandemic. To increase the impact of this funding, the provinces and the territories will have to provide an equivalent contribution to that of the federal government. And this funding will also serve as a lever to facilitate the construction of housing. They'll have to accelerate the work that's being done with municipalities to build more housing for all Canadians.
We also need to make the housing market fairer, Madam Speaker, which is why Bill C-19 will legislate a 2-year ban on foreign investors buying houses in Canada. We know that foreign money has been flowing into Canada to buy residential real estate. This has fueled concerns about the impact on costs in cities like Vancouver and Toronto and across the country. Canadians are worried about being priced out of the housing market. By banning foreign purchases of Canadian housing for 2 years, we will make sure that houses in our country are being used as homes for Canadian families, not as a speculative financial asset class. And we will make all assignment sales of newly constructed or renovated housing taxable for GST and HST purposes. Bill C-19 will help seniors and people with disabilities live and age at home by doubling the home accessibility tax credit's annual limit to $20,000, which will help make upgrades like wheelchair ramps more affordable. Madam Speaker, a growing country and a growing economy also demands a growing workforce. With Bill C-19, we will make it easier for the skilled immigrants that our economy needs to make Canada their home by improving our government's ability to select applicants from the express entry system who match the needs of Canadian businesses. We will also invest in the determined and talented workers who are already here by making it more affordable for people working in the skilled trades to travel to where the jobs are. This legislation would introduce a labor mobility deduction for tradespeople, which would allow workers to deduct up to $4,000 per year of travel and temporary relocation expenses as part of an effort to reduce labor shortages in the skilled trades. We will also introduce 10 days of paid sick leave for workers in the federally regulated private sector, which will support 1 million workers in industries like air, rail, road, marine transportation, and banks, postal, and courier services. Madam Speaker, the budget invests in the skills that Canadian workers need to fill the good-paying jobs of today and tomorrow, and it will help break down barriers and ensure that everyone is able to roll up their sleeves and get to work. Passing this bill is critical to that effort.
In addition, Bill C-19 will allow us to continue the work that we have already started to maintain a solid tax system in which everyone pays their fair share. Our government knows that people who can afford to buy cars, planes, and boats, luxury products like these, can also contribute a little bit more. And Canadians know that too. We were elected on that commitment, and we will respect that promise. In order to do that, we will follow up on our commitment to create a tax on the sale of new luxury vehicles and airplanes whose price is superior to $100,000 rather. This tax will also apply to the sale of boats whose price is higher than $250,000.
Today, anonymous Canadian shell companies can be used to conceal the true ownership of assets, including businesses and property. Through this legislation, our government will hasten the creation of a public and searchable registry of federally incorporated companies before the end of 2023, 2 years earlier than planned, to help counter illegal activities, including money laundering and tax evasion. This will also help prevent shell companies from being used to avoid sanctions and the tracing and freezing of financial assets. This effort is particularly pressing as Canada works hard with our allies through the new Russian elites, proxies, and oligarchs task force to target the global assets of Russia's elites and those who act on their behalf. That brings me to the way that Bill C-19 will allow the Canadian government to cause the forfeiture and disposure of assets held by sanctioned people and entities and use the proceeds to help the people of Ukraine. Among our allies, Canada is leading the way on this work. We would be, with the passage of this bill, the first member of the G7 to take this important step. And I can think of no better way to pay for the very expensive work of rebuilding Ukraine than with the seized assets of the Russian leadership that has waged this war. In 2019, we introduced a national price on carbon pollution to make sure that it is no longer free to pollute anywhere in Canada. In provinces where the federal system applies, the proceeds are returned to Canadians and their communities. For those living in Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta, Bill C-19 will change the delivery of climate action incentive payments from a refundable credit on your tax returns to quarterly payments starting in July of this year. Au Canada,
in Canada, as around the world, climate action is now an economic necessity. Thousands of billions of dollars can be invested in jobs and in today's and tomorrow's clean industries. Thanks to some considerable new investments and important new measures, the 2022 budget will allow Canada to benefit from the green transition. One of these measures is the new Canada Growth Fund, which will help attract billions of dollars in private capital. And we need those funds to transform our economy as quickly as possible and as much as possible. We are going to ensure that zero-emissions vehicles are a more affordable choice for all Canadians. We are going to continue building and enlarging the national network of zero-emissions vehicles recharging stations, and we will make new investments in clean energy. We will also help Canadians and Canadian benefit from the transition towards a clean economy. One of the measures included in Bill C-19 is a tax cut where we will be reducing by half the tax rate on businesses that build zero-emissions technologies. We recently tabled the framework for the emissions reductions plan for 2030, the 2022 budget, and the bill that we're debating today. And the measures which are found in these three documents represent a more sustainable economy for all Canadians today and for future generations.
Speaker. Bill C-19 will make a real difference in the lives of Canadians. It will help grow our economy, it will create good jobs, and it will help us to continue building a Canada where nobody is left behind. And so I hope that all of the honourable members in this House will support the swift passage of this bill in the weeks to come. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her speech. And I'm going to ask her a question that I've asked her before. It's one that we have not received an answer to. It's a question that I believe Canadians deserve an answer to, and it has to do with the state of Canada's finances. We've incurred the largest budget deficits in Canadian history. We have the largest debt Canada has ever seen. In fact, our debt has doubled over the last 6 years. In fact, we've accumulated more debt over the last 6 years than all previous governments in Canadian history. So Canadians quite rightfully want to know, when will the government's house be brought back into order? So my question to her, again, is a simple one. It's a yes or no answer. Does she have any plan to return to balanced budgets?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my answer also is a simple one, and that is that if Canadians want to understand the state of our public finances, they should look to the judgments of the objective analysts who are paid to make those assessments. And that's why it is a real pleasure for me to remind Canadians of the good news that last Thursday, S&P reaffirmed Canada's AAA credit rating with a stable outlook. Now, why did they do that, Madam Speaker? It's because Canada has the lowest debt to GDP ratio in the G7, and our budget showed a debt to GDP ratio that will continue to decline and a deficit that will continue to decline. In fact, Madam Speaker, our budget has been universally judged to be fiscally responsible, which it is.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member. Just a second. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Terrebonne is a wonderful riding, and I hope that I'll be able to welcome you there soon. So, thank you. I would like to thank the Vice Prime Minister for her speech. In principle, we agree with many of the measures which are found in C-19. I do have one important question, however. On March 4th, we sent a letter to the Vice Prime Minister about the semiconductor chip shortage, and C-19 does not seem to include measures to fix the terrible problem, the shortage of semiconductor chips. We're losing jobs, expertise, and some businesses are facing bankruptcy because of this shortage. What does the Honourable Minister of Finance and Vice Prime Minister intend to do about that? Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much for the question. And I am certain that Terrebonne is indeed a wonderful riding. And I would like to start by thanking the Bloc Québécois, which today in question period raised one of the most important questions that we're facing today, and that is the question of the fundamental rights of women and girls. And it's very important to highlight that. And I would like to once again thank the Bloc Québécois for that question earlier. In terms of the semiconductor shortage, we are certainly aware of this situation. We have had discussions with the Bloc Québécois, and I am certain that the Honourable Member knows that in the budget we have proposed measures to support the fabrication of semiconductors in Canada.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Elmwood Transcona.
For her speech today. When we looked at the Budget Implementation Act, There are changes to some modest changes to the employment insurance system. There's some tinkering around with the paid sick day provisions, but it's a full implementation of neither. Canadians are still in need of a widespread and ambitious employment insurance reform. There's still more legislative work to do in order to finally get the 10 paid sick days that were promised some time ago. And we have a looming deadline of May 7th for a number of the pandemic benefits that have helped cover off some of the important things that Canadians have had to do during the pandemic. Stay home with their kids when their kids are sick. Stay home from work when they themselves are sick. Not having implemented those EI reforms and the paid sick days fully before having those benefits expire means that there's a gap, and it's workers that are going to suffer for that gap. So I wonder if the government is considering an extension of those benefits until they complete those much-needed employment insurance reforms and a final implementation full of the 10 paid sick days. Thank you.
Minister of Finance.
I'd like to thank the member for Elmwood-Transcona for his hard work on behalf of working people in his riding and across the country. I share his concern with working people, and that's why our government has focused so intensely on jobs. That's why when the pandemic hit, we were so deeply concerned about the 3 million jobs lost, and that is why in my remarks I underscored the significance of our historically low unemployment rate of 5.3%. When it comes to the well-being of Canadians and Canadian families, it starts with having a good job. I agree on the need for 10 paid sick days. That's why we have that in this implementation. I look forward to continuing to discuss EI.
Comments, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the Honourable Minister of Finance and Deputy Prime Minister, and thanks for opening her speech with a condemnation of the loss of women's rights, which appears to be imminent in the United States. I wanted to address the issue of the Budget Implementation Act, starting with, I think, a fair statement. I've gone through this, and of course it's a very long bill. I don't find any hidden sneaky things that shouldn't be in a budget implementation bill. That we experienced in 2012 two budget implementation bills, C-38 and C-45, that were disastrous. And then we had in 2018 one sneaky thing that I lament, which was the putting in of a deferred prosecution agreement under the Criminal Code, which shouldn't have been in a Budget Implementation Act. It's hard to prove a negative, but right now it looks like there's nothing sneaky in this bill. My question to the minister, though, is well, we have some body language across the way. We'll look. But the main thing I wanted to ask the minister, she referred to climate crisis as an existential threat, as defined as a threat to existence. It's a threat to the existence of a habitable planet. We are currently on a trajectory, which we read the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change April 4th report. We're on a trajectory to an unlivable world. This budget is not taking us away from that trajectory. It doubles down on it. Would the Honourable Minister consider re-examining this bill and all bills in relation to the IPCC report?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, let me thank the member for Saanich Gulf Islands for her question and her observations. And let me start by confirming for her that all measures in the BIA are referenced in the budget text. I agree with her that climate change is an existential crisis, and I do want to acknowledge the many, many years that she has been working on this issue at a time before it had the wide recognition and support it does today. However, and with the greatest respect and affection, which I hope she doesn't mind me publicly expressing, I disagree with her about the impact of this budget on climate change. This is a very green budget, and it will help Canada and the world.
Question, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a brief question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask the Deputy Prime Minister, she spoke about the U.S. Rolling back of women's rights, and I was really disappointed today to see the Conservatives yell out no to a unanimous motion to support women's rights in this House. There's also media reporting that the leader of the official opposition has ordered her members and senators not to discuss this matter. Can the Deputy Prime Minister speak about leadership and leadership for women and women's rights in this country?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you for the question, and I certainly can. I think what we have seen, the news from south of the border that we first heard last night, has reminded us that at the end of the day, women's rights depend in a democracy on elected representatives who are willing to stand up for them day after day after day. That's what this government will do, and I know other members of the House will as well.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to again speak.
For Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Before the member launches into his speech, I'd like to just raise a point of order and seek your clarification on an issue. Early on, before the Finance Minister spoke, the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, was called out for wearing a button that was deemed to be propped, to which, Madam Speaker, you intervened immediately and advised members that they're not to violate the House order in that respect and outline the consequences if they do not follow the rules. However, I was confused about the procedure. Early on in the day, during statements, the member from Battle River, Crowfoot, was making the statement in the House. However, it was noted that he was sporting a flag that was deemed also to be a prop. The Speaker at the time allowed the member to finish his statement until the end before advising the member that he should not be violating the House rules by wearing a political statement in that regard. So I'm just not clear on what the rules and procedures are, and I wonder if you can provide clarity for me. Are members, when they've been called out or someone's noted that they are violating the rules with buttons and such, should they be immediately stopped and not be allowed to proceed until they remove the political button? Or can they wait until the end after they finish the speech? I just love to get your clarity on that, just to make sure that every members of the House know what the rules are and follow them accordingly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I will certainly take all of the information that the honourable member has put before the House at the moment. I was not in the chair at a question period or during statements, and obviously the previous speaker that was here did actually rule on that. But I think that we need to make it very, very clear that unless it is a piece of that has been approved by the House, such as the Moose Hide campaign, such as the white ribbon campaign that we wear in the House, that no buttons and no props should be used in the House. So I would just remind members that if they're planning to want to wear some type of a button or a ribbon, that they should maybe get they should discuss with others as well. But it will be an issue that will be addressed during the Speaker's meetings. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, Madam Speaker, that was quite an introduction to the speech that I was going to give. Basically, it took all the oxygen out of this House. But let me start by saying that this bill is effectively the Budget Implementation Act, which is implementing a portion of the last federal budget, the 2022 budget that was tabled just over a month ago. And not surprisingly, Madam Speaker, after having given this much thought, considered it, looked at all the different elements of this particular bill, as well as the budget itself, we as a Conservative opposition, we have no choice but to oppose it. And here are the reasons why, Madam Speaker. When I spoke earlier to the budget itself, I highlighted the fact that there were a number of issues that we took very seriously. One was, this was contrary to expectations. This was not a growth budget. In fact, this was very much like the previous budget in 2021, which was panned by the Liberals' own former advisors, who said the claims that that budget was a growth budget were actually profoundly wrong. In fact, that was a spending budget, and it turns out this budget, the 2022 budget, is also a spending budget. Now, why can I say it's a spending budget? We know the figures, and the officials have confirmed. There's somewhere in the order of $58 billion of new spending in this bill. That's not just carrying over from the previous year, established programs, simply carrying those forward. This is on top of that, $57 billion more that this government is spending. And I believe we need to place this all in context, because this government took over some 6.5 years ago in 2015. And over those 6.5 years, you will not believe this, but spending has grown 53%. Now, just to put this into further perspective, Madam Speaker, just between 2019, just before the COVID pandemic, and today, spending has increased by 25%. So by all measures, this is a tax and spend Liberal government. Canadians should not be surprised. That's the reputation they've earned over many, many decades. Is this a growth budget, which is what it was supposed to be? It was intended to be about fundamental changes that were going to improve the prospects for long-term growth for our country. The growth we're seeing in the economy today, the PBO has said, PBO being the Parliamentary Budget Officer, has said that that growth is actually GDP inflation. In other words, it's not organic, it's not substantive growth that is generated by improving productivity within the economy that would improve our competitiveness on the world stage, in the global marketplace. For example, there was nothing in this budget about comprehensive tax reform. Tax reform that would clearly position our tax system as being fairer, making sure the wealthy pay their share, but also positioning Canada to be competitive within the global marketplace. A tax system that would attract investment from all around the world. Because today Canada has a reputation of being a place you don't invest in, you shy away from. Too much regulation, taxes are too high. There's no certainty that the investment will ever be approved. And government, a federal government that is not supportive of this investment, certainly not investment in our resource sector, and certainly not investment in our oil and gas sector. This is also not a growth budget because there's nothing in here about regulatory change, about regulatory reforms that are going to speed up the approval process for worthy projects. That just ain't here. There's nothing in this budget about interprovincial trade barriers that have bedeviled governments for many, many decades. It is tougher to do trade amongst the provinces and territories than it is to do trade with some of our free trade partners around the world. What a sad comment on the performance of this government that had nothing in this budget or in this bill that addresses that serious problem. There's nothing in this budget, Madam Speaker, that addresses Canada's lagging investment performance. In fact, Canada is at the bottom of the list of the 38 OECD countries when it comes to investment performance. Investors from around the world, they just don't see Canada as an attractive place to invest. And now I want to hearken back, Madam Speaker, to a comment that the Finance Minister just made. She made it seem like Canada's growth rate is the best in the world. Nothing to see here. It's all great. Don't worry, be happy. In fact, she quoted the IMF, which said Canada's going to have a good growth rate for a couple of years. You know what the OECD has said? Canada ranks 38th of 38 countries when it comes to expected future growth of our economy over the next 30 to 35 years, between 2030 and 2060. Canada will be at the bottom of the list of the developed countries of this world. Shame. That is a failure on the part of this Liberal government. This is not a growth budget. The prospects under this government are bleak when it comes to future growth. Secondly, Madam Speaker, let me address the issue of inflation. Inflation is the biggest challenge to Canadian families today. The affordability crisis stretches from coast to coast to coast. Madam Speaker, yes, there are external influences that have driven inflation from around the world. Supply chain challenges, spiking commodity prices. But our government has to take responsibility as well. Economist after economist notes that governments can't keep spending and pumping more money into our economy without paying a price, and that price is the inflation we see today, especially in our housing market. The housing affordability crisis is as severe as I have seen in my lifetime. It has never been so bad in this country. And right now, this government cannot give Canadians any hope that things are going to get better in the near to mid-term. The problem is, they had something in their budget called their housing plan. $10 billion, they said, we're going to pump into Canada that's going to help ease the housing crisis. Well, you know what? $4 billion of that is simply a transfer from the federal government to municipalities across the country. Will not create one extra house in Canada, will not build one extra house over the next few years. It's going to be used purportedly to help municipalities improve their application processes, to make sure that they are more efficient, more timely, speedier, so they can get more permit approvals out the door. But that's going to take years to manifest itself. I think we all in this House know that this is not a quick fix. And the other $6 billion from this $10 billion fund is going into a program that will allow first-time homebuyers to set up a savings plan, where over a period of 5 years they can invest $8,000 per year for a total of $40,000 in an account that has tax-deductible investments into the fund, and you can take the money out tax-free. Sounds great. But it's only $40,000, and it's over 5 years. Over 5 years, these families are going to be left far behind by a housing market that is raging out of control. And to boot, that program, of course, is going to increase demand for housing in Canada even more as more Canadians take advantage of this. So you're going to have a problem on the demand side, you're going to have the problem on the supply side, the supply of housing in Canada. You know, Madam Speaker, The real challenge here in Canada is the housing crisis itself, and the inflationary aspect of it is a made-in-Canada crisis. Yes, there are some aspects of home construction, some of the elements that go into our home construction that would be impacted by global forces. But for the most part, I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that housing inflation in this country is a made-in-Canada crisis. And we had the Governor of the Bank of Canada, Tiff Macklem, at our committee not long ago, and we specifically asked him, Mr. Macklem, is it possible that all of this inflationary spending that the federal government has done, that these Liberals have done, all the borrowing and spending, record deficits, record debt, is it possible that some of it could be contributing to housing inflation? And he admitted, yes, that is true. Housing inflation can be driven by excess liquidity in the marketplace. So, Madam Speaker, it is not available to this Liberal government to simply wash its hands of the inflation crisis besetting our country and inflicting homes across this country. It has to take some ownership and responsibility for a crisis of its own making. Not solely of its own making, I'll be the first to admit, but significantly of its own making. Now, that was the cost of living, Madam Speaker, and of course it's going to get worse because on one side we have inflation. How does the Bank of Canada and Mr. Macklem fight inflation? Well, he now has to increase interest rates. And at committee last week, he admitted he's going to have to do that quickly, and that the increases in interest rates will be significant. So now we have the twin scourges inflicting families across this country, which is on one side, you've got skyrocketing inflation, and on the other side, you have rising interest rates. Canadians who have mortgages that are due for renewal are going to be paying higher mortgage rates, which means higher payments, which means less disposable income for those families. That is the story and the legacy of this Liberal government. Now, Madam Speaker, I'll go on to the third problem that we see with this budget and this act. This finance minister was expressly directed by the Prime Minister just over a year ago not to engage in any more new permanent spending. Now, that was in the middle of the COVID pandemic. And the government, I thought, had realized, listen, we can't keep spending and spending. We need to discipline spending because at the end of the day, we also have a duty to future generations of Canadians who have to pay back this massive debt that has been incurred because of the COVID pandemic and because of this government's reckless spending. But instead, after receiving that clear directive, a year later, what does the Prime Minister do? Gives the Finance Minister another mandate letter in which he purges any reference to eliminating new permanent spending. I don't know, maybe the Prime Minister already knew that he was cooking up a coalition between the NDP and the Liberals, and that was going to cost taxpayers a lot of money, and the government would have to borrow a lot of money to satisfy this NDP. I don't know, but Madam Speaker, I do know this. Shortly after this Finance Minister received that mandate letter, she started crafting her 2022 budget, which introduced a massive amount of new permanent spending, including a dental care program. In the last budget, it was a child care program. In the next one, we expect there will be a pharmacare program. And you know what was shocking, Madam Speaker? As a member of the Finance Committee, all of these requests were pouring in as we did our pre-budget consultations. And there were stakeholders from across Canada. There were 500 written submissions that came in and many more witnesses that basically were asking the government, hey, I've got my hands out. I want you to fund this program or fund that program and give me this subsidy or that subsidy. So we asked the other members of the committee, could we at least go through a process of prioritization? Let's triage all of these requests coming in, flooding in, and let's at least prioritize them so that we can bring a critical eye to them and determine which ones are actually affordable for Canadian taxpayers and future generations who have to pay this bill. You know what? The Liberals, the NDP and the Bloc, they said, no, we're not interested in prioritization. Let's just take all these recommendations, we'll just send them up to the minister, see what she does with it. What a reckless way of doing business, Madam Speaker. That's not the kind of country I want to live in. I want to live in a country that is fiscally responsible. I want to have a prime minister that actually thinks about monetary policy.
Hear, hear.
Not shuns it and says, it's not something that concerns me. It's the monetary policy of this country now that is requiring interest rates to go up because of the reckless borrowing and spending by this Liberal government. So that's the permanent spending part of it. There is $57 billion of new spending just in this budget alone, and that will saddle future generations with an albatross, a huge indebtedness that they're going to have to pay back with interest, rising interest rates. The last point is taxation. Madam Speaker, you know, this government talks often about having Canadians' backs, being there for the middle class. Here, here, they say. And yet this budget, tax after tax after tax, it's unbelievable. Look at the escalator on, for example, wine excise taxes. It is unbelievable. These escalators automatically drive up the taxes on goods that Canadians purchase every single day. Tax after tax. And what's worse, Madam Speaker, is the fact that with the dramatic escalation in the price of gas at the pumps, Canadians who already had a tough time filling up their tank now are realizing, because we Conservatives are telling them that on top of that gas price, they're paying GST, which means more revenues for the federal government, but less disposable income for them. And so we as Conservatives, we brought forward a proposal, because we're solution-oriented, we're problem solvers on this side. We came forward to the Prime Minister and we said, you know, Mr. Prime Minister, why don't we at least temporarily suspend carbon taxes? Why don't we temporarily suspend the GST on gas so we can give Canadians a break? You know what they said? They said no. They said no, Madam Speaker. So let me close by saying that there is no way we as Conservatives, the official opposition, the loyal opposition, can support a budget and a budget bill that is irresponsible. So I do have a motion, Madam Speaker, that I would like to table in this House, and it is seconded by the member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, and it reads as follows.
What?
That the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The House declined to give second reading to Bill C-19, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 7th, 2022, and other measures, since the bill fails, among other things, to address inflation, provide tax relief for Canadians, and take immediate action to increase housing supply. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Fass, seconded by Mr. Albus, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The House declined to give second reading to Bill C-19, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament. Shall I dispense? No. On April 7, 2022, and other measures since the bill fails, among other things, to address inflation, provide tax relief for Canadians, and take immediate action to increase housing supply. The amendment is in order. Before I go to questions and comments, alors, conformément à l'article 38 du règlement.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Lady Smith, Fisheries and Oceans. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. And the Honourable Member for Calgary, Nose Hill, Public Safety. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for his speech. And I wanted to go to his central core point that the government is apparently entirely responsible for the inflationary aspect of this of our current economy. I say that my honourable friend from Sherwood Park is a little premature in his enthusiasm. Has the honourable member thought about how much the Putin war is contributing to the rate of inflation? After all, oil, gas, and commodities in multiple trillions of dollars. Has he thought about how the clogged supply chains created largely by COVID have contributed multiple trillions of dollars to increased prices? Has he thought about the pent-up demand created by COVID that created multiple trillions of dollars? Has he thought about the U.S. economy that has an inflation rate considerably in excess of Canada's, and that being our major trading partner, also?
Unfortunately, I do have to allow for other questions, and so the Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
I'm just helping.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'd be glad to answer his question. I don't know if he was in this House for the full speech that I gave, because I acknowledged that supply chains do have an impact on inflation, that actually rising commodity prices around the world, exacerbated by the war in Ukraine, of course, do have an impact. But I also mentioned that housing affordability and the housing inflation we're experiencing today in Canada is largely a made-in-Canada phenomenon. And that is backed up by many economists, and I think he knows that. So let's be fair here. I acknowledge that some of the inflation that we experience in Canada is a global phenomenon, but a lot of it is driven by the actions of this government in borrowing and spending in a way that is irresponsible.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, earlier today during debate, the member for Kingston and the Islands was touting the parliamentary system, debates, committees. But you know what's not in the BIA? Well, it's a 500-page bill. It amends 37 acts. If one wants to kill debate, then this is how to do it. I wonder whether the colleague feels that the Liberals are profiting from their agreement with the NDP to ram this bill down our throats? And also, what do they think of the fact that this coalition is using the Harper method to have everything adopted that they want?
That we Conservatives are on the same page with the Bloc, and I have to, but in this case, I have to agree with him. This was an omnibus bill that the Prime Minister had promised he was never going to table in this House. That's exactly what he did. In fact, you know how ridiculous this one became? There's even a provision. This is a budget, which is a money bill, right? This is about money. But there's a provision in here that creates a new criminal code offense for activity that takes place on the moon. Okay. No, honestly, folks, it's true. You look in this bill, you will see that there's a specific provision that creates a new criminal code offense for activity that takes place on the moon or on a shuttle that's traveling to the moon. That's how crazy this government's gotten.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Elmwood-Kranscona.
Thank you very much. I wanted to circle back to the honourable member's comments about housing and the housing market. And we have heard a lot of discussion, particularly from my Conservative colleagues, but elsewhere at committee as well, around the role that the government expenditure may play in the housing market. But prior to the pandemic and prior to quantitative easing, we also saw astronomical increases in housing prices over a long period of time, including when the honourable member was around the cabinet table. And we know that private capital is also playing a significant role, and that there's a significant domestic investor presence in the Canadian market that's eating up more and more of the housing stock, and after outbidding Canadians on their dream home or what they were hoping might be their starter home, then renting it back to them at extraordinary high prices. So I wonder if the member might want to take some time, perhaps for the first time, to talk about the role of private capital and domestic investors in the housing market and the effect that they're having on prices in the housing market.
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, Madam Speaker, I think what my honourable colleague from the Finance Committee is signaling is a concern over the financialization of housing in Canada, where people see housing as simply being an investment to be profited from rather than a roof over a person's head. And I do share his concerns that if we're not sensible about this, it's going to cost Canadians significantly. I do want to take issue, though, Madam Speaker, with his assertion that under the Harper government, that somehow housing prices also spiked there. No, it's not true. Housing prices were very stable during the Harper years, where you had a slight appreciation in value over time, which is what Canadians expect. And they want to see a return to stable house prices in Canada. We as Conservatives, we're capable of delivering that.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And these Liberals continually promise the moon to millennials, especially when it comes to housing affordability. But their new savings account for first-time home buyers isn't in this, Madam Speaker. And the things in it either make the problem worse or they don't help at all. So in C-19 itself, there's an assignment of sale that will only give more revenue to the government. They'll be allowed to charge GST on a second unit that may Madam Speaker, that's simply going to just raise the price of housing. There's also a ban on foreign ownership, but guess what, Madam Speaker? I originally thought that the original policy was so full of holes that it was like Swiss cheese, but they left the biggest loophole to the government. And what was that, Madam Speaker? It essentially allows for the government to choose if and when the actual ban ever comes into place, Madam Speaker. So can the member please maybe comment on a few things else that are in this bill or in this budget that, again, they promise but don't deliver on?
Abbotsford.
Well, the thing they don't deliver on, Madam Speaker, is affordability. They don't deliver on their promise to fight inflation. In fact, you know what happens with this Liberal government? The biggest beneficiary of inflation and the affordability crisis is government revenues. Every step along the way, they get another piece of the action. This new legislation will allow them now to charge GST on the assignment of real estate contracts. So somebody buys a house, but doing it on spec and finds another buyer who's prepared to pay more. They say, hey, would you like to buy this? I'll sell you the contract. Well, the government's now going to take a piece of the action on that as well. They do it on gas, they do it on carbon taxes, it's all the GST layer and everything that Canadians buy. So at the end of the day, what happens, Madam Speaker, is that Canadians are the ones who pay the price, and the big beneficiary is this Prime Minister who continues to bring in more and more government revenues, tax revenues, and then spends that money wildly. That's unacceptable, and Canadians are going to call him on it.
Brief question, the Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you. My honourable friend from Abbotsford. I wonder if he was disappointed as I was in reading the budget to see nothing additional for adaptation, particularly after what happened in his riding in Abbotsford, nothing additional on flooding. I wonder if he has any thoughts on that.
Answer from the member for Abbotsford, and I want to remind the parliamentary secretary that he should show some respect here in the House and not be heckling. The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, let me say, Madam Speaker, it's one of the best questions I've ever heard from the member for Sandwich Islands. Thank you. It was a great question. Yes, Abbotsford, in fact, southern British Columbia, suffered the most significant rain and flood event, certainly in my lifetime, this past November. And it drove home the reality that our weather resiliency, our climate change resiliency, isn't anywhere close to being up to snuff. Our dikes failed. We had massive flooding across Sumas Prairie. And many other communities in southern British Columbia, like Princeton and Karamias, were impacted, and Merritt were impacted by infrastructure that wasn't up to snuff. Yes, we need to invest more in adaptability to make sure that our country is climate resilient. But she may be surprised to hear.
I'm sorry that the time is up. I've allowed a little bit of extra time there. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville.
Before I restart the time, I just want to remind members, because there was quite a bit of going back and forth, especially more on the going. So I would just say that the honourable parliamentary secretaries should wait till it's time to ask questions before they decide to have their voices heard here in the House.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to ask consent to share my time with my colleague from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot.
Time? Yes. Alors, c'est bien.
Very good. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you very much for myself and for my colleague. Well, Madam Speaker, in studying the budget, and I can't say that we've had time to study in detail every one of the 500 pages of C-19. What I've tried to look at in looking at these bills is what's being done for workers. We've heard a lot about work, about workers, and what I've tried to find in these bills is what is the government really proposing for workers, for working people? Is there ambition? Is there a vision? Are we able to act to support workers? Because at the end of the day, if we're going to talk about the economy, if we're going to talk about work and labor, that's something we're talking about. It's all about workers at the end. So, after having analyzed these bills, I find that there are few measures here for workers, and I'll give you some examples. In the recent budget, and this falls under the Labour Minister's mandate, it was promised that there would be an anti-scab law, and which would uphold the right to bargaining. But there are no measures that have been announced, no concrete action. And why is that? There's also the question of fair, equitable work. And this refers to Bill C-86, which was passed in 2018. And what that means is that right now, in businesses which are under federal jurisdiction, that people are treated differently according to their job status. So, in other words, these are discriminatory or orphan clauses. This bill was passed in 2018, but there's still no intention, no vision to go ahead with those measures. And why is that? 10 paid sick days. That's something we passed with Bill C-3 here in this House. When will that come into effect? I see that it would be by decree, and they say that they are consulting, but no movement. In terms of climate change, and one of the reasons we opposed the budget was because we have been calling on the government to end the production of fossil fuels and to transfer funding to green energy and to make sure that that's accompanied by a fair and just transition for workers. What is there for workers? Well, last week, the Environment Commissioner said very clearly that Natural Resources Canada and ESDC were not ready to support a fair transition towards a low-emission economy for workers and communities in those sectors. There are over 200,000 workers in the fossil fuels sector, and there are no measures to support this necessary, fair, and equitable transition. In addition to that, well, I think I would just say that the government is clearly abandoning workers, and there is a clear, categorical no to the request to increase the Canada Health Transfer, as Quebec and the other provinces are asking for. In so doing, the government is abandoning healthcare workers. If we truly want to support high-quality public health care, we need to be able to count on our healthcare workers. And so Quebec needs increased funding so that we can properly support the healthcare system. And where another place where we're seeing that workers are truly being abandoned, and again, I've said I've gone through the budget very closely, there's just one paragraph on the question of employment insurance. A general reform of the EI program is something that we have been waiting for. It was promised, and here, once again, this is a missed opportunity for the government to act. Listen, there was one paragraph, one single paragraph in the budget, and we see it repeated in C19, which says that the government will extend once again the pilot projects, which provide 5 additional weeks to workers in the seasonal industry, in the seasonal sector. That's it. Nothing more than that, Madam Speaker. When the Minister of Jobs' mandate letter says that we need to see a reform before summer of 2022. Well, here it's clear that despite the fact that the Prime Minister has clearly asked the Minister to make sure that we have a more fair EI program by summer 2022, and the Minister said in January that we would get there, well, despite all of that, no action, and workers across Quebec and in Canada are having a very hard time accessing fair, accessible EI benefits. There are major gaps that need to be filled. These problems have been known for a long time. We also know what the solutions are, but we're continuing to see delays. This government is not putting in place the necessary reforms. And it's important to remember that the EI program is a social safety net that protects workers when they lose their jobs. And it also protects them from certain life events, like, for example, from certain illnesses. And right now, the benefits are still at 15 weeks. They were supposed to go to 26 weeks, and now the government's saying that things aren't going to happen by the summer because the system isn't able to support the changes. Listen, people are being abandoned, and I'm surprised and I'm disappointed that that this isn't in the budget. The measures that we're seeing lack teeth. Listen, the reform of the EI program is supported by all of the groups that represent workers and those who are unemployed. The government's saying they're going to continue with consultations, but listen, they've been consulting for years. When will there finally be change? This is a broken promise. And for workers, this means something very important. I myself meet with workers and groups that represent the unemployed, groups from civil society. And we're looking at the socioeconomic realities in certain regions. And here I'm talking about regions where seasonal work is very important. Now listen, I can tell you that 5 additional weeks when a job is lost, that's not enough. When you lose your job, we're talking about the black hole of EI. This is a period when your work is done, the period between when your job starts and your job ends and your job starts. Well, the number of weeks available are not enough to cover the difference. We hear the government say that workers should go and work somewhere else, but that's not how this works. We need to support the seasonal industries. Fishing, tourism, these are major sectors. And the economies of several regions depend on these sectors. And, renewing yet again a pilot project for an additional 5 weeks is not going to give regions the ability that they need to support their industries and to support their workers to make sure that quality jobs continue to exist. We want to make sure that our regions stay strong. We also need to reform EI because there are inequalities for women and young people. These are people who are affected by discriminatory clauses that are out of date. There are so many things that need to be changed. I think we need to see a clear signal that the EI program is a priority. But, it's a priority for people, it's a priority for workers, it's a priority for the economy, and it's a social safety net that we need to support, and we don't see that priority from this government. So it's very disappointing to see what's in this budget. I see that there's also a little note about making some changes to an appeals tribunal, but, for 10 years now, workers have been asking for that. But I'll sum up, because I just have 30 seconds left, to say that in this budget, there is insufficient support for workers to make sure that when it comes to the budget and finances, the Liberal government, they've missed an opportunity to send a clear message to say that they're ready to work for workers. The government needs to act now. Thank you.
House Leader?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would disagree with the overall assessment that the member tries to portray in terms of an image from the government. Virtually from day one, we have seen a government very supportive of workers in Canada. I can talk in terms of regards to things such as the labor disputes and contracts that were signed up shortly after we had taken government, to changes in labor laws that were very well received. We have had changes in our EI program. We have literally provided hundreds of millions of dollars towards training programs. We have seen legislative and budgetary measures in the past, including today, that is advancing workers, including in the area of a just transition. So I think that the member is looking for a way to try to justify herself to vote no on the legislation, more so than by listening to the content of her speech. And I'm wondering if she would reflect on what I've just said. How can she advocate that the government has not been listening and working for workers?
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Well, Madam Speaker, not everything is bad in this budget, but there are major issues that the government isn't working on at all. Listen, workers are telling us this. The fair transition, the equitable transition, it's more than just an idea. We need to see concrete actions. If you close the door on one industry, you need to be able to open the door for another. That's the reality here. And the EI reform, well, listen, I'm sorry, but, the Liberal government has made this promise since 2015, and I hope they have the decency to admit that they still haven't put that in place. It's a broken promise. And once again, it takes a crisis and a pandemic to invent emergency measures, but what we really need are long-term measures that will work over the long term, and the government has failed at this. Questions and comments?
For Elma Transcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague for her speech. we agree on the urgent need for a reform of the EI system. And I would like to give my colleague the opportunity to speak a little bit more about the reforms that she believes are necessary if we want to truly have a really good EI program. For example, the number of hours necessary to qualify, or about the level of a replacement for the salary, or other details that she thinks should be part of a strong EI program. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Well, listen, first of all, I would say that I think my honourable colleague knows the answers to those questions, because the entire union movement, whether it be across Canada or in Quebec, have all put several of these issues on the table. And there was a study that was done at the HoC committee on this, so I think the solutions are known. They're out there. And what I find really unfortunate and what I don't understand is why, when the big unions come and say in the middle of an election campaign, and in every election campaign, that EI is a priority, that the government hasn't taken account of that. Why wasn't that taken into account? The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Madam Speaker, the member for Thérèse de Blainville has been talking about measures that would help workers, whether that be temporary foreign workers, anti-scab laws. Now, Madam Speaker, these are measures that, some of them wouldn't cost a dime. We know that the government is too cheap to help workers, and the member for Winnipeg North had to go back to 2015, 16, 17 to talk about the last time they did anything for workers. So how is it that the government is too cheap to help workers, even when it doesn't cost a dime? The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville, a brief answer, please. Well, I think it's a question of choices, of political choices. Look at the anti-scab legislation. It's something that's been in the Quebec Labour Code for many years now. It's 2022 and we still don't have that for Canada. Fair treatment. If it's a choice, are we really promoting the right to free association and the right to fair work? These are questions we have to ask, and, I think we know the answers, and I hope that the government realizes that going back in the past 20 years doesn't give us a good idea of where we're going in the future. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the House, which has given its unanimous consent to allow me to speak this evening. I hope I will use that time wisely. So, listen, the member for Winnipeg North was saying and accused my colleague of trying to find excuses or false pretexts to vote against this budget. So listen, I'd like to say that we're going to vote for C-19. We're going to work on it. We're going to work on it in committee. But we're going to vote for the principle of this bill. But wait. I would invite my colleague to not clap too quickly, because I'd be worried, if that happened. So there are things that need to be mentioned in this. The only reason why we're voting in favor of this is because we want to see some changes made to it, and some particularly major changes need to be made. The first point here is because, listen, let's talk about the process. So what we have here is a bill which is really a mastodon bill. It's a brick. It's 500 pages with 60 measures that are going to modify 37 laws, and which will amend other laws in consequence. Just the summary of this is 8 pages long. So, when you see a giant bill like this, it's got budget measures, it's got measures that aren't necessarily associated with the budget. There are little measures, there are easy measures, but at the same time, there are things that are a bit more substantial. And I think that in that context, it's really important to distinguish, certain little points that are just, dusting off, certain laws and making little changes. What I think we should have been done is certain measures should have been taken out or split from some of the more important measures in this bill, measures which are going to make a huge difference. And that's the problem that we have this with bill and with this parliamentary culture. We see this happen all the time. They drop off these giant bills and it's all or nothing. Either you're for everything or you're against everything. And this is the paradox of being, under what's called a parliamentary monarchy, if you will. We're in a system here, a monarchical system, where there's insufficient transparency and where parliamentarians too often just come in to rubber stamp mammoth bills like this one, which, are imposed on us. But let's get into the issues. The Bloc Québécois, as we know, voted against the budget and the principle of the budget. But, happily, and this is one of the reasons why we're ready to live with the principle of this bill. Unlike another opposition party, we haven't committed to supporting it all the way through. We support the principle, and then we'll see what happens at committee. But one of the reasons why we're ready to live with the principle at this point is because there are a lot of irritants that were in the budget and which are not in this bill C-19. For example, the gargantuan subsidies to the oil and gas sector, which were announced in the budget, particularly when it comes to, for example, carbon capture, also the issue of small nuclear reactors. And another major irritant, the interference in, for example, the provincial and Quebec healthcare systems, which was in the budget. Well, happily, that's not in this bill, which is before us now. There are also some urgent measures which were announced and which we agree with, and my colleague from Thérèse de Blainville spoke well about the EI program. There are also some good measures on paper, at least. There are some others that we need to study and which we need to go through in depth. One that's particularly important is the requirement for managers of federal retirement programs to divulge certain climate, certain finances related to the climate. So that's one step forward towards a green banking. This is something that will allow us to continue to support the energy transition, and that takes political will. So some things that look good on paper.
I want to talk to you now about aerospace. The aerospace industry is a very important industry. In this bill, there is a tax on some luxury items. This was already in the budget of 2021, so we can read in the 2021 budget the following. It is fair that we ask those who prospered over this difficult year to do a little bit more to help those who did not prosper, and that is why we are implementing a luxury tax on new cars and planes made after 2018 with a maximum of 38 seats, over $100,000, and on luxury boats of a value of up to $250,000. If you have been lucky enough and smart enough or hardworking enough to spend $100,000 on a car or $250,000 on a boat, congratulations. Thank you for sharing a part of this good fortune to help to repair the suffering caused by COVID and help us move forward. On paper, we read this, no problem, that the wealthier do more, and that's great, no problem. Sharing the wealth, that is also something that happens with political will. There's also tax havens, but that's something else. So we are a social democratic party, no problem with that. But the problem is this: the devil is all too often in the details. We know that the way that it's written, all new planes built after 2018, including planes, helicopters, and gliders with up to 40 seats, will be subject to this tax. Planes typically used for commercial activities, such as to transport passengers or exclusively used for goods are excluded. I would say that out of principle, once again, I said it before, we agree with this. In principle, the idea of tax on luxury goods and on luxury items like this, we have no problem with that. But we do have concerns, major concerns, when it comes to the negative impact of the application of the tax, because as described in the bill, it's a tax on the aerospace industry, Quebec's aerospace industry. We've had meetings with the different stakeholders in the aerospace industry. This is a fundamental sector. The late Jean Lapierre said that aerospace was for Quebec what the car was for Ontario. We are the third aerospace pole or center in the world after Seattle and Toulouse. And I've just named 3 poles in 3 different countries. Canada is the only country with this kind of center that has no aerospace policy, and this bill won't remedy that. But I want to come back to the issue of the luxury tax. The luxury tax, we had a meeting. I've had a number of meetings with stakeholders, and both the unions and companies, including Bombardier, are concerned about this. You have both sides that are concerned about this, and also the associations that represent small and medium-sized businesses working in this area, because obviously when we talk about aerospace, we think about Bombardier. There's a lot of very innovative and powerful and dynamic small and medium-sized businesses in Greater Montreal, particularly in Longueuil and the North Shore, and we have many of them, and everybody is concerned. And when you have these associations of workers, they're not partisan generally, and there's no, it's not that they're not sharing the wealth. And you have the small businesses, and you have also the major companies. And there is a consensus here to say that this tax has to be reviewed and reworked, because currently it will undermine an industry that should not be subject to this kind of policy. I made a statement last November. My colleague from Mirabel was there. We'd like to see the government deal with the recovery of planes. North America is a huge cemetery for planes. We would have liked to have seen this. Airbus has announced its intention to recycle planes in different areas of the world, and we would have liked to have seen Ottawa jump on this opportunity, to take this opportunity. So, Madam Speaker, I see that you're giving me the sign. I want to thank you all, and I would say that we support without much enthusiasm, but the Bloc Québécois will be extremely active in committee in order to resolve the many problems that we see in this bill. Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I can appreciate with the members' comments in regards to ultimately supporting the principle of the bill going to committee, and we look forward in terms of having that ongoing discussion in regards to the aerospace industry, which is an industry in which we are all concerned about. We know how prominent worldwide the province of Quebec is in that industry, but also as the province of Manitoba has a very healthy aerospace industry too. Now, I don't think it'll be affected as much with what's being proposed. And my question to the member is yes, let's have that dialogue in committee and see in terms of what we can come up with. But if he could provide his thoughts in terms of the difference, let's say, between a $350,000 luxury boat versus a $350,000 light aircraft or a private aircraft, if he distinguishes a difference in terms of value of taxation potential or whatever it might be.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. There were many things. It was a comment that touched on many things, so I'm trying to see what I'm going to answer and how I'm going to answer. But like the bill of 500 pages long, there's some good things, bad things, everything. So let's try to synthesize here. First of all, I would say that yes, Manitoba has it. There are other provinces that do as well, but the center is in Montreal. That's clear. So we have to think about this and to water down the wine of this interpretation. And this is playing the game of the absence of policy. Problems with these planes, or this tax rather, the problem is the way in which It's not the trip, it's the aircraft or the boat, and it's based on the number of seats. This creates problems. We see Bombardier, which has said that the impact could be up to 150 million per quarter. This is huge. We have a jewel in the crown. That's the aerospace industry. It took us many generations to build it. Now it's being destroyed by the government's inaction, and just in a few short years.
It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. L'honorable député aura 2 minutes.
The honourable member will have 2 minutes and 48 seconds the next time this bill is before the House.
Affaire émanant des députés, resume consideration of second reading of Bill C-242, the Reuniting Families Act, standing in the name of Mr. Seebeck.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Edmonton Griesbach. Is it?
No.
Oh, excuse, Monsieur Villemur.
I apologize, Mr. Villemur. The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. I apologize. It's the end of my shift, and I'm a little tired. For once, I'm in my seat. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to be able to comment on the bill put forward by the member for Dufferin-Caledon entitled An Act to Amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, Temporary Resident Visas for Parents and Grandparents. C-242 seeks to amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act by making some specific changes. These changes, which may seem minor, I agree, however, they're small. It will nonetheless make big changes for families in Quebec and Canada. But before I begin, I would like to give a little bit of context. In my riding of Trois-Rivières, I have an organization called the Maison des Grands-Parents, and it's celebrating its 25th anniversary. And there's a tie to this bill because some 20 years ago it was a place where people got involved, where seniors, volunteers, could help to improve the lives of children and families. By sharing their know-how and knowledge, they developed an intergenerational relationship to help their communities. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the volunteers and the chair of the board. That said, I want to say that it's impossible to be unaware of or insensitive to this initiative put forward by the member for Dufferin-Caledon. It makes very important changes to the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. C-242, in fact, would allow a parent or grandparent who applies for a temporary resident visa to get a temporary status. So when we look at the number of applications, we know there's less than 20,000 a year. It's a very marginal amount, 2 to 3% between, we're talking about 1.6 million or 1.7 million over a certain number of years. So we're talking about a few thousand people that get these visas, and we're generally talking about people who are members of the family, and they come from abroad. But for the others, what can these other people who don't have the means to come? I would like to give some clarification. No society is possible without connections, relationships. And I would not like to tongue-tie the interpreter, but a relationship or a tie implies connection, a closeness. When we talked about the word religion, it was meant to be related or tied to somebody. So here we're talking about creating ties between people or between systems. We need to break isolation. No one wants to be alone in this world. Everybody needs others to know who we are. We have to understand that when we talk about grandparents and parents, we're talking about blood ties, family ties, emotional, moral ties. We cannot deny this relationship or tie. Victor Hugo said, "There is no grandparent who doesn't love their grandchild." Obviously, this isn't an easy bill. The Minister of Immigration sometimes shows some Kafkaesque attitudes. There has to be a framework to ensure that we can achieve the goal set out in the bill and that people can actually benefit from it. If people can get a residence permit, this would be beneficial. Grandparents can help to free parents up from caring for children, or having parents have to pay for childcare. And also, it can allow immigrants who are of working age contribute to the economy. Between 38 and 50% of people are the result of immigration. A number of studies show that social economic difficulties often associated with this new start for families. It seems quite clear, Madam Speaker, that the arrival of parents and grandparents would make a number of our fellow citizens' lives easier, so they could have a better quality of life. I am concerned, however, when I read that the use of childcare services is not happening, not being offered by immigrant parents. I think this could have a beneficial effect. We are proud in Quebec of having a good daycare system. It's accessible, and we put this service in place decades ago, and it continues to remain relevant. It allowed women to join the labor force or be better equipped to join the labor force. We need everybody to participate in the economy. Nobody should be left behind, either in Quebec or elsewhere in Canada. We cannot allow people to not contribute their talent. So this means that people maybe aren't using daycare because it's too expensive for them. So C-242 would only impact a small number of immigrants coming to Canada, but if this could allow people to have an alternative to paying childcare services, this would be a win. We should ask the question more broadly. What is preventing us from helping out immigrant families? Nothing. Nothing at all. You know, being a human means being alive with others. No one wants to be alone. Everybody wants to be with their families with whom we share a common background. We have to break isolation. We have to restore the ties that have been broken by circumstances. I confirm that the Bloc Québécois will support this bill by the member for Dufferin-Caledon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments? Oh, or P&B. Sorry, I should pay attention to what's going on when I take the chair. I apologize. L'honorable député de Edmonton.
The honourable member for Edmonton Greenspa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise in this House today in support of Bill C-242. And I'd like to thank the member from Dufferin-Caledon for bringing it forward as a crucial step in reuniting new Canadians and refugees with their families. Separation of families, parents and children, or grandparents and children is often a byproduct of Canada's deeply broken immigration system, something we're all very much aware of. In the past few years, with the COVID pandemic and many humanitarian crises around the world, we have witnessed disturbing trends with regards to the functioning of our much-needed immigration system. Whether it's the thousands of refugee applications pending as they face imminent danger in their home countries, or the backlogs or strict restrictions for temporary resident visas for parents and grandparents, preventing the unification of families. I'm deeply disheartened about the effects that these delays and restrictions have had on real people, families, individuals who are simply seeking peace. I know firsthand the devastating effects of not being able to be with your loved ones. Canada has a history of this, separating families, particular Indigenous families. Let us not repeat and continue this legacy. Families should not have to go through long and very difficult ordeals just to be together. Families are an important and critical aspect of how we understand our quality of life. And when we don't have children, when we don't have our parents or our grandparents present with us, especially after a very difficult life, where does the healing begin? New Democrats strongly support making family reunification processes easier so that people can reunite with their loved ones. It's critical, Mr. Speaker. I am positive that the measures contained within this bill will help to fill some of the gaps, like the increase in cap for length of time, for example, that a temporary resident can stay in Canada while visiting their child or grandchild from 2 years to 5 years, and the reduction of the minimum income requirement are also helpful courses of action, real, tangible solutions. However, I recognize that this bill is simply just a short-term solution to what is a deeply seated problem in our immigration system. For years, both Liberal and Conservative governments have made grave errors in the way temporary foreign visas and the parent/grandparent sponsorship program applications are just simply processed. During the Harper government, for example, in 2011, records that were found through access to information requests demonstrated that over 150,000 applications were ultimately denied, and these were all contained within a backlog. This backlog, then, the government at that time doubled down and then created a restriction for further applications to limit that wait. They had refused to learn from previous mistakes and made matters worse. The 2-year moratorium on applications created a massive backlog that families are still reeling from today. Then, the Liberal government promised voters a reformed and streamlined immigration process to fix decades or even years of pain. But they went on to introduce an arbitrary lottery system that made the parent-grandparent sponsorship program the only immigration stream in Canada based on a lucky draw. This meant that random selection system determined the fate of thousands of families while throwing out many of the applications because they did not meet the pre-screen they did not do the pre-screen for eligibility. Clearly, this system failed horribly and was replaced with a first-come, first-served basis. This process took merely minutes to fill to capacity, 8 minutes to be more exact, disadvantaging many others who were unable to attain an online connection because they didn't have that in their place of origin, a cell phone, the technology like a computer in order to file online. So what happened to the many, many applications that were unable to get in by the first-come, first-served basis? Well, they waited, Mr. Speaker. The families waited. In fact, the government, at the time of this program and the first-come, first-served debacle, there were 70 families who actually filed a lawsuit because they were unable to get the application in time. The government quietly settled that. Government proposed a visa application process that continues to remain inaccessible and cause deep hardship to well-deserving families. It's unfortunate reality continuing to face thousands in our country. In my constituency of Edmonton-Griesba, we are home to many new Canadians, refugees, immigrants who have waited long to come to safety, to seek refuge, to seek peace. and to seek a new way, a new life, to finally have a chance to breathe, to catch up with loved ones. The lost time due to crisis, to international conflict, is something that will take many, many supports and much family to heal. I know personally of a constituent in my community who's been in Canada for over 10 years. This whole time, his family's stuck in South Sudan. And when the situation got too difficult in South Sudan, their family had to flee to Egypt, where they continued to wait for their family to be able to sponsor them to bring them here, separated from his wife and his children. He applied, and the application for his wife fortunately went well. The application for the 3 children, however, did not. As South Sudanese people are not issued a birth certificate at birth, he had to obtain them through a separate process altogether. The visa officer, however, did not consider their certificates to be valid, and the children's eligibility was not approved. They were asked for DNA testing. The embassy refused to help with this, and they had to finally, the mother, in order to satisfy their permanent resident request, did have to come to Canada. But that meant leaving 3 of her children behind. Those 3 children are 4, 8, and 12. Now they are expected by themselves to find some way to figure out DNA testing all by themselves, while also simultaneously not having a birth certificate that's recognized. How is a 4-year-old supposed to do that? Devastating and heartbreaking. Another constituent of mine is a Syrian refugee. His wife and one of his kids are in Canada. However, his 12-year-old daughter is stuck in Saudi Arabia by herself. One son stuck in Turkey. Both of the kids have deep mental health breakdowns and hardships every single day. There's nothing wrong with their application, but the processing time is literally killing them. This time away from family, this time away from loved ones, can leave scars that last a lifetime. So again, I would like to further recommend that the government address the long-standing failures of IRCC as the department and reallocate funds for other streams in order to reduce the backlog. I want to conclude by thanking again my honourable colleague for tabling this critical short-stop measure that will reunite families and it will save lives. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to hearing my colleague's response.
Continuing debate, the honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to start by congratulating the member for Dufferin-Caledon, member of the Conservative Caucus, for putting forward this bill, a bill that very much reflects Conservative Party values. It's a bill that emphasizes the importance of open and fair immigration. It's also a bill that's very pro-family. It's a bill that recognizes the value of strong families and of families being able to spend time with each other, and of the need to have creative measures that allow for families to spend time together. And I think this is something we really need to reflect on in terms of reforms to our immigration system, the value of family, the value of extended family, and how we can promote that family connectedness so that people don't have to suffer through these processes of spending long periods of time away from close family members in the context of waiting for applications to be processed, or in the case of other situations. And I appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak to that a little bit today. Specifically, the bill put forward, Bill C-242 by the member for Dufferin-Caledon, would amend the Immigration Refugee Protection Act to allow a parent or grandparent who applies for a temporary resident visa as a visitor to purchase private health insurance outside of Canada and to stay for a period of up to 5 years. It also requires the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration to prepare a report on possibly reducing the minimum income requirement for that child or grandchild. This recognizes the value of what's often called the super visa in terms of supporting families being able to be together and support each other. So a little bit of context, Mr. Speaker, I think is important here. Very often, families are looking at sponsoring members of their immediate or extended family to be able to come to Canada for permanent immigration, and that's a valuable channel. But there are limits to that. And as an additional option, and one that maybe reflects the desire of some family members who would like to come and be able to stay for a long time in Canada, but don't plan on permanently immigrating here, that it was, I would believe it was actually the Conservative government that developed this idea of having a super visa program as an additional channel for people. And the idea of the super visa is it's for people that are not immigrating permanently to Canada, but would simply like to be able to come here, be with family members, be with children and grandchildren, and spend extended periods of time with them. And as a condition, those who come are expected to purchase private health care, and therefore they're not relying on the public system. And this is very reasonable, Mr. Speaker, that we shouldn't stick ourselves in this binary of saying either people don't come or they come and immediately have all of the social services that are associated with being someone that has a permanent presence in Canada. Instead, we can create these mechanisms that allow people to be able to come and spend significant amounts of time here in Canada, being with family members, while also paying privately for that insurance. And at the same time, we should look to make these channels more accessible, more reasonable, so that more people can take advantage of these opportunities to be together as a family. So the Super Visa program, it's a very good program, very popular program, and it really achieves for those who are able to fit into this stream the best of all possible worlds. It's beneficial to Canadian society to have these folks able to come and be with family members and provide various kinds of support to their families. And also, again, it recognizes the fact that there are some limits on the permanent immigration stream in terms of parents and grandparents. So it strengthens this particular stream that allows those who may not wish to be here permanently to nonetheless come and be present in and supportive of their families. Mr. Speaker, needless to say, the value of extended families is well known, I think, to all Canadians, and I think for many cultural communities, there's a particular recognition of and appreciation of the role being played by extended family members. As I give this speech now, Mr. Speaker, I have 5 children at home, and I'm very glad that my mother-in-law is able to be visiting and playing such a key supportive role in our family, and you know, that enables me to be able to travel, enables my wife to be able to do all the things that she does. And for newcomers to Canada who don't have the benefit of grandparents being here in Canada, that can create some really significant challenges. So having that Super Visa channel available and extending it out to 5 years, making it more accessible, making it easier for people to make those healthcare insurance purchases by giving them a broader range of options in terms of who they can purchase from. This makes that transition and makes it so much easier for people that are living and working here in Canada. So this is really designed to kind of ease that process, and again, it reflects a conservative understanding of the value of family connections, both within the idea of a nuclear or immediate family, but also within the extended family and the supports that are provided there. Mr. Speaker, this is an excellent bill, but I want to say as well that there are many more things that the government needs to do and that Conservatives are calling on the government to do to address really the pressures on families, the unnecessary pressures that are associated with our immigration system right now. I think one of the main complaints we're hearing, and we're hearing about this in our offices, is the strain that's created for families by backlogs. The fact that across a broad range of immigration categories, there are huge delays, and this forces families to be apart from each other for much longer than they should be. The idea that people have to wait years, for instance, to have a spouse come to Canada, that they have to wait years for for other members of their family, for caregivers that are waiting to come to Canada that meet all the requirements and that are very much needed. I think that's an issue that we need to really get to the bottom of. I know on the issue of refugee sponsorship as well, the delay is, I think, 3 years for private refugee sponsorship. So Canadian community groups, church groups, others that are waiting to sponsor vulnerable refugees, they have to wait for a 3-year period. And it may be that those refugees are in a vulnerable situation, that they're in need of ongoing financial support where they are. Their security is in question, and yet they're sitting waiting while the Canadian sponsors are sitting waiting for that long processing delay. And I think that those lengthy delays are simply unacceptable, and they require urgent action by the government and by all of us. In our last Conservative election platform, I was very proud of some of the concrete proposals that Conservatives put forward in terms of expediting processing and addressing these long backlogs. Of course, that adjudication process is critically important, but it needs to be done in a timely manner. And it's always tragic when families are forced to be apart for years for no other reason than bureaucratic delay, Mr. Speaker. So we need to do much better. The government needs to do much better in terms of ensuring a lean and effective and results-driven immigration system. And I think we all see these frustrations in our offices right now, and this is why we've really been pushing forward on the issues of backlogs across the range of categories. And I'll say, Mr. Speaker, as well, I know that my colleague from Dufferin-Caledon put forward gave notice of motion at the Immigration Committee today on a motion to call for addressing the backlogs in citizenship applications as well. It's a different issue from immigration applications, but there are various elections coming up in different parts of the country. Here in Ontario, there's going to be a provincial election relatively soon, and people who would otherwise be eligible for their citizenship and to participate in that election are waiting in longer and longer queues in order to get their citizenship applications processed. So it's not just on the front of families being together, it's on other fronts, people being able to exercise their democratic rights and other things where this issue of delays, of inefficiencies, of backlogs within the immigration system has concrete negative effects for families. And we put forward some concrete proposals in our last election platform around addressing this. I think it's very, very important. So I want to conclude again just by congratulating the member for Dufferin-Caledon, recognizing the work he's doing in trying to strengthen and make more accessible the Super Visa program. This very much aligns with our vision of a family-friendly immigration policy, an immigration policy that recognizes the value of strong families and of families being able to be together. Thank you very much.
Bravo. Continuing debate, l'honorable Secretary Parlementaire du Ministre.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Member from Dufferin-Caledon for his work on this legislation. Comme vous le savez, Monsieur le Président, le gouvernement est fermement...
As you know, Mr. Speaker, the government is strongly determined to reunite families and their loved ones who are abroad. Family members are an important part of our immigration system.
The most generous and comprehensive family reunification programs in the world. And through this program, we help to keep families together and contribute to the integration of immigrants who are an important part of the success of our communities across our country. Parents and grandparents want to visit their adult children and grandchildren. Likewise, Canadian citizens and permanent residents benefit from the support of their parents and grandparents.
Parents and grandparents of Canadian citizens and permanent residents who wish to visit their family for a longer period of time can request a super visa for parents and grandparents. This process is authorized through ministerial instructions.
Entry visa that's valid for up to 10 years and allow for stays of up to 2 years at the time. Super visa holders may also request an extension of their stay for up to an additional 2 years while in Canada. And there's no limits on the numbers of extension they can request. Since the super visa allows for longer stays than a regular temporary residence visa, application must meet additional medical and financial criteria. These criteria include a medical exam, private medical insurance from a Canadian company, and financial supports from a child, grandchild, host who must meet an income cutoff minimum based on their family size.
Mr. Speaker, these protections exist to ensure that these individuals who are potentially vulnerable are financially supported and protected in case of medical emergency during their stay in Canada.
An undue burden on the Canadian taxpayer through unpaid medical bills. This is particularly important as demonstrated by experience during the pandemic when many healthcare systems across the country are strained. Private Members Bill C-242 proposed to amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act to allow parents or grandparents to stay in Canada for 5 years under the super visa and to purchase private health care insurance from outside Canada. It also requires the minister to table a report on reducing their income requirements that the child and grandchild must meet for the parents or grandparents to qualify for a super visa. Mr. Speaker, while the government supports many principles on Bill C-242, we have concerns that it would reduce our ability to ensure parents and grandparents arriving with adequate supports during their stay. We also continue to look out for the best interests of Canadian taxpayers. First, the Act is not the appropriate instrument to make program changes to super visa conditions. Parliament intended for the Act to serve as a framework legislation which authorizes the making of regulation and ministerial instructions. As I stated, the super visa is authorized through these ministerial instructions. As such, we propose amendments to Bill C-242 to maintain the authority for super visa conditions under ministerial instruction. This will allow the government to respond quickly to the emergency needs of clients rather than necessitating a lengthy legislative process. The government supports the members' proposal to increase the length of stay per entry. However, we propose to extend this from current 2 years to 3. Once again, Mr. Speaker, this would be changed through ministerial instructions. Mr. Speaker, since super visa holders already have the opportunity to extend their stay in Canada for up to 2 years, this means parents and grandparents could then stay in Canada for up to 5 years without needing to leave the country. The government believes that increasing the length of stay any further would negate the spirits of the super visa, which is to support temporary residence in Canada. Increasing the length of stay beyond 3 years without needing to request an extension could lead to visitors establishing more permanent connections to Canada, and this would undermine the purpose of having a legal framework to address temporary residence.
In terms of the proposal from the honourable member to allow those who apply for temporary visas to purchase private health insurance outside Canada, the government does not support that measure.
Insurance is required through a Canadian company, and this is to ensure super visa holders who are a potentially vulnerable population have sufficient and reliable medical insurance in case of a health emergency while in Canada. This is an important component of the super visa, Mr. Speaker. The government believes that allowing super visa holders to purchase insurance from companies outside Canada could introduce various risks. Application might purchase coverage from unregulated or fraudulent providers, for example, and this could have devastating consequences to parents and grandparents as well as our healthcare system. Mr. Speaker, we've actually seen what can happen when parents and grandparents arrive under regular visas that don't require emergency medical insurance. We know of several cases when parents were visiting on a regular visitor visa and experienced medical emergencies such as a stroke during their stay. They didn't have health insurance and incurred medical bills that were hundreds of thousands of dollars. These stories underscore the importance of insurance that super visa holders are protected with appropriate health insurance during their visit. I'd like to also note that allowing super visa holders to obtain coverage from international health insurance providers, as proposed in the Honourable Member's Bill, could cause significant complexity for the government to verify the coverage. To ensure the validity of foreign healthcare providers for coverage and billing purposes, IRCC would have to establish a complex and costly designation framework to establish pre-approved insurance options from abroad. With respect to Bill C-242 final proposal, the Minister of Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship commits to tabling a report to Parliament to review the current financial requirement for children or grandchildren. While the government supports a review of this requirement, I wish to underscore that we believe that financial requirements remains a necessary and important component of the super visa. While family reunification is an important part of our immigration system, it should not place undue financial burdens on Canadian taxpayers, and visitors should be adequately supported during their stay. I will state once again, the super visa minimum necessary income requirement is in place to ensure the host child or grandchild can provide for the basic requirements of their visiting family members while they're in Canada. This is also key to maintaining public support for the super visa, which facilitate longer stays of parents and grandparents.
Mr. Speaker, reuniting families is very important for our government. So that our immigration system can continue to benefit Canada, it is essential that we maintain a system that meets the needs of Canadians.
The government believes the current condition of the super visa adequately balance the interests of families who wish to reunite with their loved ones, as well as those of all Canadians, as it protect their hard-earned taxpayer services. The super visa enabled us to reunite family quickly and for longer periods. At the same time, the government is able to adequately manage the operation of this program under its current framework. For over a decade, the super visa has remained a popular and accessible option for Canadian citizens and permanent residents to reunite with their parents and grandparents, with approximately 17,000 super visa issued each year. I believe it is a highly successful program by any measure. That being said, the government always remains open to finding ways to improve our programs and policies.
Even if the government supports the spirit and the intention of Bill C-242, it will only support the bill with the proposed amendments in order to ensure the integrity and the long-term viability of the super visa program, which has been a real success. Thank you.
Président.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if she's listening, but I would like to thank the member for Saint-Jean for her rigorous work on this, and who gave a remarkable speech, which I'm going to go back to today. And the member was particularly inspiring today, the member for Saint-Jean, on the motion that she tabled after question period about the rights of women to make decisions affecting their own bodies. Unfortunately, that was rejected because some Conservative MPs voted against it, and that's shameful. It's shameful. It's going to go down in the history of this country that they voted against it, and I hope that the people who voted against that motion will look at how they voted today, and, I hope, that they will understand, that today, I felt particularly un-Canadian because Quebec voted in favor of a similar motion today, so it reminds me that Quebec is my true country. But I'd like to salute the patience of the member for Dufferin-Caledon, who's been waiting for months for this bill to move forward. But I'd like to explain the super visa very quickly to those who are listening this evening. It's a visa that's available to parents and grandparents. It doesn't allow people who get it to work here in the country, but it allows them to come in for a maximum period of 2 years over several times. It includes a number of requirements, but the main requirement is that they have Canadian private medical insurance, and also that the child or the grandchild who welcomes them here proves that they have the financial ability to support that parent or grandparent. So there's a minimum threshold that has to be met by the child or grandchild so that the parent or grandparent can obtain the visa. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have to say that I am in favor of this bill For many families who want to bring their parents and their grandparents here, logistics, paperwork, and delays create a huge administrative burden. These parents want to bring their parents and their grandparents over, most of them permanently. The super visa here would allow parents to come here while their requests are being processed, and facilitates things in other ways. The system is very restrictive. There are a few people who make some of these requests, and Mr. Speaker, I would add that the government has a huge delay when it comes to processing requests, and it's not getting any better. So we need to facilitate the process for people who will probably get a positive answer to their request anyway. Beyond that, the bill would make some other minor and specific changes to the Immigration Act. We know that this represents a small number of the temporary residency visas that are put out every year, and because of the temporary status, these immigrants rarely cost any money to the provinces or the federal government. And the few thousand people every year who use the super visa are generally people who have considerable financial means. So you have to have a solid financial footing to be able to use the super visa. And when we're talking about the super visa, what are we talking about, Mr. Speaker? What are we looking to change here? Well, Bill C-242 brings in 4 specific changes. First of all, it would allow private medical insurance from outside the country to be used. Right now, those who use the program have to use Canadian private insurance. And, you know, I was talking about supply and demand in a previous speech, but it's the same kind of thing here. This would probably mean that insurance costs would be lower for super visa users. My colleague from Saint Jean mentioned that if you do a bit of research, it's very clear that the cost of private insurance here in Canada is very high. A young person, 40 years old, without any health issues, we're talking about maybe $1,500 a year. But for older people who have some health issues, the cost of this health insurance could go up to $6,000 or $7,000 a year. For a couple of parents or grandparents, this can quickly represent tens of thousands of dollars. And that doesn't even include the costs of the immigration process. So, Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, generally speaking, you know, these are people who have means who are using this program, but they should have the right to be able to shop around for their private insurance. It would also require that the private insurance companies be approved by the department, which means that they would be legitimate and compatible with our needs. In this way, the federal government could sort of end the monopoly of Canadian companies. You know, I'm not an economist, but I have friends who are economists, and it seems to me that this would allow the cost of coverage to go down, and my friend is saying yes. My friend is an economist, so yes. This would allow the people using the super visa program to work with the same company that provides, for example, the insurance for their car or their house, and so that would allow them to save money. Bill C-242 would increase the length of the stay from 2 to 5 years in Canada without having to renew the documents. And so that would eliminate a number of the current irritants. The super visa is a multiple entry visa over 10 years. So the number of trips that the parents and grandparents could make between Canada and the originating country, well, can be quite high. So increasing the length of time would reduce costs. And by eliminating the renewal would shortening or lengthening the renewal period will facilitate things when it comes to the health insurance as well, because they would have to less frequently renew their insurance. So we need to simplify things for the super visa requesters and for their children and grandchildren. And this could include I've noted that the children or the grandchildren here need to have the financial means to be able to take care of their kids. So Bill C-242 would not abolish that requirement. It would require the department to study whether it's necessary to maintain the threshold at the current level. And I learned from my colleague from Saint-Jean that a number of people have spoken about this bill recently. And now, this is a bill that would allow the government to revise a standard that's in place. It's something that parliamentarians do that we're used to doing all the time. So it's a normal thing to ask to do. And it's something that can work very well. So the Standing Committee on Immigration has already looked at similar issues, and a recommendation was made when it came to sponsorship for parents and grandparents. And so studying whether or not this threshold is still important is something that can be done. We know, for example, that the cost of living is different from one part of the country to another, and so making changes to the threshold could take into consideration the fact that when the parents and grandparents come to Canada, that often has a positive financial impact for families because it allows parents to get back to work. So, Mr. Speaker, as parliamentarians, we need to look at this issue very closely without partisanship. I'm sorry that I've been speaking so quickly. I apologize to the interpreters for that. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to reiterate once again that what we saw earlier today with the motion from the member for Saint-Jean, it was unacceptable. It was shameful for this Parliament to reject that motion, and it proves once again that Canada is not my country is Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'll do that again, Mississauga, Aaron Mills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm quite delighted to rise today to speak on this very important issue with Bill C-242, the Reuniting Families Act. This bill, it amends or proposes to amend the Immigration Refugees Protection Act to allow a parent or grandparent who applies for a temporary resident visa as a visitor to purchase private health insurance outside Canada and to stay in Canada for a period of 5 years. And I'm really hoping that we can bring this bill into committee to really study this very good idea more and to really understand the implications of this idea and how it would impact constituents in my riding and across Canada. Mr. Speaker, one of the main issues that I face in my riding of Mississauga, Erin Mills, with a population of over 50% being first-generation immigrants, with a population of being professionals and double-income households, is the issue of childcare. Of bringing about and raising kids within Mississauga, Erin Mills, having that impact of grandparents. You know, I immigrated to Canada myself when I was 12 years old. And one of the most beneficial things that I was able to experience in my childhood was spending my summers with my grandparents, both from my mom's side and my dad's side. I learned a lot from them. I learned the value of family from them. And this is what I hear a lot from my constituents who are first-generation immigrants who want their kids born in Canada to have that same experience. The importance of having family here in Canada is paramount, not just in building strong communities, strong families, but also in terms of how we have our economic prosperity. As I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, we have double-income households in my riding, and one of the main issues that my constituents face is the ability to have childcare. And I don't just mean, you know, somebody to look over kids throughout the day, but to have quality childcare with family values and that whole all-encompassing kind of upbringing that I think our kids deserve. And our parents, our grandparents really fulfill that role. And, over the past 7 years as I've been serving as a member of Parliament in Mississauga, Erin Mills, this is one of the top issues that my constituents raise. They apply for the super visa, as we call it, so that their parents can come and go as they please to make sure that they're well connected with their grandkids, to make sure that they're well connected with their kids who are living meaningful lives here in Canada. And oftentimes, especially over the past 2 years, what I've seen is that there is a huge delay in how these super visas are being processed, where in the world they're being processed, and the impact on families. I have a constituent who recently went through a major surgery, and she wanted her mom to be here with her. But her visa had expired, and so she had applied for another super visa and waited and waited and waited. And, you know, the surgery came, the surgery went, and she still didn't have a decision on her super visa. That issue of health insurance, that private health insurance, is a really big issue. And I really think that when and if we move this private members bill into committee to study this issue further, I think we can really help constituents like mine to be able to really support their families here in Canada, to be able to get the support they need, not only in terms of how they're operating themselves, but also how they're raising their kids, how they're doing their jobs and how they're able to do their jobs, how they're taking care of their health and their well-being. And also of the health and well-being of their parents who are trying to come and visit Canada on occasion. Mr. Speaker, it's really important to have the blessings, in my opinion, of our parents as we continue to grow, to evolve, to settle down roots as first-generation immigrants here in Canada, and really exploring how this bill can impact how we do that, I think is really important. I'm hoping that we can explore this issue further in committee. I'm hoping that we can explore the issue of how private health insurance, especially international private health insurance, would impact the whole regime, the whole scheme of super visas here in Canada. I'm hoping we can explore how and what the impact of extending the time of the expiry of a super visa would have on constituents like mine in Mississauga, Erin Mills. I'm also really hoping that we can explore and understand how delays happen, what the impacts, the economic impacts, the social impacts on families in ridings like mine in Mississauga, Erin Mills have been, and how we can really expand, for example, the parent-grandparent sponsorship program to make sure that Canadian families have the support that they need. Not just in terms of, fulfilling the well-being of a family in a riding like mine, but also understanding how important the social aspect of it really is. I'm a big believer in family, Mr. Speaker. I know and understand and have benefited from having grandparents around as I've grown up. I know my nephew and my niece, they benefit from having my parents around in how they're raised, and I can tell you they're a lot sharper for it. I'm hoping that we can continue to improve our immigration system here in Canada to ensure the well-being of families in ridings like mine of Mississauga, Erin Mills, to ensure that we're raising our kids right, to ensure that we're providing that support that young families, especially like mine in Mississauga, Erin Mills, have that support that they need in order to thrive, to survive as they go about their double income households, as they go about trying to manage life events, like unfortunate health instances, and trying to ensure that we're finding that balance between economy, between society, and making sure that our families are being raised right. Mr. Speaker, I'm really hoping that the committee really digs deep into how we can really improve not only the temporary resident visa process, but also the parent-grandparent sponsorship. And I'm hoping that the committee will hear from experts on the impacts directly and indirectly on how we can continue to improve that process. you know, over the past number of years, we've been really digging deep into this question about parents and grandparents and the role that they play in Canadian families. Over the past year, we've had 10,000 parent-grandparents to come and visit and to come into Canada, and you know, despite COVID, and the demand has been never higher. In my riding, it's a conversation that I have almost on a daily basis of young families that are wanting their parents to come and have that positive impact on the families that they're raising here in Canada. And I think that there's so much that we can do with this. I think that there's so much that we can expand on, that we can you know, just tweak and fix to ensure that families here in Canada are being well protected, are being raised effectively while we fix the parent-grandparent sponsorship program and also the Super Visa program that Bill 242 really ensures. I believe that my time is up, Mr. Speaker. I thank you very, very much, and I'm really looking forward to continuing to watch this study of Bill C-242 and seeing how it will impact Canadian families, especially those in Mississauga, Erin Mills, and first-generation Canadians. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
And I'll recognize the honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon for a 5-minute final response.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm thrilled to hear that both the Bloc Québécois and the NDP will be supporting this bill when it comes to a vote tomorrow. Disappointed to hear the parliamentary secretary indicate that she's not supportive of the legislation, and especially for the reasons why they're saying that they're not supportive. So we just heard that looking forward to having this bill studied. Family unification was extensively studied at the Immigration Committee in 2016, and they delivered a report which included a report on the super visa. And witness after witness came to the committee and said, these are the problems with the super visa. 1, the time to stay should be extended from 2 years to 5 years. 2, the low income test is disenfranchising so many Canadian families from reuniting. And I was moved to hear the member talk about how important it was for her to have her grandparents around when she newly came to Canada. So why are we disenfranchising so many other Canadians? In fact, the Canadians who most need the support of their family, in my humble estimation, are Canadians who have just newly come to this country because they're in a new country. They're trying to make their way. What better way to do that than with the support of their family, which would include their parents and their grandparents? And the low-income cutoff disenfranchises so many of those hard-working Canadians. They come here, they take lots of jobs, sometimes working 2 and 3 jobs to make ends meet. And then the government says, well, I'm sorry, you don't have enough income in order for your parents to come and stay with you. But all the evidence shows that when a parent or a grandparent comes to stay with a family here in Canada, it adds to their economic success. It maybe lets them take an extra shift at work. It actually allows them to have some extra childcare. So it is an economic boon to the family, which is an economic boon to the country. And why the government doesn't realize this, I really don't understand. With respect to insurance, I can't imagine that the government can't figure out if there's a reputable insurance company in India, or in the Philippines, or in Burkina Faso. My point is, there are reputable insurance companies all across the world that can offer health insurance. All the government has to do is figure out which ones they are. I don't think it would take a complicated program like the parliamentary secretary has suggested. There are large multinational insurance companies operating all over the world. It will create competition. That will lower the cost of health care. And one of the biggest impediments for families is low-income cutoff, but even if they meet that, there's the cost of having their parents come, air tickets, and there's the very expensive cost of private health insurance. I'm not saying no health insurance. All I'm saying is let's expand the suite of health insurance so that maybe it will be more affordable for Canadians, and therefore more families will take advantage of the super visa. More families will have those wonderful experiences like the member just talked about. This, to me, is a bill that everyone should support. I'm shocked to hear that this is something that may not be supportable. One thing I found most shocking was the parliamentary secretary saying we're concerned about taxpayers and the effect this will have on taxpayers. The only time I've heard them mention being concerned about taxpayers or the effect on taxpayers is with respect to immigration and new Canadians. They don't worry about it in any other thing. I find that shocking, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill that is going to be fantastic news for families from coast to coast to coast. And I am so proud that this is a bill that's going to do that. I'm so proud that members of the Bloc Québécois and members of the NDP recognize it. And I look forward to them supporting this bill tomorrow when it comes to a vote. And I'm hopeful that some Liberals will stand up and remove themselves from the whip and vote for a bill that's going to be great for Canadian families, especially new Canadian families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It being 6:28 p.m., private member's business has concluded. Accordingly, the question is as follows.
Move that Bill C-242, an act to amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, temporary residence visas for parents and grandparents, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Citizenships and Immigration. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division, whether the motion be adopted on division, I would like to invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Yes, I would like a recorded division, Mr. Speaker.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, May 4th, 2022, at the expiry of the time provided for in oral questions. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourned. I'll recognize the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour to stand again to speak to the critical issues surrounding support for a just transition for workers in Canada's fisheries. Over the last year, we've seen the devastating impacts of the climate emergency. In my home of British Columbia, we have seen in just the last year a devastating heat dome, wildfires, and flooding. The waters keep warming and the impacts in our communities are increasingly severe. These are all terrible reminders that both in Canada and around the world, we have failed to act to prevent the climate emergency. It is vital that alongside bold emission reduction targets, we set out to build a more sustainable economy for the future. Creating a viable fishery that prioritizes the conservation of our marine ecosystems is a key pillar of this plan. This is all the more important because we've seen such drastic declines in fish populations and consistent failures by consecutive Liberal and Conservative governments to protect our marine ecosystems and to successfully rebuild stocks. Last year, almost 60% of British Columbia's salmon fisheries were closed as part of the Pacific Salmon Strategy Initiative, also known as the PSSI, to try to help protect incredibly depleted stocks. While the program does include a voluntary license buyback program, it falls short of the robust transition supports individuals in the industry require. In order to move forward, First Nations, fishers, local organizations, and coastal communities are asking for the federal government to work more collaboratively. Those on the water and along our coasts understand best what is happening. They need to be part of the plan. There are examples we can turn to. Forestry and agriculture workers in British Columbia, for example, saw a dedicated transition plan and financial supports from the BC NDP. These are the types of proactive solutions we need to see in the fishing sector to ensure that workers have a future as our economy continues to shift. All workers deserve assurance that they will not be left behind. UFAW Unifor President James Lawson said it well when he remarked, while our pleas for support for displaced fish harvesters continues to go unanswered, forestry and agriculture workers are being rescued by exactly the kind of funding programs our industry also desperately needs. We know that fishers have ample transferable skills to take on related work, including marine transport, coastal and marine tourism, and countless other careers. It is time for this government to implement a clear plan that supports all those impacted, including those who are looking to start a new career or to retire with dignity. This year's budget makes it clear that the protection and prioritization of our marine environment, coastal communities, and all those impacted are an afterthought for this government. I think it is also worth highlighting that in the almost 13 months since the PSSI was announced, we have still not seen any plan to rebuild wild salmon stocks. It's not good enough to just close our commercial fisheries and hope fish populations bounce back. Fishers, coastal communities, and all Canadians want to believe that there is a bright future for Canada's marine ecosystems and our fishing sector. But that future is not possible until key funding commitments and a plan are delivered. The longer we wait, the more dire the situation will get, and marine ecosystems, coastal communities, and fishers' livelihoods will be lost to government mismanagement. People are desperate to know, when will this government deliver a real plan that supports all those in the fishing sector, First Nations, coastal communities, and our marine environment?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question from the member who I serve on the Fisheries Committee with and have a great deal of respect for. Our department is focused on improving the status of some of Canada's most important fish stocks to allow them to regenerate and provide sustainable fishing opportunities now and for years to come. The department, Mr. Speaker, takes a science-based approach to fisheries management. Science advice continues to indicate that some fish stocks are indeed in trouble, and some have been in trouble for quite some time, despite progressive management measures employed to date. To support these difficult fisheries management decisions, my department has policies in place that guide management responses to changes in the status of fish stocks. The precautionary approach, Mr. Speaker, framework prescribes rebuilding plans for depleted stocks, and also indicates that any harvest of fish from a depleted stock must be kept as low as possible to allow the stock the chance to recover. Rebuilding plans developed with Indigenous groups and other fish stakeholders are a key tool to promote the growth of depleted stocks to come back to the abundant levels that they need to be. And I recognize, Mr. Speaker, that fishing restrictions aimed at rebuilding fish stocks can have an economic impact during the rebuilding period. However, more significant impacts can result from delaying action or not taking sufficient action to promote the rebuilding of stocks. Healthy fish stocks, Mr. Speaker, support resilient ecosystems while improving the potential for economic returns in the long term. The protection and regeneration of our natural environment, particularly in the face of biodiversity loss and accelerated climate change, will be critical for the economic vitality of our fisheries. Commercial fishing is incredibly important to the local economies of Canada's coastal regions, like mine and like the members, and the well-being of Indigenous and non-Indigenous communities throughout this country. This is why we're working closely with stakeholders and communities in making decisions with regards to protection of the resource. Now, I'm conscious, Mr. Speaker, of the fact that predictability is important for those who make their living from Canada's fisheries. Through advisory board processes, those who depend on the resource are engaged and informed of the potential impacts to stocks and access to the very resource we're talking about today. The common goal of supporting the long-term health of the industry underpins these discussions. It is important to recognize, Mr. Speaker, that Canada's fishing industry has faced many challenges over the many decades by the nature of the dependence on a natural resource. Changes in access to the resource to support both environmental and socio-economic objectives are not unprecedented. Because of this, Mr. Speaker, the Department has supported the industry in adopting mitigation measures to better adapt to such changes. For example, most fishery license holders in Canada have access to multiple species that allow for diversification and avoid dependence on one particular fishery. Through setting the legislative and regulatory environment to support industry through adjustment periods and ensuring regular communication on science-based decisions, the Department provides the necessary conditions for continued economic vitality and viability in Canada's fishing industry. In closing, in addition to working with Canada on a specific fisheries management decision, my department is taking a lead role in actively exploring and facilitating a transition to the future blue economy. Throughout this previous year, the department conducted numerous ministerial roundtables and engagement processes to hear from Canadians, and particularly in the fisheries and ocean sectors, with regards to the challenges that may be facing all of us with responsible growth of the sector. A comprehensive blue economy strategy will outline, Mr. Speaker, the vision for our ocean-related sectors and help guide future government action that will enable long-term growth. As a government, we are committed, we are super committed to science-based decision-making, which will ensure that fishing opportunities are sustainable now and future generations of fishers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my honourable colleague's response, but we're just not seeing the urgency needed from this government to deliver a real transition plan for workers. This year, we've seen more talk about a blue ocean strategy to revitalize Canada's coastal economy. These types of initiatives should be exciting and hopeful, but based on this Liberal government's track record of failing to protect our marine ecosystems and workers, it just feels like a pipe dream. That's why it is so important that we get to work to implement stock rehabilitation programs and support a transition of our industries to a more sustainable model. Canadian workers shouldn't have to fight their government for support. We know that Canada's response to the climate crisis will be stronger, and when we are all working towards a shared vision of a healthier economy and a clean energy future. So I ask a simple question: when will this Liberal government finally do the right thing and deliver a real plan?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our department is focused on improving the status of some of Canada's most important fish stocks. And again, I recognize that fishing restrictions aimed at rebuilding fish stocks can have an economic impact during the rebuilding period. I've seen it in my own community. However, more significant impacts can result from delaying action, as I mentioned, or not taking sufficient action to promote the rebuilding of stocks. Commercial fishing is incredibly important to so many coastal communities, if not all communities, that have a fishery. That is why we're working closely with our stakeholders and communities in making decisions that protect this resource. Through things, as I mentioned earlier, around board processes, those who depend on the resource are engaged and informed on potential changes to certain stocks or access of the resource. And again, Mr. Speaker, I'll say this. As a government, we're committed to science-based decision-making. We are working to ensure the fishery opportunities are sustainable and for future generations to come, and I look forward to working with the member to achieve those objectives. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to speak today on Conservative's ongoing push for the government to allow visa-free travel for Ukrainians. Up until now, unfortunately, the government has opposed these efforts, and in a constructive spirit, we are continuing to push, hoping that the government will do the right thing to allow Ukrainians to come to Canada to flee the challenges that they're facing right now as a result of this horrific invasion and find safety and security in Canada. I want to remind the House that right after the invasion, my colleague, the member for Calgary Forest Lawn, and our lead on the immigration file, put forward a motion at the Immigration Committee, and that motion supported visa-free travel. The motion was adopted because Conservatives were able to work constructively with members of the Bloc and the NDP, but that motion was at the committee level opposed by the government. This House subsequently voted in the majority to support visa-free travel for Ukrainians. Again, the Liberal caucus, the entire Liberal caucus, without exception, opposed it. There were some members who weren't present for that vote, but every member who was present voted against allowing visa-free travel for those coming from Ukrainians. So at this point, we've seen this shared view with the Conservatives leading, putting this issue forward, but having support from the other opposition parties, emphasizing how crucial it is for the Liberals, for the government to move here. And so far, the government has not been willing to implement the will of the House of Commons expressed through that concurrence vote. Now, why do we support visa-free travel for Ukrainians? First of all, at a basic level, we want to help those in need to find safety and security, be able to do so in Canada. So many people have stepped up. They want to offer support. They want to open their homes, but the government has to get out of the way and allow them to offer that support. I think it's also important to acknowledge that many of those who are coming, they want to have security while the war is going on, but they also want to return. In many cases, we're talking about mothers and children where the father in the family is still in Ukraine and is participating in the defense of Ukraine. So especially when we have some members of family, not others, looking for refuge, it's very clear that people are not planning on staying permanently. But in general, and the government has acknowledged this, the intention of those who are coming is to be safe here until the war ends. Hopefully it will end soon, and people will then be able to return. Let's acknowledge, Mr. Speaker, as well that other countries are doing this. We want to share in that support, recognizing that countries in the region, I want to recognize Poland, Poland, the Baltic states, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, as well as Romania, and countries throughout Europe are doing a great job here offering that visa-free support. And it's a simplification, Mr. Speaker. It's a simplification of this system. Now, the government has presented counter-arguments. Some members of the government have said, well, there's a security issue because we need to be able to do this review. Security precautions can be taken, Mr. Speaker, and they can be taken as other countries have taken. The minister's also said that time is an issue. He said that regulatory changes to IT systems, other things, he said it would take 12 to 14 weeks to implement. Mr. Speaker, I don't know why that would be the case since you're simply removing a requirement, but we're almost at the 12-week mark anyway. So people are still having these problems accessing these visas, and we've actually almost come to the completion of the time frame the minister said would be in place. Mr. Speaker, my time is short here, but I want to just share that I've been hearing some really compelling stories from people in my riding. A case of two mothers who are friends, have young children, who apply at the same time. One got a visa accepted and one is still waiting, and they'd like to travel together and have the security of being together. Another case of a family with 4 children who all applied at the same time. One was asked for biometrics. Nobody else in the family was asked for biometrics. Another case of a mother and her children who applied on March 16th, and they're still waiting for processing. Let's just get this visa-free system in place so that we can get it done and stop the pain and the suffering for those who are waiting. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Écoutez, je suis honorée.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to rise to answer the question asked by the Honourable Member. Canada is very strong in committing to helping the people of Ukraine. Ukrainians helped build our country, and we will continue to stand in solidarity with the brave and courageous people of Ukraine. We share values with them. Since January of this year, over 24,000 Ukrainians have arrived in Canada. As the Honourable Member knows, Ukraine shares borders with the European Union, and HoC has offices in neighbouring countries. We have put in place strong emergency plans so that we can support Canadian permanent residents and others. We also have a global processing system. Canada's response to Russia's major invasion of Ukraine has included a temporary accelerated residency pathway for Ukrainians seeking safety in Canada while the war is ongoing in their country. As for the Honourable Member's suggestion about visa-free travel, I'd say that our new program is the safest and fastest way for Ukrainians to come to Canada. Ukrainian nationals and their family members can apply through this pathway while waiting for a safety screening. In this screening, we ensure that we're protecting the security of Canadians, and we verify the identity of these individuals. In order to collect biometric data faster, we have exempted those under 18, those over 60, and those who have already traveled to Canada where they followed the rules and laws of Canada. These 3 low-risk groups will no longer have to have biometric data collected. From March through May, we received and we approved over 85,000 of these requests. Our goal is 14 days to process claims. We were able to meet that target for 80% of applications. Ukrainians and family members who arrive in Canada can work as soon as they arrive thanks to an open work permit, so employers can quickly hire Ukrainian nationals. This would not be possible if we had visa-free travel, and IRCC also gives student permits to those who have come to Canada and who can't return home safely, so they will be able to extend their stay up to 3 years. Mr. Speaker, we know that Ukrainians need support when they arrive. That's why we recently announced that Ukrainians will be able to stay in hotels for up to 2 weeks, and they will have income support for up to 6 weeks. I'd like to conclude by saying that also we recently joined the Shapiro Foundation and other partners so that Canadians can make donations, and the goal is to give 10,000 free flights to Ukrainians who wish to come to Canada. We will continue to do more to help Ukrainians seeking refuge from Putin's war, and we will take care of them once they're in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With great respect for the Parliamentary Secretary, I think that answer provides some obvious effort to distract and to say, look at some of these other things happening over here. You know, isn't it great that people have an opportunity to work when they come to Canada? Well, yes, people should be able to work when they come to Canada, obviously, Mr. Speaker. But the question was specifically about visa-free travel. This is the issue that was raised in this question. This is the issue that was raised when a majority of the House of Commons voted to have visa-free travel. And it does not make sense at all to say, well, having the visa requirement in place is necessary for us to be able to do all of these other things over here. No, what we're saying is there are other measures that are valuable, of course, for supporting Ukraine and supporting Ukrainians, but one of those measures is lifting the visa requirement. There's no reason that the government cannot proceed with, for instance, having an open work permit while also lifting the visa requirement. And I would submit to you that it obviously is easier and faster if the requirement for the issuance of a visa is no longer there. So why doesn't the government do this simple thing, make life easier, because they're not meeting their targets in many cases that I'm hearing from constituents about? Let's lift the visa requirement.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned before, I understand that my colleague has his suggestions, and we appreciate that. But authorizing travel from Ukraine to Canada through the programs has been identified as the safest and fastest way for Ukrainians to come to Canada. And I'd like my colleague to know that we have approved over 85,000 applications through this special program. We have welcomed 24,000 Ukrainians who have been here in Canada since the beginning of the year. Hundreds more are arriving each day. We also worked in close collaboration with provinces, territories, the Ukrainian Congress of Canada, the resettlement sector, and the business community to ensure that Ukrainians can not only come to Canada, but also that we take care of them once they're here. We have struck a partnership with the Red Cross, and on that, I'd like to, with my last couple of seconds, I'd like to thank the Red Cross, which is helping us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the last couple of years have been hard on Canadians across political stripe. I think that whenever I talk to somebody, there's something about the last 2 years that has caused them a trauma. I would argue every person sitting in here right now has probably had a similar experience. But what worries me now, Speaker, is that after these 2 years, I feel like we don't know how to talk to each other. I feel like we don't know how to be kind to each other. And I feel like we don't know how to be human. That doesn't mean that we can't passionately fight for our ideas or to advance things. But what I worry about is that we are so focused on calcifying our beliefs and entrenching our beliefs as opposed to trying to listen, being convicted in our beliefs, but trying to listen to do something to better the country, that I feel like Canadians are feeling like they have to resort to civil disobedience to be heard. And this is on the right, it's on the left, it's across demographics, and it really bothers me. It's the thing that keeps me up most at night, Speaker. I could use examples from any political party, but one example that sticks with me the most is calling a certain group of people who believe a certain thing racist and misogynist during the political campaign in 2021. Now, I firmly believe vaccines had a major, incredible positive impact on ending the COVID-19 pandemic or limiting its impact. But there were people in Canada who had legitimate concerns or were vaccine hesitant. Instead of trying to listen to their concerns or try to address those concerns in a meaningful way, name calling was used. And I think what that did was it pushed civil disobedience. I'm not justifying civil disobedience. There should be no room for that. But what I'm trying to say, and we could use any example, is that maybe we need to do a better job of listening to each other on all sides. Even people who hold a certain belief should say, why is this happening, right? And try to listen. I haven't seen a lot of movement on our ability to listen or treat each other kindly, Speaker. And so tonight, to just follow up on a question I asked several months ago, my question is this to the government. Look, in a spirit of collaboration and in trying to actually fight for some dignity in this country, what is the federal government doing to lower the temperature on political rhetoric, to actually try to listen to Canadians, and to bring us together after a significant event and a significant crisis in our country over the last 2 years? Thank you, Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for her question. I agree with her that Canadians are weary, and I'm happy to speak tonight about lowering the rhetoric. I don't think she'll be surprised to find out that I agree with most of what she has said. I found myself that Canadians have we've forgotten how to be kind to each other and how to listen and how to disagree in a respectful way. The two of us were sent to this place from different provinces with different priorities, but we were sent here with a shared calling. That calling prioritizes public service and collaboration. And while it will surprise none of the honourable members in this place that we often disagree, it is really important that we disagree in a respectful and kind way. I want to thank the member from Calgary Nose Hill for always coming to this place in good faith, with an eagerness to work with members of all parties and with a steadfast commitment to representing the interests of her constituents and Canadians. I know that, like me, the honourable member has been subject to threats and harassment due to the rising rhetoric, and that is just wrong. The honourable member has told me before that our constituents have much more in common than they do differences. And she's right. It's why on a day like today, when news has broken about the United States rolling back a woman's right to abortion, it's important that members from all parties stand up proudly to affirm that Canadian women have the right to choice, and that when access to reproductive health care is rolled back, we are telling women that their health and safety is less important than men's. It's why I was happy to second the bill introduced by the member from Calgary Confederation to make it easier for all Canadians to become organ donors, and why I'm happy to see that the member for St. Albert Edmonton has reintroduced his bill, ensuring that Canadians who serve on a jury can speak about the trauma associated with the experience when seeking mental health care. All of us who have the honor of being elected to this place have a responsibility to treat it with the reverence that it deserves. We certainly saw bubble to the surface over the months of late January and early February, with protests in Ottawa, at the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor, in Coutts, Alberta, eventually at crossings in other cities across the country, something that none of us wanted to see in Canada. I think it's critical that we do continue to speak to each other in a respectful way. And I agree with the honourable member that we need to be listening to each other, not just talking. I've had the pleasure of having conversations with the honourable member where we do disagree, and we disagree quite strongly. How do we lower the temperature and the rhetoric in Canada, Mr. Speaker, and restore faith in democratic institutions? We need to show Canadians that we can work together on shared priorities. We need to condemn what we know is wrong, and when we work together to accomplish a shared goal, we need to do a much better job of sharing credit and telling Canadians about how together we were able to pass laws which will make our country a better and fairer place to live. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
I want to thank the member for her thoughtful and kind response. There will be people who watch that response and disagree with some of the things that she said in terms of policy, but what I would hope is agree with in terms of approach. Whereas when we disagree, we're disagreeing on something. We're not hating someone. And where we actually try to build consensus on issues that we feel convicted about very strongly, one way or the other. I believe that our country has the capacity to do this. I believe that people in this place have the capacity to do this. And I would just like to ask my colleague, with the time I have left, what she thinks we need to do to show Canadians by example that this is something that we all need to do, first starting here in this place, and then across this country for the betterment of the nation that we all serve and benefit from.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would say to the honourable member, I think it's by having conversations like we're having tonight in the House of Commons. I think it's by taking these conversations and applying the same principles when we leave this place. Whether I see the good work that is done in committee, and I know that the honourable member has seen the same thing, where good things happen in this place. And unfortunately, for some reason, the media doesn't talk about it. We ourselves don't talk about it nearly enough when we do collaborate. So I will give her my commitment right now, and I suspect that she feels the same way, that maybe the two of us can work together to try to lower the temperature and show that it doesn't matter what political party that you belong to, that you can work together for the betterment of this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank everyone for their interventions this evening. La motion portant que la Chambre s'adjourne.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.